Okay, dude, fuck it. Game Awards time. Once again, when there's like one thing that's going on, there is absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancer as fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are going to watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! Oh, Bob! That's it! Game Awards!
I can't even focus on this anymore because all you motherfuckers keep talking about the PlayStation event. Fuck you, dude. Fucking Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, preening, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from mostly clear, not super sunny, but increasingly getting sunnier, Los Angeles, California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday. Volume is low. I know. I'm going to fix it right now. It is because I was doing a... Wait, what? Why is the volume low? I don't understand why the volume is low, actually. What is happening? Hello, 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 hello. What about now? Is this better? Is it a little bit higher? Because I just looked at my input, my system sounds on my input, and it's loud as hell. Like, this is crazy. Well, hello? Wait, well, hold on. I don't know. I don't know why the, wait, what about now? Wait, this is doing nothing. Broadcaster main for input. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see. What about now? What about now? Oh. All right. Device was wrong. I'm fixing it. I muted it. I increased it, and we're good. We're fine now. We're back and better than ever. Hold on. I'm going to lower the fucking gain on my end and fix it. Okay. Should be good now. Should be good. Okay. Audio files are nuts. No. This was valid. Dunks is a new orange vanilla donut, and it tastes like an orange creamsicle. It's so good. All right, cool. Oops. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it is Saturday, June 14th, 2025, and it's 10:34. I'm obviously early. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, but all I'm going to say is this. Personal news-wise, ended the broadcast last night. I've been watching this French culinary sex show. I think it's called like Carême or something. I forget what it is. It's like the show that I've been watching with my mom and dad. It's just like it's espionage, it's culinary. I think it's Marie-Antoine Carême, who was a real French chef. It's like real French historical figures from the Bonaparte era. And we've been watching it, and it's been fine. I got a little bit bored of it. But yeah. Pardon is oui. Watching a sex show with your parents. I mean, there's a lot of sex in it. Boner part. Yeah. Napoleon boner parting. Parting with your boners. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and ambies, we are live. We're alive. I watched that. Personal news-wise, not really much else going on. Woke up super early this morning, as a matter of fact. Part of the reason why I woke up super early this morning is because I did a really fun collab that I think you guys are going to think is like really strange. I did a very fun collab with these two guys. I'm not going to spoil it. It's just, I won't tell you who they are, but they're massive on TikTok for Gen Z. A lot of you probably have no idea who they are because you're above the age range, but everyone under the age of like 25 loves these two guys. And you know, there's some beef that I've had with them, and I fucking, you know, I squashed the beef kind of, but like not really. Anyway, it's not Da Vinci. Shut up. You're not going to figure it out, and I'm not going to tell you, okay? I'm not going to tell you who it is. In any case, I did that, and then afterwards, I went live early. And the reason why I went live early is because, obviously, one, there's a lot of news going on, and two, we have the No Kings protests that are taking place today. There is a No Kings protest taking place all around the country today, with the exception of Minnesota. I'll obviously get to that in a second. And I want to... I want to cover the protests. They're happening all around Los Angeles throughout different times of the day. And I basically mapped out what I want to do, like exactly what I want to hit, how I want to hit it. And, so I am, I'm going to go to the Libbed Up No Kings protest, but obviously I wanted to cover the news first before we do the No Kings protests all around the country. Do a little bit of journalism, okay? Do a little bit of freaking journalism. And do a little bit of commentary as well. I think I can get Austin and Christian to come out as well. I haven't been able to explain to Austin that like the protests that we're going to today are more like Women's March and less like the protests that I've been to already, where we're getting fucking, tear gassed and pepper sprayed and stuff. Like, I think that's what he's like afraid of. He's just like straight up afraid of that. Caroline is another. That jacket is sick, brother. Yeah, it's an Adidas collab with a Song for the Mute. This is like March's favorite brand. But if you want to piss him off, say, oh, Hasan put us onto this like super sick brand. He gets really touchy about it. He gets really sad. I wear this shit all the time too. Like they got some cool stuff. I get why you're skeptical of those protests, but I'm not sure why you feel you have to emphasize it as a lib protest. It almost sounds like you're embarrassed to go, to be honest. No hate, just an observation. No, there's a reason why I'm mentioning that. There's a reason why I'm mentioning that, and I'll get to it in a second. Please don't hold the camera. You can't film. Shut up. It's important context because, one, these protests are these are less like protests, but more like parades. Okay, they're organized by like centrist Democrats. They're not even organized by like progressive Democrats. Some of them are. It's all over the place, but it's funded by the fucking Walton family. Okay, and the RSVP thing is not just suspicious, but like completely unacceptable. So there are real reasons as to why I keep highlighting like that these are not normal. These are not normal. These are not normal protests that you would normally go to. Okay, it's an important distinction to make. They're not being put together by like PSL, DSA, or other like community groups that normally would make these sorts of protests happen. Yeah, it's organized by a woman. I think it's like Christy Walton or something. And people are going to most likely say that this is like astroturfed and stuff like that. And I'm just getting ahead of all of that. This shit is literally a pressure valve. Most of the rallies only last 1 to 2 hours. Exactly. Also, never RSVP for a protest. Do not ever do that, for the record. Don't be fucking stupid, obviously. Do not do that. But yeah, Indivisible is also another one of these like Democratic Party groups as well. They're a little bit more progressive, but still. In any case, I'm blasting off. Hold on. This is like, I played some basketball with the Pinoy gang this morning. I cooked. I played really well. I'm very proud of myself for that one. I played early. I did this collab and I took a shower. I'm here. I'm ready to freaking let it rip. We got protests to go to. I'm going to be going in and out of desktop versus IRL. I'm going to be swapping in and out today throughout the entire day. My plan is to just do the desktop stream right now, give you a little bit of news coverage, then probably head to one of the protests and then come back, more news coverage, then head to another protest. So that's like what I'm planning on doing. Okay, so I'm just letting y'all know that's what I'm planning on doing. All right. Jedi Chai, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. This broadcast is sponsored by you. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers. For you, the viewers. Your subscriptions allow me to maintain my editorial independence. All right. So yeah. No Kings protests all around the country. IRL from the protests. Minnesota lawmakers targeted, killed in political assassination. Trump. You are weird? Wait, why am I weird? Trump military parade. Amidst the chaos. Did you get your press pass? No. We have an early but not fully verified ID on the shooter in Minnesota. We'll get to that. We'll get to the shooter in Minnesota. I don't know what kind of information has been revealed so far, but no Kings protests all around the country. IRL from the protests. Minnesota lawmakers targeted and killed in political assassination. Trump military parade amidst the chaos. Iran x Israel. Bombings continue. And more. Get in now. Okay. Do you think the parade is because he knew Israel would strike? No. No. The reason why the parade is happening on the day that it's happening is because he wanted to do a military parade for his birthday. He wanted to do a military parade last time he was president too. But this time he's got more motion, so he just chose to do it. If anything, the Israel ruining his birthday parade is an unfortunate consequence for Donald Trump. But it's not even just Israel. It's like the No Kings protests that are happening. Like, this is a full front, multiple front war at this point, a war of attrition. Are you allowed to summarize a manifesto? Yeah, I can't show you the full manifesto unless it's like being shown in the media, obviously, but I can give you some notes from the manifesto. I don't want to get fucking banned. I know it's a stupid ass thing that Twitch enforces, so. Yeah. I don't know if you talked about this already, but the Japanese government is very upset and has directly condemned Israel for the attack on Iran. Yeah, I'll just summarize it. So, Apparently, Minnesota organizers are pushing forward with the No Kings protest. Yeah, as far as I understand, I mean, I'm on the No Kings website on purpose for this reason. But yeah, we're blasted off. We're getting started. Okay, so earlier today, Minnesota lawmakers were targeted in what is being called by authorities targeted political violence. A manhunt is now underway for the gunman who was impersonating a police officer. Minnesota lawmaker Melissa Hortman was killed. State Senator John Hoffman was wounded in this targeted political violence. A Minnesota state representative and her husband were shot and killed, and a state senator and his wife were shot and wounded in an act of targeted political violence at their homes on Saturday, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz said. And because of that, the No Kings event in Northeast Minneapolis had been canceled due to a shelter-in-place order following this politically motivated shooting of 2 elected officials. They're Democrats, by the way, and apparently the manifesto, the shooter had a cop car, like a fake cop car, was dressed up like a fake cop, and I don't know. It's a very suspicious. It's a very suspicious situation. Obviously, a horrible political violent act, but. State Representative Melissa Hortman, a Democrat, and her husband were shot. Hortman, formerly the Speaker of the Minnesota House of Representatives, was a formidable public servant, the governor said of his friend. She is irreplaceable. State Senator John Hoffman, a Democrat, and his wife were both shot multiple times and underwent surgery. We're cautiously optimistic they will survive this assassination attempt, Walz said. The 2 shooting locations are a few miles away from each other in Champlin and Brooklyn Park, just north of Minneapolis. Hortman and his wife were shot around 2 a.m. in Champlin. Superintendent of the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, Drew Evans, said. After Hoffman was shot, officers were heading to proactively check on Hortman when they encountered the suspect at Hortman's home at around 3:35 a.m., Evans said. The officers found a person who was dressed as a police officer wearing a vest and a badge with a taser and other equipment at the door coming out of Hortman's house. The suspect fired at the officers. Gunshots were exchanged, and the suspect was able to escape and flee on foot. The suspect's vehicle, which looked like a police vehicle, including police lights, was in Hortman's driveway. This is why I'm saying it's like incredibly suspicious. Was this an off-duty cop? Was this actually a cop? Was this like, how does he have so much police gear? Obviously, you can buy a lot of police gear, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. How was he able to escape? It's just like shocking events unfolding in Minnesota amidst this nationwide protest movement that's also astroturfed. So everything is messed up, and I'm here to obviously parse through it all for you and try to explain all of it to you, regardless of all the chaos, as always, as is my job. He apparently had a list. The shooter apparently had a list of possible targets that were retrieved from the suspect's vehicle. The list named Hortman and Hoffman. The list also included dozens of other Democrats from Minnesota, including Governor Walz, Representative Ilhan Omar, Tina Smith, and Attorney General Keith Ellison, according to law enforcement sources familiar with the matter. Law enforcement officials are looking into whether the suspect may have been motivated by extreme views on abortion, the sources said. Security resources have been dispatched to protect those people named on the list. The Capitol Police has said it's working with our federal, state, and local partners. President Donald Trump has been briefed on the shooting and said such horrific violence will not be tolerated. This is what people are claiming as a suspect. Not entirely certain, unless there is like already an official, an official extreme views like the right to have one. What? No. Why would... Yeah, dude. Famously, people who want to give women the right to have bodily autonomy are always gadded up, murdering fucking Democratic congresspersons. Like, what are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, yeah, we don't know who the suspect is yet. There is no, that's like what people, there's a lot of misinformation flying around. Obviously, in normal circumstances, we don't cover breaking news like this. But the reason why the reason why I'm bringing this up and giving you what the actual information that is like readily available in the media is because there is obviously a motive developing from the clues that the police have actually revealed about this person. There's obviously some suspicious aspects of this already, but as is the case with all breaking news online, one of the primary functions that I serve here is to look through all of the misinformation that is being disseminated by politically motivated actors that have no interest in telling you the truth whatsoever and have every interest in turning into this turning this into a political football. And the reason why I'm covering this right now is because like there's information out there where people are saying, oh, he had a No Kings flyer in his car. There's been no real information about this as far as I know from mainstream resources. People are claiming that he was a left-wing extremist, for example. Again, doesn't make sense when compared to who his targets were. Why would a fucking left-wing extremist try to kill Ilhan Omar, for example? That is the information. Thank you for the 50 gifted. Bye, Rise. Yeah, it's just the notion that like this is a left-wing extremist doesn't make a lot of sense because it doesn't make a lot of sense because like Ilhan Omar would not be a target, you know? CNN posted the flyers. Yeah, if you go to the official Twitter feed about this and the top post of right-wing lunatic suggesting this guy was a liberal assassin hired to execute a state rep for an uncontroversial vote and that Mel knew she was in danger based on a TV interview she gave yesterday. People have fucking lost their minds. Given the targeted shootings of state lawmakers overnight, we are asking the public to not attend today's planned demonstrations across Minnesota at an abundance of caution. The photo is of flyers inside the vehicle. This is not flyers. These aren't flyers. Like, this is, again, it adds to the fucking fakeness. It adds to the suspiciousness, okay? Do you understand? Like, every part of this is so nutty. Anyway. Motherfucker drew that on paper and called it a day. Yeah. The list included U.S. Representative Ilhan Omar and U.S. Senator Tina Smith. Governor Tim Walz was on the list. In addition to Attorney General Keith Ellison, dozens of other Democrats from Minnesota were also included suspects on the list. This is what the law enforcement information revealed. So the idea that this guy is like a fucking left-wing lunatic who also simultaneously wanted to go to the No Kings protest and wanted to participate in the No Kings protest and was like anti-Trump but also anti-Ilhan Omar is fucking psychotic. Okay? Ilhan Omar is the most left-wing congressperson in the country. Like, literally, she is the most left-wing congressperson in the country. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, Attorney General Pam Bondi said she's closely monitoring the situation. House Speaker Mike Johnson also condemned the violence, said every leader must unequivocally condemn it. Democratic National Committee Chair Ken Martin, formerly the Minnesota Democratic Party Chair, said he's friends with both Hoffman and Hortman. Speaker Hortman was a leader in every sense of the word, from ushering in free lunch for our kids to protecting women's rights and reproductive care to standing up for Minnesota families, Martin said in a statement. Melissa was also a close friend whom I've known since the very start of her political career. She was someone I personally relied on for advice, counsel, and friendship. I am beyond words. As I said many times when I introduced her at events, she is the very best Speaker of the House that Minnesota has ever had. This senseless violence must end. These heinous murders are a reflection of the extremism and political violence that have been fomented in our country. Martin said, today we recommit ourselves to fight harder for the values that Melissa and Mark embodied, building a kinder, more just, and loving world. If this murderer thinks we will be silenced, he is wrong. With the manhunt ongoing, police are urging community members to be cautious. Brooklyn Park is under a shelter-in-place order. Police warned if an officer comes to your door, call 911 to confirm that the officer is supposed to be there. Police are asking that no one open their door to a lone police officer, the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office said. Licensed officers are working in pairs. Walz warned, out of an abundance of caution, Minnesota should not attend any political rallies until the suspect is caught. So this is the last update from this situation. That's why the No Kings event in Northeast Minneapolis had been canceled. And I guess it's partially because, given the targeted shootings of the state lawmakers overnight, we're asking the public not to attend today's planned demonstrations across Minnesota out of an abundance of caution, said the official Twitter account for the Minnesota State Patrol. But this seems so stupid. You know what I mean? Like this, like the fact that he had this in the car, I don't know what his plan was. Maybe he wanted to like do a mass shooting at the protest or something. Local news has a suspect. Breaking KSTP. Okay. Sources tell Associated Press 57-year-old Vance Belter is sought in connection with the targeted attacks on House Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman and Senator John Hoffman and their spouses. So this is now there is confirmation of the director of security patrols for the Praetorian Guard security services. No wonder how he had police level gear. He might have had, this is if he is a residential armed home security licensed by the state of Minnesota. I suspect that is the reason why he had a cop car and was dressed in cop gear. These guys oftentimes will hire cops, off-duty cops, or even or even are cops themselves. So that makes a lot more sense now. All of a sudden, things are falling into place. But yeah, they also like the LARP as well. Here's the AP article. Officials tell AP they are searching for a 57-year-old man in shooting two Minnesota lawmakers. All right, go after it. Now this is where we unleash Chat CIA, and you guys can send me all information that you have about this. Dude, I really need you to talk to me a bit. Please read what I said. Please read what I said. Dude, I'm watching the stream from Tehran, bro. I'm watching the stream from Tehran. Do you have any advice? Bro, I swear to God, HasanAbi heads are fucking universal, dude. HasanAbi heads are universal. Motherfucker could be in Iran and will still be like, bro, you have to read what I am saying. What advice can I give you, big dog? Like, be safe, you know? What fucking advice can I give you? Like, what do you think I can do for you in this circumstance? Let me call up Tel Aviv real quick. Like, what do you mean? I wish I could do more. I wish I could protect you. I'm not lying, I swear. Bro, I believe you. There's hella fucking chatters from Iran that tune in. I know. Brother, I know. You are not the only one in here. Stop saying check logs. What? Oh, it's already been deleted. Whatever this was. Stock on essential pack and emergency bag with your papers is the advice. I don't even know how that would work. All right, so this is the guy, or this is the suspect for the time being. Dr. Vance Belter has been involved in security situations in Eastern Europe, Africa, North America, and Middle East, including the West Bank, Southern Lebanon, and Gaza Strip. He brings a great security aspect forged by both many on-the-ground experiences combined with training by both private security firms and by people in the U.S. military. He's worked for the largest U.S. oil refining company, the world's largest food company based in Switzerland, and the world's largest convenience retailer based in Japan. Vance has focused all his experience to make sure Praetorian Guard Security Services covers the... Dude, what the fuck? Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to keep it $150. This is very, very, very strange. Okay? The background of this dude is so Fed-coded. Okay? Like, obviously, in the United States of America, when a fucking act of political violence or any kind of violence takes place, my immediate inclination is not like, what is going on here? This is federal. This seems federal. I would never say that because violence is a part of the core identity of Americans. Gun violence, in particular, assassinations, and even political violence, oftentimes is a thing that obviously happens almost indiscriminately sometimes. Ironic because I'm saying political violence, which is targeted, obviously. Even then, you can have like the guy who shot Trump, for example, the guy who shot Trump in the ear, like his background makes no fucking sense. But this is a truly, I never saw her say shit about Palestine, so fuck her. Okay, that's a ban. Thank you for that. 10-month subscriber. Have a good one. That's the most psychotic thing to say in this situation. Wow, that's cool. Anyway, apparently, yeah, he had a company in Congo, but like it's not showing anymore. Like I heard that in the chat as well. He has a LinkedIn. Apparently, he used to be a manager of 7-Eleven not that long ago. What? This is probably not his LinkedIn, chatter. What are you talking about? This doesn't show the director of security patrols at all. Got interviewed by Telemundo and ATL. Might get some airtime with the merch. Hell yeah. Here's that bio that got nuked. Screenshot it. Thank you. Dr. Vance Belter, EDD, CEO of Red Line Group. Oh, okay. Maybe you're right. Maybe this LinkedIn is correct then. Dr. Vance Belter, EDD, is the CEO of Red Line Group based in the Democratic Republic of Congo. He's also the CEO of the Praetorian Guard Security Services based in Minnesota. Not sure why his LinkedIn doesn't reflect the Praetorian Guard Group. His LinkedIn doesn't have it. But, I mean, this dude is a merc. Dr. Belter majored in international relations for his undergraduate degree at St. Cloud State University, Minnesota. He holds his Master's of Science and Management degree and doctorate in leadership for the advancement of learning and service from Cardinal Stritch University in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Dr. Belter, is he a Boer? Is he like fucking initially South African or something? What is this fucking last name? Dr. Belter has worked full-time for some of the largest companies in their field, such as Nestle, Del Monte, Tesoro, Marathon Speedway. Like, for the record, for those of you who don't know, okay? For those of you who don't know, this type of security contracting is basically Pinkerton shit. So when someone says like, oh, this guy works for Nestle, okay? When someone says like, oh, this guy's worked with a lot of, high profile clients, like this is, when he says Nestle and he's in Africa, he's like, I don't know, securing the mines or maybe even in certain circumstances, like engaging in political instability at the behest of a company that is beneficial for whichever company he's working for. Okay. This is not like, this is the background and profile of a mercenary through and through. The link is still working. Oh, now it's working. It wasn't, it was hitting me with a 404 before. Minnesota Africans United. Nestle, Del Monte, Tesoro, Marathon Speedway, 7-Eleven. He's worked in operations, technical services, quality services, continuous improvement. Dr. Belter's experience in Eastern Europe, the Middle East, Africa. He currently lives in Minnesota with his wife, Jenny, and their children. Like, there's something very suspicious about his background. I am losing my mind on right-wingers online. The whole Twitter sphere and right-wing podcast groups are trying to sweep this mercenary history under the rug, force deletions of his history, and are pushing that he's a lefty because Waltz appointed him to a business council 6 years ago. That's a talking point. That's the talking point, so you know. Yeah, this is... Yeah, I mean, this is very Fed-coded. But also, given the profile and also given the targets that he went after, anyone trying to say this is like a fucking extreme leftist is a fucking insane person. I don't know what else to say about it beyond the fact that he wanted to assassinate the fucking governor. Like, New York Post is running with, well, the governor, Tim Walz, He's in this article from 2018 as a rep from the Marathon, the oil company. Congolese ambassador welcomed in Worthington. Vance Belter, representing the oil refinery and convenience store chain Marathon Petroleum Corp., suggested approximately 20 businesses in the state team up and train Congolese workers in a variety of occupations. Then, after 7 years, for example, those citizens could return to the DRC and use their experience to launch prosperous businesses in their home nation. This is info including his likes online. Breaking, Vance Luther Belter has been reported to be a suspect in the murder of Minnesota politicians. There's disinformation about his political leanings. He is not far left. Don't let them seize this narrative. Not today. I mean, dude, just show this, bro. Just show this fucking photo. That's it. That's all you need to know about this motherfucker's political associations, okay? Look at the high and tight. This is the most cop haircut you could ever arrive at. Like, what are we talking about? He was dressed as a cop. He has police gear. He owns and runs a fucking private security contracting group called the Praetorian Guard. He was trying to kill Ilhan Omar and Tim Walz, and you got the motherfucking New York Post still running along with this narrative that, like, because Tim Walz posted him up. Yeah, this is the fucking logo for a security company. Yeah, the security company that features him as the director of security patrols and what appears to be his wife as CEO specifically lists that they use police-type vehicles. It's notable that Facebook took down the leaked suspect's page immediately. Guy has a background in providing security services in Africa. His wife recently liked an event post for an alternative prom held for Christian homeschooled kids that started with a senior prayer blessing. And it's crazy that, like, Minnesota's Eric Prince, exactly, is being presented as a fucking left-wing lunatic by, I guess, New York Post. The vehicle shown on a news report looks similar to this, but it didn't have the logo. The emergency lights are orange, not blue-red. Pretty sure this guy with the full kit in the third photo is Vance. It's interesting. The training manager worked with the FBI previously. Todd, security training manager, brings many years of security experience and training management to our team. He's a retired undercover officer, having served our communities rigorously. He also has experience working alongside many government agencies, such as the FBI. That is the company's security management guy. I mean, this has the makings of a very weird situation. His name is part of a security company as well. What is this? Center of Evangelique Francophone Le Born Matadi. Unity in the body of Christ. Wait, who is this? Is this him? Doing Sunday servings? Sunday services? All the sermons of Vance Belter. If you want to know why a Democratic senator and a representative in Minnesota were shot, it might have something to do with the fact that their deaths would end the Democratic majorities in both chambers. That is crazy. I mean, yeah, I didn't even think about that. Dude, this is some wild shit, man. I mean, there is a lot of weird oddity taking place here with the background of the suspect. If this is the suspect, because the police and the Associated Press is now revealing this information that he is the suspect. and the cops are right that he is the suspect. And it makes sense given all of the other information that we do know about the situation, having like a police cruiser, having police gear. Because remember, these licensed security companies often work with cops and have the same license that cops have to get cop gear. Okay. I don't know how it is in the state of Minnesota, but he could have just like, but a guy who worked for oil companies in Congo, worked for food companies around the country, turning around and doing a targeted political assassination of Democrat lawmakers. I mean, this is definitely a very, very, very strange
update on the situation here in Minnesota. You're going to be joined by Commissioner Bob Jacobson, BCA Superintendent Drew Evans, State Patrol Colonel Christina Bogoyevich, Champlain Park Police Chief Snyder, and Brooklyn Park Police Chief.
Yeah, the cops also let him, like, they didn't let him go, but they apparently there was a shootout. There was a shootout. Gunshots were exchanged, and he was able to get away. Now there is a manhunt going around, and this is the background of the guy. Not just any Democrat lawmakers, but the few Democrat politicians who actually were willing to stand up and make changes. No, I mean, it's Minnesota. The Minnesota state legislature is very famously, the Democrats in the Minnesota state legislature are very famously a lot more radical, I guess, and a lot better for the entire state than the rest of the National Democratic Party. I have routinely talked about how awesome they are, using the narrow majority that they've had, the one-person majority that they've had in the state, to put forth a lot of good propositions that improved Minnesotan lives with regular frequency. Let's tune into CNN Live, see what they're covering. They'll have probably some better updates right now than Tim Walz's statement, I assume. But the search for the shooter is underway at this point.
People getting into the community, getting active, they would start at her house. I remember being in her house. We would go out into the community and knock on doors, hand out pamphlets. And so she was always embracing people as part of democracy and not being fearful. And then I'll tell you, as someone who's seen her in negotiating rooms at the Capitol, she had a backbone of steel. She was not afraid of anybody or anything. She was always interested in doing the right thing, but she was always interested in doing it the right way as well. And so she would be engaging the other side on important issues. And so I don't think fear was ever at the forefront of her mind.
It certainly looked like she was very focused on her path as a political leader from a very early start. As a graduate, you know, in her
It's been a pleasure watching you from Iran. Your content would always light up my day. Brother, don't talk like you're going to fucking die, all right? You're going to be safe. Just be safe. Shelter.
Senators Al Gore, as well as John Kerry. It seems like, you know, this path of being in politics was something she always wanted to do. Talk to me about, you know, perhaps your admiration for, you know, her path, being steadfast and being an advocate for so much and for so many.
She's just an amazing spirit, an amazing human. You know, she ran actually the first couple of times and lost. You know, many people may have been dissuaded from politics. If you run, you lose. She was committed, so she kept running. And eventually she won a seat in the Minnesota House. And from there, it was obvious that she was a rising star in the caucus and that someday she would eventually be speaker. I just remember her ability. She was funny. She was so smart, kind, and she didn't take herself too seriously. You know, so many people get into politics to be somebody. That wasn't her. She was getting into politics to make a difference. And I think that her story, her trajectory, her rise to power in the Minnesota House is just evidence of her commitment to public service and making an impact.
Clearly, she made an impact in a lot of ways, not just politically. She was a wife. Now she and her husband killed in this overnight shooting, her husband, Mark, and they're parents of 2 children. What can you tell me, you know, about their family?
super close family. I know she loves dogs. She loves her dog. They were close to a golf course. They're just a really tight-knit family. I remember being at their house, launching door knocks and talking to Mark. And just, she loved the Capitol. She loved that work, but it was very clear she loved her.
This is the shooter from that website that we were just looking at, the church website. Les Puissances de la Joie, the Francophone Evangelical, I guess, church. I think this is in the Congo, right, or something. This is him speaking at a Sunday service, one of the many Sunday services that he was a part of. But yeah, this is it. Yeah, all the sermons that he participated in. February 12th, 2023. Suspect. This is the suspect. Suspected shooter.
And they have sometimes a warm-up performer or a warm-up band before the big performance.
Généralement, ils ont le lever des rideaux et puis la star va venir après.
And I feel like I'm the warm-up band for McNay.
Non, moi je sens que je suis comme le lever des rideaux pour McNay. Moi je dis non. Pas du tout.
Can we pray one more time?
Mods, ban every single fucking dumb fuck in the chat that is most likely a federal agent themselves that try to be like, fuck this person. Like, they said nothing about Palestine. Like, this is very clearly a religious extremist right-wing terrorist that assassinated left-wing politicians, including wanted to attempt to assassinate Ilhan fucking Omar. And there are actual morons in the chat that are like, nah, dude, this guy's actually a radical lefty. It's like, dude, come on. Okay, suck my fucking dick. All right? Suck my fucking dick. Get your stupid ass, federal agent ass out of my fucking chat. Okay? Clap them. Clap them. He worked for a security company that did security in Gaza. They worked in fucking Gaza too. Where do you get this? He worked in the West Bank and Gaza. So many Twitter grifters trying to run with the lefty narrative. Yeah. And the deleted bio you just read. The evangelicals in the Congo, like the Amazon in Brazil, have been staging government control in the name of Pentecostalism and modern colonialism. Oh, I read it. Wait, it said Gaza? Where? I didn't see that. On the site you just closed. Oh, America, Middle East, including the West Bank, Southern Lebanon, and the Gaza Strip. Okay, this is makes sense. Got it. On the leadership bio. The far left is murderously violent. Elon Musk already running with the fucking narrative. Again. Look. You see this? You edited your post by saying left to far left. He went from the left is murderously violent, and now he's saying the far left is murderously violent. Again, this guy who runs one of the major social media platforms, the wealthiest fucking billionaire on the planet, is quite literally using the platform that he has and the opportunity he has to fucking do fake propaganda. I cannot begin to explain to you how dangerous this is. This is completely psychotic, and so many people are going to run with this narrative despite the fact that this dude, this fucking merc, had a hit list of who killed Democratic lawmakers. Who runs a private security firm. Who killed Democratic lawmakers who you made it to yeet Twitter. What? That's a perma. Like we're over here covering fucking real-time breaking news and going through the misinformation that's being spread by some of the most powerful people in the world. And you think I give a fuck about whatever some dumb fucking stalker has to say about shit? What are you, stupid? Some dumb fuck 17-year-old stalker online? Give me a break. I don't think they will run with it for long. Pretty fucking obvious. It's like even for Republicans, I know. Thought you didn't cover breaking news? No, I don't. The only instance where I actually go through an unfolding situation is when there is reliable information that has come out, like a suspect's name from the police or from the Associated Press. And the only reason why I go through it is to do exactly what I'm doing right now, which is to parse through the misinformation landscape. Okay? Like, when events like this unfold, there are a lot of people that rush. There are a lot of people that rush to the internet and just fucking lie as quickly as possible. Because if you're first to market with a lie that doesn't even make any sense whatsoever, like you look at the situation, you're like, wait a minute. So you're saying this is a far leftist who worked with cops, who fucking shot like Democratic lawmakers and wanted to kill Ilhan Omar and shit? Like, what? That doesn't make any sense at all. But it doesn't matter because Republicans are very stupid. Okay. So this kind of misinformation runs rampant, especially on Twitter. So yeah, a part of my job is to go through this stuff and to identify the misinformation and try to stamp it out as quickly as possible in an effort not to let it catch fire. Where'd you get the info that he wanted to kill Ilhan? Ilhan Omar, Governor Tim Walz, and other Democrats were also on his hit list. This is from the police. This evangelical merc who runs a private security firm who killed Democratic lawmakers and had Ilhan Omar and Tim Walz on his hit list, according to the police. But that hasn't from lying on his own social. Dangerous. Who killed Democratic lawmakers and had Ilhan Omar and Tim Walz on his hit list, according to the police, is most likely not 11 years old about that. Yeah. Has this been the craziest news week you've ever covered? Maybe. Apparently he's a director for the security service too. I know, chatter. We already covered that. I'd imagine this immediate narrative building will backfire pretty quick. A lot of normies are seeing this administration as increasingly violent, and this will 100% be seen as an attack on the left. Yes and no. So the reason why I say yes and no is because Elon will most likely delete this, by the way. He will most likely delete this. But he's done this before. He did this with the David DePipe assassination attempt. When he went after Nancy Pelosi's husband, Elon literally went with he was a gay lover narrative very quickly. And he posted like some random AI article to justify his ridiculous theory. right? And I think he's going to keep doing that. He's going to keep doing that, and he's just going to delete it eventually when people bully him enough. But this kind of stuff can be incredibly dangerous. One of the examples I'll give you is like all of the fake shit that ran rampant after the stabbing that took place in the UK. Like, remember, they literally tried to do pogroms against Muslims and immigrants in general. They tried to light a hotel where migrants were staying on fire. So there's that aspect of it. Like that, there's that aspect of the danger in terms of like quick misinformation, rapid fire misinformation. And the other side of the story is that a lot of people, once they get this kind of information from a position of authority like Elon, unfortunately, they do see Elon as a position of authority. He owns a social media company. He's the richest person on the planet. And there are plenty of people who love him. When they get this information, they just shut out all other information. They don't even see when Elon inevitably corrects himself or deletes the post, and they just run with that. It's over. Like, there will be tens of thousands of people that will see this, and they will see all of the right-wing sentiment that's being parroted online, and they'll just go, there it is. Once again, the far right being fucking violent again. Or, sorry, the far left. I said far right. They'll say, there it is. The far left is being violent again. Hell yeah. And then that's it. They will never actually learn the truth. They won't care about learning the truth. They will never learn the truth. They will just keep going with this false information. A man dressed up as a cop is going door to door in Minnesota shooting DFL politicians and their families with ICE, DHS, etc. wearing masks and not showing ID while kidnapping people. How are people supposed to act towards someone who approaches them claiming to be law enforcement? Is a great question as well. How are you supposed to know if you're being legitimately kidnapped or if the victim of a crime? How are you supposed to let someone detain or hurt? There's also some information from actual fucking ICE agents, I believe, that like tried to kidnap children as well. Like, there's so much of this is something that I try to explain to people all the time. When the law breaks down and when the law is behaving in a lawless manner, there's like enough opportunists who also take advantage of the situation and the instability. The social contract is ripped apart when people can no longer even have the shred of trust that they previously had for these institutions that are supposed to defend them, that are supposed to protect them and see them as a threat. It's over. Okay. A lot of governance relies on confidence. It's held together with ticker tape. The confidence that you know that you will be protected in a court of law. You know that you will have your day in court, for example. When the federal government says no more due process, all of a sudden that confidence goes away. And the more that confidence erodes, the more people say, I have to take matters into my own hands. I have to defend myself. And that causes chaos. That causes anarchy. That causes instability. This is the reason why the government is supposed to maintain at least some kind of institutional credibility. And Donald Trump eroding that right now is going to have very dangerous and very negative consequences in the short term, as well as certainly in the long term. Okay. How the fudge can you defend these far leftists and do a whataboutism? 2 innocent people lost their lives and you're oblivious to that? Wait, what? You're fucking joking, right? Far lefties? You think an evangelical pastor that worked security contracts in Africa that runs a fucking security agency that went and killed Democratic lawmakers is a far leftist violent assassin? That's what you are thinking. Like a far leftist violent assassin is trying to kill Ilhan Omar and Tim Walz. That's incredible. There you go, chatters. You were wondering why this kind of misinformation is important to immediately stamp out before it is disseminated. And here it is. Here it is. This is a 2012 account, of course, as always. Running with this fucking idiotic narrative, following me for 6 fucking years, by the way. They're not very bright. I know, but because there's not, here's the problem. Just saying that they're not very bright doesn't mean anything when the overwhelming majority of people are also not very bright. And there are a lot of opportunists out there who are at least a little bit smarter than these dumbasses are, who are taking advantage of their stupidity or are just as dumb but have major platforms and are just like spreading very quickly just complete misinformation, and it reaches their brain and their brains are fucking cooked, their brains are perma-fried, and that's it. That's all it takes. All it takes for a lot of these people is just like someone said something that corresponds to my own preconceived biases, and I'm going to fucking run with that misinfo. Yes, I know the suspect worked for the Minnesota government. I know. Tim Walz announced appointments to the governor's workforce development board. That's why they're saying this guy is a leftist, by the way, because Tim Walz appointed him, not realizing that these guys in the small business bureau, okay, or in positions like that, oftentimes are fucking right-wing to far right, and they still get appointed to these positions. Like liberal Democratic Party appointments, especially for like Chamber of Commerce style positions, will always be like right-wing. It doesn't matter. Obama appointed Tom Homan. Is Tom Homan a fucking leftist? Tom Homan, the current border czar. Is he a leftist? Are you guys stupid? Obama also got gave him Tom Homan receives 2015 Presidential Rank Award. Here it is. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Executive Associate Director of ICE Enforcement and Removal Operations, Thomas D. Homan, was one of 3 Department of Homeland Security career executives who received the 2015 Presidential Rank Award for Distinguished Service. Obama gave him an award. Is he a leftist? Is Obama a fucking leftist? You say that sarcastic, but right-wingers are dumb enough to make that argument? I don't know. I don't think so, because they like Tom Homan and they hate Obama. This is my primary purpose, okay? When events like this unfold and people are rushing to disseminate misinformation in real time, my job is to go through the verified information that has been released and parse through the details and try to stamp out a lot of the fake narratives that obviously even people like fucking Elon Musk are presenting. Anyway, here, blast this out. They're already convinced he's a lefty. It's over. It's not. It's fucking ridiculous. He tried to kill Democratic congresspersons, man. Stop. Even the normie Republicans are obviously going to look at this and be like, I don't know if he was a leftist. I don't know what these guys are saying. Why didn't I see you on early? I'm confused. Was or wasn't he a lefty? No, he wasn't. Why the fuck are people saying he was a lefty? What are you guys saying? He wanted to fucking kill Ilhan Omar. Democrat far left. Words have no meaning anymore for right wingers. Okay, but he killed Democrats, man. Ay, ay, ay. What a fucking crazy situation. They haven't caught him yet. They have not caught him yet. Yeah, this is where it's coming from. Face of a madman. Former appointee of Tim Walz sought in deadly shooting a Minnesota lawmaker. Her husband had no Kings flyers in car. New York Post came out and instantly tried to find anything they could to try to like loosely associate him with the fucking left. He wanted to kill Tim Walz, dude. Isn't that fucking insane? Like, how can you make this argument? Like, Tim Walz was one of his assassination targets. Yeah, reports the police are looking into extreme views on abortion as possible motive. And also on top of that, he killed Democrats, including wanting to kill on his hit list a bunch of other Minnesota Democrats, including but not limited to Ilhan Omar and Tim Walz. I don't understand how people are running along with this fucking psychotic narrative. I think this is incredibly dangerous misinformation, and getting ahead of it is very important, but I don't even know if there's any way to get ahead of it. Like, you can have someone be like, you can have someone literally be like, I'm a fascist and I'm here to kill the far left, which I assume are the loony, radical leftist Democrats, and then successfully kill some people and get apprehended in the process of killing other people that he perceives as far left Democrats. And all it takes is for some dumb fucks to be like, nah, dog, he was Antifa. And everybody runs with it. Everybody runs with it. Go to the official Twitter feed about this, and all the top posts are right-wing lunatics suggesting the guy was a liberal assassin hired to execute a state rep for an uncontroversial vote, and that Mel knew she was in danger based on a TV interview she gave yesterday. Millions and millions of views, post after post saying dead Democrats sounded terrified after voting for free healthcare from illegals. Voting to take free healthcare from illegals? What is the motive? It's like every fucking day there is another right-wing lunatic that goes out and like kills someone, okay? And then every other right-wing lunatic that has the exact same politics of the shooter will go online and talk about how this person was a communist. Look at this. Holy crap. Representative Melissa Hortman sounded absolutely terrified while speaking to the media after she voted no on healthcare for illegals. She was just assassinated this morning. She knew she'd end up as a target in one form or another. Charlie Kirk, chilling.
Hurt by that vote. And we worked very hard to try to get a budget deal that wouldn't include that provision.
Stop spreading misinformation. Hoffman did not vote for ending healthcare for undocumented immigrants. Dude, what are you talking about? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm showing you the prominent narratives that are circulating right now online. The reason why I show misinformation is to stop it from spreading, so that the 54,000 people in here, when they encounter this misinformation in the wild, when your fucking parents present this to you as though it's like what the reality is, you are well equipped to turn back around and say, hey, I don't think this is correct. Do you understand?
I know.
That is the purpose. That is my job. I suspect that this wasn't like a This is a budget bill. And part of that budget bill that they worked on, I assume, was to deny, was not to expand healthcare to undocumented migrants in the state, right? That's probably what they're talking about. I don't know the exact details, but immediately through critical thinking, fuck you, lobbyist scumbag. What are you guys talking about? What do you mean lobbyist, piece of shit? Fuck you, lobbyist, piece of shit. What? I cannot believe that it's like some of the replies to your tweets are unhinged. Violence is a tool of the left. It's never been condoned or encouraged by the right. Yes, it happens. Crazy and evil are everywhere, but the only one side speaks about nonsense and people must be stopped at all costs. Only one side condones rioting and bailing out rioters. What the fuck are you talking about? This is a right-wing guy who did a fucking political assassination. She is quite literally talking about how she's upset that in the budget bill that had to be passed, that one of the concessions was denying healthcare coverage or denying an expansion of healthcare to undocumented migrants. And they're making it seem as though she actually voted against like giving healthcare to undocumented migrants deliberately, directly, and she was terrified. Fuck. My alerts are busted again. I hate this. I hate this so much. I don't know why it keeps happening. I'm so annoyed. Okay. No, the bill cut out funding for undocumented immigrants. We were forced to cut it out. That's what I'm saying. That was my speculation. Please delete your donation OBS scenes. That's why it's happening. What are you talking about? I know why it's happening. One of my alerts is broken. And when that alert plays, the OBS donations get busted. Like the OBS alerts get busted for a while. Because the gray bars are on. The gray bars are both on the gifted alerts that I have, which is separate up top, and the immediate alert that is like right here. Right there. Okay, when someone subscribes, there is like one alert that just like bricks it for a little bit, and then it's fixed later. Uncash streamer, by the way, 10-year streamer. Wait, let me see. Maybe this will fix it. Nope, it didn't fix it. Okay, well. Bring back banner W. Yeah, also, there's information on the Iran side as well. The Iranian state television announced that Iran will launch devastating strikes on Israel in the next few hours, according to Al Jazeera. So there's that as well. Jesus Christ. Ay, dude. It's craziness all around. Guess who's currently blaming Tim Walz for the escalating violence, by the way? I don't know. But if you say fucking Asmongold, I'm going to lose my mind.
Bruley, as well as the mayor of Brooklyn Park.
I don't care what he has to say. Please stop bringing this dumb fuck up, okay?
Has unfolded in
like, I'm sorry, but if you get your information from that fucking douchebag who doesn't know anything, you're just as stupid. If you're watching him to hate watch, then you're just as stupid. Okay? Please stop bringing this dumb fuck up. Yes, he is also a super spreader of misinformation. Please.
Minnesota. My good friend and colleague, Speaker Melissa Hortman, and her husband Mark were shot and killed early this morning in what appears to be a politically motivated assassination. Our state lost a great leader, and I lost a dearest of friends. Speaker Hortman was someone who served the people of Minnesota with grace, compassion, humor, and a sense of service. She was a formidable public servant.
All right, we're gonna skip Waltz's statements and go to the law
to the communities,
law
the
enforcement.
family, the friends, and everybody that cared about the individuals that were
Bro, even Fox News won't spread.
Today.
The thing is, I don't even think Fox News will spread misinfo on this issue. Like, that's the other thing. Like, the online sphere is way more invested in spreading dangerous misinformation. Like, even Fox News even Fox News tries, at least with their regular daily broadcast programming and not the editorial side, but even fucking Fox News is going to literally explain exactly what took place and won't entertain like psychotic fucking conspiracies like Elon does.
That another call came in when it was officers proactively checking because they knew of the incident that occurred, and they were going to check on Speaker Hortman at that time, at which time Brooklyn Park police officers encountered the individual who immediately fired at them, and they exchanged gunfire, and then the individual was able to escape during that exchange of gunfire. At the residence in Champlin, there was life-saving measures that were provided there. Both individuals were transported, as was previously noted, and they both received surgeries for their injuries at the hospital, and their conditions are at this time, both those individuals, Senator Hoffman and his wife, are both alive at this time, but they suffered gunshot wounds and are obviously in a difficult situation, but we're cautiously optimistic that they will continue to improve. At this time, it is a very active scene still, as you've seen. The Brooklyn Park Police Department, along with other members, the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, State Patrol, FBI, BC, and many others are actively engaged in a manhunt for the individual that we believe is responsible for this. And so we'll be sharing the identity with those individuals as this progresses, but I'm going to caution you, I know there's going to be a ton of interest in this. We're not at the position we can do that as we're actively searching for that individual. Right now, just as noted, we have teams. Hennepin County Sheriff's Office and Champlin are working at the scene there that occurred there. And then we are also, as we're stabilizing this between Brooklyn Park, working on the homicide investigation with Brooklyn Park Police, the BCA, FBI is assisting there as well, and we'll be conducting crime scene investigation there. And then the individuals that were killed will be doing autopsies of those individuals to determine the extent of their injuries and how they passed away. But it was from gunshot wounds. At this time, I will answer questions after Commissioner of Public Safety Bob Jacobson speaks, but we'll be happy to take a few questions.
Thank you, Superintendent Evans. My name is Bob Jacobson. It's my honor to serve as the Commissioner of Public Safety for the state of Minnesota. This is a dark day today for Minnesota and for democracy. But we will not allow fear or violence to define who we are or how we move forward. We will stand together and we will stand strong. Our hearts, of course, go out to the victims, their families, their colleagues at the Capitol, and to the communities that they serve with dedication and with integrity. These are public servants, leaders who committed their lives to improving the lives of others, and they were targeted in a violent and cowardly way.
Oh, here, CNN's talking about the suspect.
Yeah. All right, John Miller, we'll leave it there for now. We'll talk again with you on this. Thank you so much. We'll be right back after this.
Oh, my God. I can't believe it. Right as we were fucking getting somewhere.
Of our uniforms, that our uniforms are meant to represent.
Yeah.
That
There you
betrayal
go.
is
By the way,
deeply
also, as I fucking called it, Minnesota government may have planned to target No Kings protest, police say. Organizers of the protest said all of the planned events in the state were canceled after recommendation from Governor Tim Walz. As I told you, the only reason why the only reason why they would even want to even have those like flyers is most likely to target the fucking protest, not to actually participate in them. There is no rewind on the live CNN broadcast. What are you talking about? This is like TV rip. These ad breaks, and I can't even subscribe with Prime to avoid them. Yeah, there are no ad breaks on the HasanAbi broadcast. This broadcast is brought to you. The Piker Broadcasting Service is brought to you ad-free by viewers for you, the viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, your contributions in the form of a subscription, that is $6 a month, or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime, is all that it takes. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, PBS. For you, the viewers, your subscriptions maintain my editorial independence. They weren't even flyers. It was just a stack of paper with no kings written on them. Seemed like he'd throw it out while doing a car attack. I know. But it also makes it extra strange. It makes it extra strange. It makes it feel like it's like psyop coded, if that makes sense. Like there is a flavor of psyop associated with this. But people are still participating in this. Despite warnings from law enforcement not to attend today's No Kings rally after this morning's shooting of Minnesota lawmakers with a killer on the loose, No Kings rally is happening at the Minnesota State Capitol in St. Paul, which is crazy. Republicans are saying that the dude was a lib because Walz appointed him. I know. Tucker Carlson Network fan account. Alleged No King shooter is a Tim Walz appointee. Vance Luter Belter. This is all it takes for these motherfuckers. That's all it takes. He was trying to kill Tim Walz. The guy was literally trying to kill Tim Walz. And the fucking Republicans are running with this idiotic narrative, dude. I'm losing my mind. At this point, it doesn't even take a psyop. Republicans have basically lost their minds collectively. It is a group of people that are constantly experiencing collective psychosis. And for this group of people consistently hallucinating an alternative reality, it doesn't take much for them to believe stuff. They just make stuff up on their own and then believe it. And it's interesting because I think in previous circumstances, they probably would have said this guy is a psyop from the federal government. Look at his background. Like, his background is clearly Fed coded. Like, this is probably the government, like some rogue FBI woke agent that like set up these assassinations to like criminalize right-wing politics under our brave, beautiful Trump administration. But now they're not even doing that. They're not even entertaining it. They're just literally refusing to reckon with the reality.
He probably put some thought into a backup plan of how do I get away. But without his vehicle, he's going to be on foot unless he's stolen another car, carjacked somebody. And again, that's only
because Republicans are in charge.
If the person
but Matt, right-wing fucking white nationalist mass shootings took place when Republicans were in charge. As a matter of fact, it escalated quite a bit. And Republicans would still say rogue FBI, rogue and woke FBI is trying to undermine the president. 2015, 2016, right-wingers would probably say this is probably a federal operation from some rogue elements within the deep state that's trying to take out our president, trying to make the right wing look crazy and unstable and violent. 2025 right-wingers just basically fantasize about an entirely separate form of reality. Also, I don't know if this is new, the 3 dead in Israel after Iranian strikes, or is it from yesterday's strikes? Like, I'm saying that even that previous consideration is insane, right? Even that previous consideration would be wrong. But it is extra crazy that these guys have devolved into something that doesn't even require any information, and they can stare at information that directly contradicts their hallucinations, look at it dead in the eye, and still go along with, I don't believe it. I think this guy is a loony leftist. Dude, my stepmom literally is saying Newsom deployed the National Guard. You are 1,000% right. Oh, my Lord. I don't know. I don't know what to do here. Like, this is incredible. This is a incredibly insane media landscape and misinformation environment that we're in. Yes, I saw the guy's bio. We already covered it. But yeah, he has worked all around the world as a fucking security contractor. It does not make any sense. What is this? Anadolu agency says Iranian Navy intercepts British destroyer that entered northern Indian Ocean to help guide Israeli missiles towards Iran, according to state-run news agency IRNA. Oh my Lord. Anadolu Agence is basically the AP associate, the AP affiliate for Turkey. So this is credible information. It's still developing, so I don't know. Tow the way. Faux police squad believed to be part of overnight political assassination at Home Speaker. Home of Speaker Hortman has been processed, seen, and now removed. Massive manhunt continues. Let's see what the car looked like, by the way. I want to see. Oh yeah, it's the okay. This is quite literally the Praetorian Guard private security vehicle for sure. They're saying it looks like a cop car because it has it's basically the Praetorian Guard security. No. This is the exact same cars, the squad cars that they have. It's the exact same squad cars that they have for their security patrols. We just looked at it before. It is identical to a cop car. It is identical to a police cruiser. I suspect that those lights are orange instead of the blue and red. It's got a ram bar, dude. Yes. These guys, look at me. Do you see this? The only difference between this Praetorian Guard, this is the company that he is a part of. This is the company that this is his wife, who's the president and CEO. This is Vance, who's the director of security patrols. This is the alleged shooter. This is the suspect, right? Okay. Walk with me here. Here is their vehicle. The only difference between this and that one is that this doesn't have the wrap. That's it. He just took off the wrap or never put on the wrap on that one car. Oh, the metal texture in the text livery is photoshopped on it? Oh, okay. No lights, but obviously old photo. No, the lights that this one has are probably also orange lights as well. I don't know if this had a fake police plate on it too, but Iraq requested Iran not to strike U.S. bases in Iraq. Iran said they understood the request. A lot of these guys, remember, security groups like this have almost the identical licenses that cops have, okay? They will often buy auctioned, old, decommissioned police gear, or they literally have police gear from the off-duty cops that they hire, okay? Like, private security of this sort is oftentimes deeply entangled with existing law enforcement, active law enforcement. And you can still purchase the red and blue lights. I don't know if these are red and blue lights. I can't tell, obviously, because the lights are not on. You can still purchase red and blue lights. It's just illegal to have it on your car. But if you're one of those like private security guys, you might have been able to get away with it. You might have been able to get away with it for a while because, you know, you're buddy with all the cops. We have a ton of these fake cop security services around Minneapolis. It's hella confusing who the actual cops are. Yeah. New. Texas authorities have issued an alert saying there's a credible threat towards state legislators attending today's protest at the state capitol. That comes just hours after an assassination in Minnesota and the cancellation of all No Kings protests in the state. Small-faced McDumbfuck running with the narrative that he was a lefty. We've now had a decade of hysterics about fascism and Nazis in America, with the press calling ordinary border enforcement and policing things like ethnic cleansing, white supremacy, and even genocide. In Trump's first term, it led to the congressional baseball shooting targeted at Steve Scalise. This time around, we have Luigi Mangione, and now today's diabolical attack in Minnesota, allegedly by Vance Luther Belter. There are far too many mentally unstable and suggestible people on the left for them to try to recklessly turn up the political temperature every time they lose an election. It is actually kind of alarming that even Charlie Kirk is running with this narrative, especially fucking considering that the targeted assassinations were Democratic lawmakers. Also, Luigi Mangione was under the Biden administration, so I don't know why he brought Luigi Mangione up as well. Luigi Mangione himself was not a leftist either. This is truly shocking, because like Charlie Kirk is the independent media guy, but even he traffics in conspiracies with regular frequency, but he still goes on Fox News and shit. He is direct access. He has direct access to Donald Trump. This report says his list of targets included abortion providers. How can people say this is a leftist? Yeah, Minnesota lawmaker shooting suspect had manifesto with list of name, police say, and the manifesto was targeting Democratic lawmakers, including Ilhan Omar and Tim Walz. Okay, I cannot stress this enough. Ilhan Omar and Tim Walz were a part of the assassination targets. He just got caught because he killed the first Democratic lawmaker and their partner, and then cops were sent to a bunch of Democratic Party lawmakers that are at the state level, and they literally in the process of going to the next house, they caught him there. There was a shootout, and now he's running around. Banwatch, you said the M word. It doesn't matter. This is not the actual manifesto. Guys, the fucking notion that this person is a left-winger is psychotic. Okay? This is insane.
Unfolded in Minnesota. My good friend and colleague, Speaker Melissa and her husband, Mark, were...
Like, can you imagine being Tim Walz right now? You're the fucking governor of Minnesota. Your friends just got assassinated. The assassin is out and about, and you're a part of his targets. You're literally a priority target, and you have the entirety of fucking right-wing media being like, yeah, this guy loved Tim Walz, actually. He loved Tim Walz. Tim Walz probably contracted him because he's a loony leftist. Like, what a fucking insane world that we live in now, dude. Like, this is not about politics, okay? Yes, you can say, Hasan, you're a biased political actor or whatever the fuck, right? Having said that, my commentary on this has nothing to do with politics and everything to do with just the truth, okay? I'm not covering this from the perspective of my political biases. I'm covering this just on what the facts we know so far and what these common narratives look like online and how fucking nutty they have gotten. Assassination implies killed. You saying that is slightly confusing in that regard. Wait, what? Yes. Yes. He assassinated a Democratic congressperson, a Democratic Party congressperson. He did. The other couple, he wounded. The former Speaker of the House for Minnesota was shot and killed. 2 people are dead. 2 people are wounded. Like, this is not even, or not a state legislator, sorry, not a congressperson. I apologize. That is, I mean, you're right. I said that wrong. The photo of the police license plate and the lights were, yeah, okay, see, I told you. The lights are orange and white. Like, this is the security. And I guess the what does this say? Oh, it just says police. This is happening in real time. Oh my God. What is this?
You know them doors weren't locked, right? Why in the hell did I receive a draft letter? Them doors don't even open that way. You could have opened them normal.
Dude, what the fuck are you guys sending me? Spouses, he killed the woman's husband and shot the man's wife. It's disgusting. Yeah. I don't know what this sticker is. I don't know what this... I mean, this isn't like an exceptionally sophisticated operation is what I'm saying. Like, he just fucking put police in the license plate. Like, I don't know what this logo is. It's nothing I've seen so far from any of his like companies that he owns. Oh, those are bullet markings? Marked as evidence sticker? Maybe? I don't know. Looks like a hazard evidence sticker. Okay. Official police vehicles just say police on their plates in Minnesota. Wait, really? I did not know that. A lot of cop cars in Minnesota have license plates that just say police. What the fuck? That's so strange. That's weird as hell, man. Wait, let me look this up. What does it look like? Does it look like that? Minnesota police license plate. Oh, it's like this. That's weird. Yeah, this looks like a printout and not like an official police license plate. But it doesn't matter because it is easy enough. Like it's simple enough to fool someone who is not thinking about it. You know what I mean? I know that's they're going with this idiotic. They're going with this idiotic narrative. By the way, the reason why this is very stupid. Yeah, of course you are panicking. What? That's wild. Yeah, of course you are panicking. What do you mean? Why would I be fucking panicking? Oh, you're saying the victims in that situation are in a panic state or something? Is that what you mean? Anyway, the reason why I think it's idiotic to have police license plates specifically is because of this, because they're so easy to fabricate. Like, what are we doing? The media is complicit in this misinformation by drip feeding everyone bits of nothing. I don't think that that's the case. I think the media is as always, as is the case with like information coming out, drip feeding accurate information to the best of their ability in real time, as opposed to running with fucking fake nonsense and making up their own goddamn minds. The media has a responsibility here. The media has a responsibility to ensure that the information presented is verified by law enforcement authorities. It's fucking crazy to act as though like these guys are supposed to run along with like made up shit. What are you talking about?
To him. But honestly, we've seen it, in ways, for instance, the Butler, Pennsylvania shooter.
Her house.
They're outside the house of the shooter.
President Trump of the situation, and that was.
We've never really been able to identify
this morning.
Kevin and Lindsay, it's Matt in the newsroom once again. I just something that's striking me as we look at this live feed.
Wait, there's movement in the
They're up
house?
over what we believe to be is Belter's family home. Is a family home. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed there near that outbuilding where that armored vehicle is, but there appears to be something like a tree house or a play house or something there in the backyard. We do know that Belter has several children. So this is a family home. He also, we believe, his wife also works at that security company. See the little tree house, little play area, perhaps there by those trees, kind of just below where that SUV is. And so you have a situation where this is a family home. And like you said earlier, as we were speculating what's unfolding here, what we're seeing live is we just don't know if there's anybody here. Perhaps they're making announcements, to stay inside this home. We don't know who might be at this property or if there is no one there. But what is also striking me, as you've been observing here, is the extreme level of caution these law enforcement officials are exercising as they approach this home. Nobody even emerging from those armored vehicles yet to this point. They've been there for, going on 15 minutes now.
That's right. Matt, stay with us. It's easy for you to keep your eye on this for us. We did just get information that there will be a 3 p.m. update from the governor. And again, we're through our reporting, we're finding out that the suspect, Belter, was on a board and was appointed to that board by Governor Walz, and before that by Governor Dayton. Not sure if they even knew each other personally or knew anything about each other, but it'll be interesting to hear from the governor in terms of Belter's past political affiliations.
I mean, he's a right-wing white dude. Immediately when they start talking about the background, when they're profiling the shooter, and they're like, he's a family man. That's how you know. That's how you know he's a right-wing guy. As soon as that's like, there's no better way to fucking identify a shooter's motives and a shooter's like political alignment than watching the fucking media coverage of it. Watching his haircut, media coverage. He's got a family home.
At the same time, on a LinkedIn page, he says, mostly looking to get back into the food business, listing that he's been the manager of a convenience store, worked for a couple of food chains. So he's a little bit professionally all over the map. On the security website, he claims to be an individual who has worked in security overseas in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, in the Middle East, worked with the U.S. military doing training, and yet he is allegedly the person who loaded up what appears to be a vehicle from the security company that looks like a law enforcement car with multiple weapons, a large amount of ammunition, and started targeting Democratic state legislators roughly in the area where he lives. The hit list that was found in the car includes approximately 70 different names, locations, the state legislature's members,
holy shit, that's
the
massive.
lieutenant governor, a number of providers of abortions, medical clinics, various pro-choice groups. So the question is, if he was on his second target when he ran into police, how many of these targets did he intend to keep hitting from those pre-dawn hours on?
Yeah, I mean, it is a haunting question, I think, for so many. And now we look forward as they try to find this person. How difficult is that? Again, considering he has some of this training and has gone so far as to impersonate law enforcement.
Well, I mean, you have a breadth of experience that we have in roughly similar cases. And there are three outcomes that we have become accustomed to seeing. One is he's confronted by law enforcement, and because of his agenda, his manifesto, his need for attention, whatever that may be, he surrenders. The other is that he is confronted by law enforcement and he confronts them. Remember, he's wearing tactical ballistic protection. He's got a tactical vest. He's got whatever weapons he fled with, and they may shoot it out. Or the third version, and we see this often, right, Jessica, where he may have said, I've gotten as far as I'm going to get with this project, and could be found dead from a self-inflicted wound. Those are the kind of typical endings we see in scenarios like this. But at this point, we don't know what that's going to be, because right now, as far as we know, law enforcement knows who he is. But since he was separated from his car, most of his ammunition and the rest of his weapons, and went on the run into the darkness, they may not know where he is.
Right. And assess that threat level, John. I don't want to spread fear by any means, but in terms of the threat level and people's safety, people who are on that list, but also people who live in that neighborhood, how concerned is law enforcement right now about that?
Extraordinarily, because when you break that down to the choices, you know, that also comes in a set of three, which is, can he reach out to someone he knows and trusts and seek refuge with that person? If not, then he's got to rely on either hiding or strangers. So scenario number two is he's lost his vehicle. Can he get to another car, or do we end up in a situation with a carjacking where he tries to take a car? And of course, the third scenario is he can't just be going from backyard to backyard, garage to garage. Does he try to enter a residence? This is precisely why police have said, lock your doors, don't trust anybody. If it appears to be a law enforcement person and they're by themselves, don't.
When are you going to talk about Israel? Very soon. There's also obviously some more updates taking place, Israel-related updates. Iran has said that they are going to have a swift and very violent response. Israel earlier today claimed that they have actually completely destroyed the Iranian anti-air capabilities and have complete air superiority over the Iranian airspace. Not entirely certain whether or not this is accurate, but yeah. Hold on. The Trump also did the war between Iran and Israel should end. Fucking bullshit. Okay. The war between Iran and Israel should end. Okay, who started it? You know, you can end it. You can tell Israel to fucking back down. Fun fact, your Aegis systems can't reload fast enough if Iran sends enough. Can't save for Jordan or the Iron Dome, and bad for Israel. Yeah, I know. The Zionist regime has conducted airstrikes targeting what it believes are Iranian ballistic missile systems and radar installations. However, most of the targets are decoys. Notice how no secondary explosions were observed upon impact. I do not think the Israelis will stop, an Arab diplomat tells me. Hold on. Iran claimed 10 F-35s down. I don't know about all that. But Iran state television is reporting that heavy and destructive retaliatory attacks by Iran against Israel are expected within hours. Okay. It's the president's birthday, and it seems like neither Israel nor Iran give a shit. A senior White House official tells me we cannot prevent what will happen today, but we have the ability to negotiate a nonviolent and successful resolution of the conflict if Iran is willing to do so. The quickest way for Iran to achieve peace is to give up its nuclear weapons program. Israeli media outlet Walla reports White House officials saying what will happen today cannot be prevented without providing further detail. And also, Israel has attacked the largest gas field in the world that is shared by Iran and Qatar. Iran has said if Israel attacked energy, they would do so in return. Remember, this was like the nuclear option. Also, yesterday we covered Trey Yingst actually showing one of the few on the ground media reports that came from a priority strike target. The IDF headquarters was struck. The only reason why we know of this is because of a couple pieces of footage, because Israel currently is shutting down any kind of footage from coming out, and they are demanding on their Telegram channels, the IDF Telegram channels, like military command is saying, do not film any of the fucking strikes, do not show any of the strikes. And Trey Yingst was on the ground, and it pissed off a lot of people in Israel for even showing what took place.
Respondent Trey Yingst has been up all night, is standing by with all the details. Trey, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Laura, following that Israeli attack against Iranian nuclear facilities and top IRGC leadership overnight and into today, the Iranians have responded with 3 waves of ballistic missiles. This is Israel's version of the Pentagon, the Kiryat. And the building on this compound was just hit.
Please go back. Go back, please. Go back, please.
You can understand here, it's very tense at this specific location because the Iranians are now targeting the defense establishment of Israel. And so I'm going to have my cameraman pan up here to this building just across the street from the Kiryat. And so...
Respondent Trey Yingst has been up all night, is standing by with all the details. Trey, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Laura, following that...
Here you go. You know how to work one of those, right? You've done it already, so you're familiar. Yeah. So yeah, Jonathan Concoucrius, who is a former IDF spokesperson, now a senior fellow at Foundation for Defending Democracy, which is, you know, one of the most pro-Israel fucking think tanks out there, says this is disappointing reporting by a serious journalist working for a very serious network. Providing the Iranian regime with live BDA after their attack on Israel is not an international reporter's job. Caution and professionalism are called for. Jonathan Concoucrius got pissed because a international reporter from Fox News was actually doing his fucking job and reporting on the goddamn news, which is ironic because then he shared it as well just to fucking criticize the dude. I don't get it. Don't they want to gain sympathy by showing damage? No, they only want to show like residential buildings if they can. They want to limit the amount. They want to limit the footage that they're showing. They don't want to show any military targets being hit because then it directly contradicts the narrative that like Iran is specifically targeting like military locations or areas where there are IDF anti-missile systems, like anti-missile defense systems. Per protocol, Planet Labs has censored all satellite images covering Israel from today. What? Yeah, Israel does not want to show. I mean, Iran does this too, for the record. Like every country does this. It's just additionally difficult to do in Israel because Israel is a Western aligned, Western adjacent country with a fuck ton of like dual citizens, people who speak English. They just don't want to. They don't want to show the successful strike targets because successful military strike targets because then it's like, well, why was there a military installation in this residential neighborhood, for example? And then all of a sudden, then is Israel using human shields? Is going to be a narrative considering that they use it all the fucking time when they're talking about Hamas, right? So, really makes you think about how we only see military targets hit in Russia and only apartment buildings hit in Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, of course, Russia is also striking both apartments and also military targets as well. You are already in the protests. There's only one king in this country, and his name is LeBron. I agree. Okay, that's great. Israel has asked the United States to join the fight. Breaking. Israel officially requests the U.S. join the ongoing campaign against Iran. Ain't no fucking way. What happened? I thought this was their fucking cross to bear. I thought they were going to do it on their own. I'm shocked. Guys, I am so shocked, I tell you. Shocking. Shocking. Shocking development. No, man, we're good. Hey, I'm going to go ahead and tell you guys right now, officially my statement is fuck no. All right? I'm going to give that a nah, we're good. Hold up. I'm good, thanks. Hard pass. What is this? Images emerge showing Israel's underground hospitals. Trump might leave him out to dry if he has good instincts. Fuck no, dude. Remember, I need you to understand something. Okay? Israel's officially requested the United States join its ongoing operations against Iran, particularly targeting underground nuclear facilities such as the Fordow fuel enrichment plant, which the Israeli Air Force does not have the means to effectively strike without bunker busters like the GBU-57A, BMOP, massive ordnance penetrator. A lot of chatters were saying that Israel has the capabilities because Trump had sent specific weapons that you can mod that they could use. What is this? Hey, Israel, I'm not interested in war with Iran. I'm also not sending my kid to fight it. The end. No one asked you, you piece of shit. John Podhoretz is fucking losing his mind. This is a very bad day for John Podhoretz. Camera is glitching out. I know. It's fine. It happens sometimes. It's not a big deal. I can swap it to this camera if necessary. Okay. But so what is this? AP is streaming the RCA rep in DC right now. Weird.
It means that they are moving to use the power of the government to even more viciously and violently.
What do you mean?
Those who, in reality, are actually discriminated against and oppressed, and those who stand with them and stand in the way.
Okay, wait, hold on. We're doing Israel Palestine right now. We'll get to the No Kings protest. Obviously, I'm going to be heading out there as well, but she keeps bringing up Baba Vakian. Never seen it before. Oh yeah, she's a Revcom then. So Israel is you're way too close, gang. Yeah. Israel asking for American help was always a part of the plan. Israel knows it cannot single-handedly deal with Iran. The issue here is Israel doesn't do shit without America's go-ahead. Israel's actions, no matter how violent, no matter how crazy sounding, okay? All of Israel's actions are done with America's go-ahead and with America's weapons and America's plans. Israel is simply playing a role that America has set out for them, which is precisely the reason why, while the United States of America is already actively involved with the munitions and the targeting systems that it's offering Israel, America is also involved in the defense of Israel, which plays a formative role in obviously how violent Israel can get here. Israel can only behave in this incredibly violent manner against against the Iranian state, a regional power with striking systems, with missiles that could truly do a tremendous amount of damage to the Israeli civilian population and the Israeli military command if they chose to do so. The only reason why they are comfortable making these kinds of violent escalations and even striking Iran to begin with is because they have the knowledge that the United States of America has their back. The United States of America will defend them. And I suspect that the United States of America will most likely also join the battle as well. Okay? I'm worried, but it's not even a getting dragged into this kind of situation, more so that like it's preordained. Did the U.S. not expect Iran to retaliate? Of course they did. Of course they did. Among the first casualties of Israel's attack on Iran were children. Now Israel is striking civilian infrastructure like oil fields. It'd be proportionate for Iran to respond in kind, but the higher they climb the escalation ladder, the more likely it is that the U.S. joins. Israel can only sustain their war on Iran with a constant flow of U.S. weapons, which they're getting. And they know they can't knock out Iran's deeply buried nuclear sites without the U.S. But they also know that if things got bad for them, the U.S. would have to step in. So Israel is goading Iran up the escalation ladder, knowing that the higher they go, the higher chance they can drag the U.S. in to deliver the knockout blow. Israel knows they don't face an existential threat because if it ever got to that point, the U.S. would step in. Iran's nuclear option is, ironically enough, not the deployment of nukes. Iran's nuclear option is to light the oil refineries in the region on fire. Iran has said in the past that if their oil and natural gas capabilities were targeted, then they would respond in kind by lighting the entire Gulf oil refineries on fire. That is their nuclear option. Israel's nuclear option is possibly the nukes that they have, ironically enough, but also American intervention. Israel, knowing that, has targeted Iranian oil and gas fields. If there's one thing you shouldn't miss in this moment, says Omar Badar, political analyst, formerly from Al Jazeera. If there's one thing you shouldn't miss in this moment, is a carefully planned and orchestrated Israeli propaganda campaign aiming to force the U.S. directly to attack Iran. Despite Israel initiating this regime change war of aggression against Iran and killing dozens of Iranian children so far, to say nothing of the 20,000 children they've slaughtered in Gaza, every pro-Israel propagandist is on message repeating a single lie over and over again, that Israel is only going after military targets and claiming that Iran is only killing civilians. The plan forward seems clear. Israel will continue escalating its atrocities against major Iranian population centers and obliterating residential buildings. And when Iran responds in kind, the propagandists and AIPAC-funded politicians will line up to repeat the lie above and apply enormous pressure on Trump to intervene on behalf of Israel and attack Iran directly. We shouldn't be taken for a ride by Israeli propaganda. The problem here is, and what I suspect and what I'm fearful of, is that America has already decided alongside Israel that they will inevitably get involved. Because when Israel started this process, we covered the sentiment that they were using, the narratives that they were using. When Israel struck Iran, they said a couple key words. One, that this is going to be a military operation that will last at least 2 weeks. That is very damning. Okay?
Of the bloc has
Here's
either
CNN.
been
Israel warns Tehran will burn if Iranian strikes continue.
Heavily damaged. This is not too far from Tel Aviv. It's one of the places where these Iranian missiles actually made landfall last night. Several houses completely destroyed. At least one man and one woman were killed. And you could see a lot of Israelis gathering, or as close as they could get to it, by the police cordon to try to sort of strain and get a better look, because the scale of the damage, the devastation, that kind of munition is not something that people here in Israel are used to seeing. It is something that people who live under Israeli bombardment, be it in Gaza or Lebanon or Syria, are very used to seeing. But it's not something that people are used to here. So certainly heightened curiosity, but also heightened anxiety. And that anxiety is being felt not just in Israel, but also, of course, in Iran and across the region. It has just got dark here in the last couple of hours. People bracing themselves, wondering whether we can expect another night of heavy attacks and counterattacks like we saw last night in the wake of this extraordinary escalation, with real fears that at this stage there's nothing really to bring both sides back from the brink. There's no real off-ramp in sight, Jessica. So
there is one real off-ramp. It's America. But considering that the United States of America is also a partner in this, and Israel doesn't do anything that America doesn't tell them to do, okay, I suspect that this is a part of the final stage in America's grand design in the region. Squirrel said this last night. Israel has decided to assassinate Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei to try to cause total state collapse. Unless Iran establishes a deterrence in the very short term by striking both Israeli and U.S. assets in the region, eliminating top figures in the Israeli regime, they will proceed. The U.S. and Israel did not launch this war to try to eliminate a nuclear site. They know they can't. They are too well protected and dispersed. Any damage can be reconstituted in the short term. They launched it to cause total state collapse in Iran, beginning in phases. The first phase was to eliminate the top military RGC leaders, while also going after scientists and mass killing civilians in the process. This would create the false impression that they're still somewhat restrained and focused on military nuclear targets. After taking what they expect will be similarly constrained response from Iran, they will see that as a confirmation that Iran will not adhere to its own stated red lines and is still afraid of meeting Israel at the same level of escalation. That is their green light to proceed to the next phase, which is to target and kill top political leaders, including Khamenei. Their hope isn't to replace the current government and state with some rehash of the monarchist Zionist fascist through his fail son. They know there's no base of support for that inside the country. Their hope is to do another Libya and Syria, unleash proxy forces they fund and arm together with the Gulf Arab Shield, puppet regimes and NATO Erdogan, and turn it into a spiral of death and chaos, a concocted civil war where Iranians are paid and armed by CIA and Mossad to kill Iranians. The MEK and other such proxy forces have already been trained and prepared and are ready to be activated. All of this so far is fairly accurate. I mean, I would say they will begin with car bombings and terrorist attacks and mass killing civilians. ISIS will reappear again and do its typical job of the CIA and Mossad masters. The U.S. and Israel decided to launch this war since before Trump was elected, and it has the full and total support of the entire U.S. military intelligence industrial complex and the media and political class, both Republicans and Democrats, and it would have also happened if Kamala Harris won the election. They see Iran and the axis of resistance and its alliance with Russia and China as the main obstacle to full and total Zionist U.S., NATO, Israeli imperial hegemony in the region and, by extension, the world. And they want to destroy it, as it is the only one that, unlike Russia and China, does not have a nuclear deterrent, and they want to get to it before it obtains it. This is an existential war of survival, not just for the Iranian state, but for Iran as a nation. If this project succeeds, the country will be balkanized. Ethnic divisions will be stirred by foreign actors. Iran is a tremendously diverse country, okay, with multiple different ethnicities existing under one national banner, and those ethnic tensions will absolutely be used in the same exact way that it was used in Syria, okay? Is there any possibility that the U.S. and Israel will lose this war? I don't know. It seems fairly... Iran is not as divided. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be super divided. What has to happen is that there's enough trained and armed sectarian divisions that will cause enough violence at the point of complete state collapse. Israel is decapitating the state up top with these targeted assassination strikes, while simultaneously beefing up political tensions and pushing for sectarian infighting in the region. In that situation, if there is no functioning state, there is no way to deal with that. All this goes back to the assassination of Nasrallah. Israel had the ability to assassinate him whenever he wanted. That is not the question. Iran can assassinate Netanyahu if it wants. Ukraine can assassinate Putin. Putin can assassinate Zelensky. I wouldn't say it's like that easy to do. Assassinations are not the problem. Every state with barely competent intelligence has the capacity to assassinate anyone. It's a question of deterrence. The reason Israel did not assassinate Nasrallah is because, as Gallant later came out and admitted, because they were deathly afraid of the response by Hezbollah and Iran. They thought it would lead to such a significant response, not just in terms of a missile strike on Israeli territory hitting military infrastructure, but assassinations of top Israeli officials, that they did not go ahead with it. Iran does have the capacity to absolutely attack top military positions. They do. And Israel has the capacity to kill Ali Khamenei. Israel has more of a capacity to kill Ali Khamenei than Iran has the capacity to kill Benjamin Netanyahu. But the reason why when Trump killed Qasem Soleimani, the reason why that was considered a real overstepping of a boundary was because you don't do that. There's this established notion among global leaders that at most political assassinations of top level leadership only happens with like random gunmen every now and then. And it's fairly rare because it invokes the same exact response in retaliation. It's Khomeini. Khomeini was the last guy we had. I know. I'm saying his name wrong. I know. Then slowly but surely, the deterrence Iran had established was broken down. Look at the timeline. April 2024, Israel attacks Iran's embassy, killing many. 13 April, Iran responds with Operation True Promise 1, a symbolic pre-signal strike. No deaths, just some limited material damage. 19th of May, Israel kills Iran's president, Ebrahim Raisi, and the foreign minister, Amir. Wait, what? I don't think that was Israel. We don't know if that was Israel. I mean, could have been. That's speculation. Khamenei. Yeah, I wouldn't, Iran responds by covering up and going along with the lie that it was just an accident so they could avoid having to retaliate at all. Israeli officials were openly gloating about these killings, and it's an open secret in intel circles that they were assassinated. Israel kills top Hezbollah military commander Fuad Shukr. Israel kills Hamas leader Haniyeh and does it in Tehran. Iran then vowed it would retaliate. But Genocide Joe / Blinken began the fake diplomacy propaganda that Trump Witkoff also initiated ahead of the current war. Khamenei. September, Israel does its terrorist patriot attack in Lebanon. Already before this, they had begun bombing Beirut, which Hezbollah and Nasrallah said was a red line. Israel saw all this as confirmation that there would be no retaliation. I mean, some of this stuff is speculative, but some of this is open in broad daylight, right? It's Khamenei. Khamenei. Is that what you want me to say? Khamenei? Okay, chat, stop! Shut the fuck up. Chat is literally just being fucking insane. I'm going to keep saying Khamenei. Anyway, ultimately, listen, I mean, this kind of, this analysis is all over the place a little bit, but the part that I agree with, the part that I have also stated, is that Israel makes calculations on how far they can go in terms of assassinating heads of state or in terms of striking Iranian territory directly from what kind of response they will get in retaliation. So if Iran's response if Iran's response is restrained, that is all but a green light for Israel to continue escalating its response, to continue escalating the intensity of the bombing, to continue changing the strike targets to heads of government, heads of state, potentially, as they have done so far. They went in, and after the Iranian retaliation, they turned around and started hitting oil production, gas production. If your only deterrent strategy is a restrained retaliatory response that is more limited than how much Israel has escalated its violence, then Israel is going to continue increasing the intensity. This presents additional problems for China as well. It is a lose-lose situation for Iran. It is. There's nothing that Iran can do. There's nothing that Iran can do in this circumstance, because if they were to increase the intensity, start hitting. If they were to increase the intensity, start hitting like heads of state, or potentially like top military command, I feel as though or strike like cross some sort of red line that would bring America into the fold as well. The larger problem here is for China as well. Okay. Because the reason why Iran is seen as the last big problem that must be dealt with from the American perspective is because they want to pack up the entire region and basically have a monopoly on oil and gas production. Not a complete monopoly, but a functional, like almost a monopoly on oil, by way of having the region be dominated by NATO-backed Turkey and Israel, and have complete control, and have the rest of the states that are oil producers already as vassal states, which is already the case, only to then find a way to shut out China from receiving oil. China currently has a monopoly on renewables and the refinement and procurement of the rare earth minerals that are necessary for renewables, both at the extraction sites, but more importantly on the refinement sites. So that is a separate economic issue that America is also trying to deal with. China also has tremendous power through trade. If you were to look at this in reductive terms, America has to decouple the rest of the planet and every single trade partner it has, every single country that is under its control, under its influence, to stop doing trade with China so they can engage in a deeper Cold War with China. And the other thing that they have to do is to shut off China from accessing oil. The last part of this puzzle would be to cause enough instability in Iran. But because of China's lack of interest, because of China's restraint, and its severe lack of interest in intervention, its non-interventionist, it's non-interventionist to a fault attitude, it feels like China's restraint in this process and its refusal to be more heavily involved in this process could allow Iran to be toppled, which will then have long-term consequences for China. Of course, in the process, we have RAF jets and military assets being sent to the Middle East, as we talked about already. There was one, I think, naval vessel that was intercepted by Iranian forces, a British naval vessel that was intercepted by Iranian forces. The British government is using their wonderful tax dollars to directly help Israel target Iran.
Has told reporters and told our political editor, Beth Rigby, that in his words, as a contingency, RAF jets have been dispatched from UK to bases in the Middle East in response to the rising tensions. He said that that decision was made yesterday as news emerged of those attacks by Israel on Iran. Now, this all comes in the context of some pretty firm threats by Iran, not only to the UK, but to France and the United States, that if any of these nations, if the UK does get involved with, for example, intercepting missiles or drones that might be fired from Iran to Israel, then there would be consequences for the United Kingdom. A senior Iranian commander warning, if they help stop Tehran's strikes on Israel, their bases and ships will be targeted. Now, the Prime Minister has time and time again said that the UK is not involved in the military action between Israel and Iran, and he says that there should be more open diplomatic dialogue. But the Prime Minister has said that this is a contingency, and it's perhaps not surprising that the UK will be sending military assets to the Middle East. That could be places like Cyprus, Oman, the UAE, to try as a contingency, as a backup, to protect UK interests as these rising tensions escalate. So yes, we've now had it confirmed that British fighter jets and other assets now heading to the Middle East, but the Prime Minister being quite clear in that as a contingency rather than any reading into this that we are in some way engaging militarily in the conflict between.
It's valid. They threatened us, so we have to show some force around our bases. What? They threatened us, so we have to show some force around our bases? Are you British? God, it's so funny. Dude, that's awesome. Okay? Being a British guy that's like, no, we must also get involved in this is fucking awesome. Hilarious.
Iran and Israel.
Yeah. No, we're like little America. You don't understand. I think people underestimate just how violent and destructive the UK's role in the world remains. And Starmer epitomizes that. It's a faded imperial power and subservient to the US, no doubt. But it is still delighted to use its remaining military power in despicable ways whenever it can, as the UK moves just to the Middle East after the Iran threat. UK engaging in this kind of military movement is a direct threat. That is why they're doing it. They're saying, we're gonna put our numbers on the board. We also have a stake in this, just like the United States of America. The intra-GOP fight over Israel strikes on Iran. There is no real GOP fight happening here, for the record. I don't think there's a lot of internal conflict. I don't even think there's any internal conflict between the Democrats and the Republicans on this. All of this is just palace intrigue that is being whipped up so that people have the notion of like a democratic process. It's not. These sorts of things, foreign policy, military conquest, this sort of stuff is uniparty, and it's not just uniparty for America. It's literally the same reason why Tony Blair and David Cameron are also uniparty and Keir Starmer and the Tory governments, Labour governments, doesn't matter. Like, they all are aligned on this. Every European country is also aligned on this. The amount of support that they will show varies, their response varies, but overall most of the shit is almost all done in unison. I do not think the Israelis will stop. An Arab diplomat tells me, this is Akbar Shahid Ahmed from Huffington Post, saying several governments are trying to coordinate de-escalation with the U.S., but Israel is convinced its goals are being met, including dragging in American troops. Growing concern about Iran striking in the Gulf, which risks deadly, unintended, and spiraling consequences. What is this? Do you know if American bunker buses are able to destroy the centrifuges at Natanz and Fordo? I know those nuclear sites are impervious to conventional bombs because they're inside mountains. Their operation humiliated Iran, but I don't think they thwarted Iran's nuclear program at all. I don't think so, but I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know how fucking. I mean, they say that it's like under rocks that are that even bunker buster bombs are not supposed to be able to penetrate. They would have to routinely hit it. It's hundreds of yards deep. Like they would have to hit it over and over and over again. And they can only do that with under rocks law. No, it is literally. I think a lot of you guys fail to comprehend that rocks and dirt are still quite literally most successful ways of stopping artillery and munitions. When you build something under bedrock in the fucking side of a goddamn mountain, guys, the F was literally not even a microsecond, please. Yeah, Earth is the greatest shield against American munitions or just munitions in general. Breaking. Oman's foreign minister announces that the 6th round of nuclear talks between Iran and the United States scheduled for Sunday have been canceled. Oh, brother. Anyway, which risks deadly, unintended, and spiraling consequences in terms of U.S. involvement, plus even more economic shock. Israel targeting Iran's energy infrastructure was a major escalation. Hawks cheering show of force. But per usual, the strategic long-term impact is unclear, plus likely dark. Some put faith in Trump comments like the war must stop post just now, but he will have to make it stop, an uphill battle given Netanyahu/Hawks' position. His own lack of focus hasn't stopped Ukraine and Gaza, the decimated foreign policy apparatus around him. Breaking an apartment is precisely targeted in central Tehran. There's talk in Iranian media of an assassination. I think it's very American also because like America, I think a lot of people forget that like America is incredibly sheltered from the major impacts that it causes all around the world, right? Because its proximity to global events that it intervenes in is so fucking far that there is nothing more American than to have a stupid fucking military parade while all this shit's unfolding. Like Trump is just, going and watching Les Miserables on Broadway or at the Kennedy Center. He's doing his like little birthday military parade. He's doing all this shit while the world is fucking on fire due to his administration's involvement. "9/11 was a tremendous outlier in that regard. Most blowback to the point was experienced at diplomatic outposts." Yeah. God, what the fuck was that pronunciation? Yes, I know. I'm ass at pronouncing things. Okay, calm down. What time are you going out to the protest? So this morning I was planning on going to the WEO protests, which are ending right now. The other protests that are happening, there's one in Beverly Hills that's like from now to like 4 p.m. I was planning on going to that, but I think I'm just going to go to the downtown LA one, which is supposed to end, but I don't think it's going to actually end. But given that there is so much breaking news taking place, like I have a camera guy with me as well. He's just sitting, waiting. But like this is the LA one, and everyone that's been to the protest so far, I'm talking to them. They're saying that the protests are super libbed up. Trump told Netanyahu U.S. could strike Iran's Fordo nuclear site if needed, report says.
In their 20s, who are in their teens, in many cases U.S. citizen grandchildren. The degree of embeddedness in the fabric of Los Angeles that this community has is the reason I think that these enforcement actions and the way they were carried out really struck a nerve, and it's why we're seeing what we're seeing today and why we're seeing what we've been seeing over the course of the last week.
You're spot on. That is what's bringing.
According to Israel Today, 499 Israelis have been injured and hospitalized since the outbreak of the war with Iran. Yeah, Tim Walz is about to give an update, I think. State of Minnesota Emergency Operations Briefing Room. We're waiting on them. Oh, no. This is not good at all. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Why are you saying, oh, no, this is not good at all? The most Los Angeles sign I've ever seen. If Kamala were president, we'd be at brunch. Yeah, they're back. They're back. The brunch. The brunch crowd is back, and they're protesting. Iran's response is supposed to be coming as well soon, but I don't know if that's actually happened. Oh, if U.S. strikes Iran directly? Yeah. United States President Donald Trump recently told Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that the U.S. would consider striking Iran's underground Fordo nuclear facility if such a move would become necessary to prevent Tehran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. Israeli journalist Barak Ravid tells Channel 12. According to Israeli officials cited by Ravid, Trump conveyed this message to Netanyahu in phone calls over the past several weeks. The Fordo facility may be beyond Israel's military capabilities to destroy without outside assistance, he adds. However, Ravid added that the White House has officially denied that Trump is considering a U.S. strike, stating that now is not the time to launch an attack on Iran. The issue will be a critical issue in the coming days and weeks as Israel continues its newly launched campaign on Iranian nuclear and military sites, Ravid says. If Fordo survives Israeli airstrikes, Iran's nuclear infrastructure will remain intact, says Ravid, adding that Tehran could even relocate the rest of its nuclear program to the facility, placing it beyond Israel's reach and accelerating its path to a nuclear weapon. According to the semi-official ISNA news agency, Iran confirmed that the Fordo site sustained limited damage from the recent Israeli attacks. Yeah, I talked about this already, but they have hardened nuclear sites, and that only US B-2 bombers could deliver the GBU-57 bunker buster powerful enough to strike Iran's deeply buried nuclear sites. Israel can only succeed either through an unprecedented intelligence operation or with full US support. And full US support in this situation means like directly intervening and bombing at the behest of... What is this real account posting motion? Wait, is this the actual official Iranian account? Iranian Arabic. Or is this one of those other fake accounts? Because the one account that like keeps posting memes and shit is not a real Iranian account. As former Prime Minister of Israel, I want to tell the Iranian people one thing. Your time is now. Free yourself from your cruel dictators. Give your children a future life and liberty. Israel has eliminated Iran's most senior military leaders. The regime has never been weaker. Never. In Judaism, we say, if not now, when? Today, I urge every proud Iranian citizen to take their future into their own hands and know this. The people of Israel stand with you. The state of Israel stands with you. The entire free world will stand with you. Do not miss this opportunity to achieve your freedom. I feel like this is so stupid, especially because they're doing this while simultaneously blowing up the country. You know, hey, I know we're like blowing your shit up right now, but like we stand with you, you know? They're so fucking desperate for a rebellion in Iran to happen. Literally 0 protests have occurred against the government after these attacks, but they need this because without it, they have to face Iran head on. Without a civil war, they could just fuel that would weaken the state. We just got alarms on the phones. The press conference hasn't started yet, but Israel is getting the missile alarms right now. Does anyone have an Al Jazeera link? Like the Al Jazeera live feed? Breaking: missiles launched from Iran to Israel.
Netanyahu is calling on Iranians to revolt against their government.
And the time has come for you to unite around your flag and your historic legacy by standing up for your freedom from an evil and oppressive regime.
But cheers echoed in the streets of Tehran, with supporters celebrating the attacks on Israel. Tehran is retaliating after Israel launched a series of strikes across Iran on Friday, killing military commanders and several nuclear scientists. The Natanz uranium enrichment site was one of the main targets.
Can Israel destroy Iran's nuclear weapons program fully? No. Can they set it back? Yes. Can they set it back very far? Yes.
For now, Tehran has decided to withdraw from a 6th round of nuclear negotiations with the U.S. that were scheduled for Sunday, with both Iran and Israel warning more attacks will follow. Katia Lopez-Odoyan, Al Jazeera.
Let's bring in Tawhid Asadi. He's live for us in Tehran. And Tawhid, a little over an hour ago now, 2 hours ago, Israel said that it was striking Iran again. What was happening?
Well, actually, what we see on the ground is the very reality that Tehran is striking back while the Israeli military offensive continues across the country. A couple of minutes ago, here in the capital of the country, we heard the sound of explosion, which is related to the activation of air defense systems, something that has happened over the past few hours and past 2 days. But speaking of the context, we spoke to a high-ranking security official here in Tehran. He said that Tehran is preparing itself for a prolonged confrontation and will increase its attacks, something very important in terms of the current situation.
Iran has officially launched. Iran attack has started. Israel, the IDF, has stated that Iran has launched another salvo. CNN is still talking about the manhunt, the manhunt that's happening in Minnesota. But I assume that Al Jazeera, Al Jazeera has live cams up for Tel Aviv and Haifa. I don't know how aggressive this is going to be, but they said that they were going to this was going to be the most ruthless strike yet. Refresh? What do you mean refresh? Oh shit.
Name has been reported in the media so far, and we are confirming as a person of interest that we are.
I didn't realize the fucking.
In relation to
the
this.
minute the Minnesota Presser is live. I'll move on. I'll move into Israel Israel related things when the missile strikes start coming in.
You should call 911 immediately with the information. He was seen last this morning wearing light-colored cowboy hat that you can see up here in the clothing there, with dark-colored long-sleeve collared shirt or coat, light pants, and carrying a dark bag. If you have any tips about the whereabouts or any information that would be helpful, you can call local police department, or you can call our BCA tip line at 877-996-6222, or email us at bca.tips@state.mn.us. We still don't know if additional people are involved, but this individual is the one that we're looking as a person of interest right now.
This is
but there may be other people
this
with
is
him,
Vance
and we would
Luther
like to speak to
Belter.
anybody.
who last night or like early this morning went and assassinated a Democratic lawmaker and attempted to assassinate another Democratic lawmaker and is now on the run. He got into a gun. He got into a shootout with the police at the second attempted assassination. 2 people are wounded. 2 people are dead. He owns a private security company called Praetorian Guard. He's done defense work and defense contracting work all around in Africa, especially. He's an evangelical. He had a manifesto that we do not know enough information about, but he had additional targets that the police revealed, such as Ilhan Omar and Tim Walz. The entirety of the right-wing media ecosystem instantly started claiming that the shooter was a loony leftist, like a far-left guy. It's fucking bullshit. But Iranian attack has started.
Right now, I think what's required is a calming words and rhetoric. I want folks to make sure they listen to.
Where is it? I don't see it.
Many thanks indeed for bringing us the view there from Tehran. Let's bring in Bernard Smith. He's joining us from the Jordanian capital, Amman, and he's reporting from there because the Israeli government...
Oh, okay, yeah, some interceptors are being fired already.
And the occupied West Bank. So, Bernard, I can see you looking up at the sky there. I'm just interested to know what you're seeing or hearing there.
Well, we just had the air raid sirens going off over over Amman, over the Jordanian capital. They just stopped, and then there was a tannoy announcement broadcast across the city, and it was saying that Jordanian airspace, something has infiltrated Jordanian airspace. People should stay at home, do not go outside. And my cameraman is. Did you see something, Basil, or not? Okay, so something, as you were just hearing from Tawhid in Iran, clearly something is on its way, and we think we can see something in the sky there. Is that something just exploded in the sky there? So something has just exploded in the sky over Amman. There we have there's something going over in the sky over there. I think, can we see that, Basil?
Why is Jordan helping Israel? Because Jordan is a holdover state designed by Western imperial powers to do specifically this. Egypt is also a vassal state that is completely captive and servile to Western interests.
There's a lot of activity in the skies. Now you can see this. I think we see an explosion just above my head there. Right high up in the sky. So clearly Iran has launched, well, clearly something is in Jordanian airspace and is being intercepted or attempts. There was a huge explosion, then just again.
They're targeting
right
Haifa.
Above my head there. There's more. We can see them dropping down. Crikey, there's a lot. We can see these heading down. Basil, I think, is following that. Now, whether that's been something that's been destroyed in the air or whether it's something that's falling down here, and we will also have to be careful.
Yes, Bernard, please, if you need to go and take shelter, we can keep talking to you.
Yep.
If you need to go and take shelter, because it does look like there's an awful lot of activity in the skies there. And if the air raid sirens
the missile artists, the ones that light on fire, is it after interception?
What you need to do.
Yeah, or is it on fire because it's like about to?
Yeah, I think
is it because it's about to
now,
fucking
Basil,
fall,
think,
or is it post interception?
It's sort of way beyond it. You can see it all there. All that coming down. So that, I'm guessing, is what has been destroyed on its way.
Because sometimes it could be from the
As I say,
speed.
the Jordanians had previously, and when Iran previously launched missiles, I'm having another one right above me.
They're on fire due to air resistance causing plasma to form around the warhead. Yeah, I don't think it's interceptions, Chad. We've seen a bunch of those missiles. The very fast. Oh my God, that's a lot.
Wow.
Oh, they are not stopping these, dude.
There's a lot coming down from the sky
my
there.
God.
That's very significant.
My.
This is right over.
God.
This is just beyond the city centre.
Oh, they are not intercepting these at all.
Amman, I can't. And there's clearly some impact over there because you can see.
My God.
When they hit the ground, you can see sort of red flashes. So whatever is being destroyed up there in the sky is
What
being,
the fuck? None of these are
is
showing
landing on the
shit,
ground,
dude.
and you can see the explosions from there. For now, that first volley seems to have ended. And so there we are, Laura. So an indication, yes,
Is
clearly something is going on.
Wait,
Absolutely.
I can't tell if those
It's
are.
extraordinary to see those pictures. We're also keeping an eye on
Yeah, 'cause
cities of
those were in
Haifa,
Amman,
cities of
bro.
Tel Aviv and Israel. We're not seeing any impact there. It does appear as if the Jordanians are intercepting a lot of these missiles that are coming over from Iran before they actually reach Israel. But this is an extraordinary number of missiles that we're seeing being intercepted in the sky over Amman.
Yes, it is. And remember that while the Jordanians, Jordan does not have the sort of air defense systems that Israel has, does not have an Iron Dome. The Iron Dome over Israel,
Why can't I
that
go
Israel
back on
uses
this?
provided considerable cover for
What the fuck?
Israelis.
What kind of
Yes,
weird-ass
we know some
YouTube
missiles
page is
got
this
through.
where I
We've
can't
seen
go
the
back on the
destruction
live feed?
in civilian areas. We don't know how many got through because there is, and as in every country at war, there is military censorship, and Israeli media is not allowed to report if it knows that military sites.
This is the
have
Israelis
been
intercepting
hit. That
them
is
over
kept
Jordan
strictly
using arrow,
confidential.
not
That
the
is censored, so we
Jordanians.
don't know how many of those first wave of Israeli missiles struck military areas, but we do know that Jordan, the last time this happened, in Iran's first volley, first salvo, did intercept some missiles coming in because it's in Jordanian airspace, and Jordan considers these missiles potentially a threat to it as well. So it would certainly, when something is flying over the capital like that, it would try and intercept them, and it looks like something there has been intercepted and has fallen to ground just beyond the city centre.
And we're just seeing that there are air raid sirens now sounding in Haifa, and that is the city that we can see in the big box on our screens, just over from Amman, where those rockets were destined for. A lot of them, as you showed us amazingly, Bernard.
There's a
were
red bar, but it's hard to see. You guys
over
are
the
so
skies
fucking
of
stupid,
Amman. Are
dude.
you also
I'm literally
hearing air raid
pressing
sirens
back.
in
It's not
Amman?
letting me
Because
fucking go back.
as these missiles
I'm
are
pressing
intercepted,
back on the keyboard.
problem,
Okay, I know there's a red bar and it's hard to see.
fear, the
Why are you guys so
shrapnel
fucking
will fall
stupid
down is
sometimes?
very real and can also cause a lot of injuries.
Yes, it can. I mean, the air raid sirens will go for a fixed period of time as a warning. They don't ring constantly, and then there is this audio message. But everybody hears those air raid sirens.
These are streams that,
Everybody
weirdly
knows
enough,
what to
don't let
do.
you fucking
Again,
rewind.
A man is not. In Jordan is not like Israel in that not every Israeli home, every Israeli office block, every Israeli building has got bomb shelters. Every Israeli home must have one, and every Israeli knows where to go. Jordan doesn't have that set up really, so it doesn't have that set up at all. It hasn't needed it. So people have been told just simply by that announcement to stay indoors and to stay at home, and the city has gone extremely quiet. There are still cars. It's a busy Saturday night. There is still traffic on the road.
I'm clicking.
There are still people.
It's not working.
Making their way home. There's
Okay.
there's not very
It's
little
not
warning
working.
this was coming. You just got the air raid siren.
Lots
and I
got
would
through
say
near Haifa. Yeah, these
only
are the
a
ones
minute or
that.
two after
This
you
is the
crossed
ones
to
that
me
we
did
just saw.
see-
Hold on. This was the big volley, the barrage that we saw. Footage posted to social media shows Iran's ballistic missile attack on the Haifa area. Sirens in Haifa and across northern Israel. These were the ones we were talking about. I don't know if these are. I don't think these were actually intercepted.
נופל ב-100%.
This is the clearest.
החתיכות של הטילים.
I don't know if it's all. I don't know if these were intercepted and it's just like flaming wreckage, or if those are the ones that got through. I can't tell. Look, you can see the impact, chat. Look. At least two. Look. 1, 2 hit. 3 didn't hit. 1 hit. 2, 3. I think it's like a couple of them hit, like 3 of them hit. I mean, they all hit the ground, but 3 of them exploded. Israeli Air Force is responding by bombing Tehran. The Air Force is currently attacking military targets in Tehran in parallel with the activity of intercepting missiles launched from Iran. Do you know what they're targeting? I don't know. But that was the first barrage of missiles.
فعلا 4 تا داره میره.
And we had a hint of what is heading Israel's way just
Yeah,
then
this
a
is
few
from
moments ago.
the Haifa
We haven't
area.
seen anything else yet, but it's still early in the night, and Iran has only just announced that it's launched this next wave.
We did see last night that these waves, they came in waves. I mean, there's a reason we're calling them waves. They were a barrage.
2 buildings are on fire in
and then there was a
Haifa.
lull.
Yes.
And we even saw people coming out of the shelters in Tel Aviv,
So,
being given the all clear.
In the
and
first
then
round of
being
attacks,
sent
they
back
could be
to
targeting
shelters,
the
and it was a
interceptors
long,
first.
long night.
Overwhelm. You have to overwhelm the interceptors by sending as many as you possibly can. It's inevitably going to not be able to intercept every single one. And then after that, if there is an area, like a priority target there, then they send a second round, or even in the first round, if there's enough. I assume that there's like a couple. But when you see light flashes on the ground, that is an unintercepted missile successfully striking a target. There is an air defense base just southeast of Haifa. They may be targeting, they may be targeting the air defenses. Someone in the chat said that Iranian media has told settlers to stay away from energy grid facilities. I think they might be actually trying to hit the energy grid as well.
Scaling up its attacks because it's moved from degrading Iran's nuclear capability, its uranium enrichment capability.
Those are intercepted. The light stays bright until impact on unintercepted missiles. Okay, but some of those missiles literally exploded on the impact site. We looked at it. There was at least 2. There was at least 4, and there's 2 separate locations that are on fire in Haifa at the moment. So clearly, a couple of them got through.
25% of the world's crude oil passes through. Well, Iran needs a navy to be able to do that. Speculation that Israel is targeting Iran's navy to stop it trying to stop traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. This is Iran's response, though, latest response to Israel's attack.
Okay, Bernard, extraordinary images that you've been bringing us there from Amman as Jordan intercepts.
The problem is Israel has achieved air superiority over Iran, so whenever Iran's launching missiles, the launchers are being compromised and the IDF jets pick them up easily. We don't know if that's the case.
Jerusalem there, also latest scenes of Haifa and Tel Aviv as those rockets are intercepted on their way from Iran to Israel. Let's bring back our senior correspondent, Ali Hasham. I just want to pick up, he joins us here in the studio, I just want to pick up on something that Bernard was saying, that Israel is now targeting energy infrastructure in Tehran. It's threatening greater, more extensive strikes. In response, where are Israel's vulnerable energy targets?
Well, actually, the attack on Haifa, now, we don't know what happened now. We just saw the rockets, we saw the interception. But the attack on Haifa was expected. And actually, I spoke about it just like,
yes.
Yeah, because over there, the gas fields are located. And it seems that this is the retaliation.
Supporting Iran in going into an unwinnable war is dumb. What do you mean supporting Iran and going into an unwinnable war? I support peace, okay? Israel is very clearly the unstable, incredibly dangerous participant here. Iran didn't start fucking attacking Israel out of nowhere. What the fuck are you talking about? What are countries in the region supposed to do? Israel just blows your shit up, strikes Tehran, and then you just have to sit there and take it and then expect another fucking attack in retaliation. This is the expectation. You have to just eat it. Otherwise, you're fucking anti-Semitic, I guess.
Earlier today said, look,
Israel has shown every other regional actor that they only respond to military deterrence.
Objective. But this official warned it will be a very difficult week for the Israeli people, telling civilians to brace for the reality that there will be more damage and more casualties here in Israel, given the fact that the Iranians have one of the most advanced missile programs in the Middle East. We know they have supplied the Russians with missiles that are being used in Ukraine. We have seen the destruction these missiles
I don't think the consent manufacturing is working this time. All the normies I know are like, why the fuck is this happening? Even the right-wing ones are plainly aware of who the aggressor is. What do you think? Yeah, I think Israel wants this to be like the 6-Day War, okay? Israel wants this to be exactly like the 6-Day War. However, they're not getting the 6-Day War results. That's number one. The preemptive striking is the exact same. And they're at most getting 2003, right? Invasion of Iraq. But this time, unlike the invasion of Iraq, this time there is a tremendous amount of enmity directed towards the aggressive party, which is Israel. Okay? While I understand Israel is America and everything Israel is doing is at the behest of America, a lot of Americans don't feel that way. They see it as a foreign nation, understandably, because it is a foreign nation, technically. Okay? So when Israel is doing this preemptive strike, okay, this preemptive first strike in self-defense, everybody sees that now. Like, most people see that now as like, nope, that's completely unacceptable. Why the fuck are you doing this? Why are we even defending you? This is unlike anything that has ever happened in the history of American conflict, modern American conflict.
A conflict, an exchange of fire. It is a war between the two countries. They are exchanging fire. They are killing people. But amid this war, there are certain red lines that each side has, and energy infrastructure is one of them. And so as we look forward, we can expect both the Israelis and the Iranians to adjust what they're trying to hit. And we heard earlier today from President Trump saying that he wants to see all of this conflict end. And so the question is, will the Israelis and the Americans be able to say enough or do enough to get the Iranians back to the negotiating table? At this point, that seems far-fetched, but this can't go on forever. And that is the big question that ultimately will come after this round of violence slows down and the missile fire that we have seen toward this country slows down. People will start to discuss what comes next. And there is a question of if there will be room for diplomacy or if this will just relentlessly
That's such a fucking
continue.
ridiculous statement, by the way. No new wars, Donald Trump. Of course, Trey Yingst being the fucking... Trey Yingst is a Fox News journalist. Israel just carried out a major strike in Yemen, possibly Houthi leadership hit.
Israeli source telling Fox News today there are 3 objectives: to weaken Iran's nuclear program, to take out the country's ballistic missile program, and to stop what this source calls an existential threat to Israel's safety and security. And this source says if they're able to do that,
Haifa.
they would end
this
round
footage from
of
Haifa.
conflict with Iran. John.
It shouldn't be lost on our viewers that President Trump said that Iran...
Do that, they would end this round of conflict with Iran. John.
Tehran is under siege. Israel is attacking Iranian cities. Tehran and the port of Bandar Abbas are under attack. Reports are coming in about the strikes on the Iranian South Pars Phase 14 gas processing plant, one of the largest natural gas extraction facilities in the world. This is earlier today. Israel did this earlier today, chatter. You're showing something from earlier. From what I understand, there's reports coming in about Yemen as well. Can someone send me real-time information on Yemen? Someone was saying that that there is a in parallel with the sirens, Israel's operating in both Iran and Yemen. Security source: if the attack in Yemen was successful, it would be dramatic, reported Israeli news channel 12. They might be trying to also do a decapitation strike on the Houthi leadership, potentially. Local outlets report airstrikes targeting Yemen's capital, Sanaa. I don't understand how Israel has enough manpower to be able to both strike Yemen and also strike Iran at the same time while thwarting all of the fucking barrage of missiles coming their way. I really disagree on this one. They knew it wasn't going to be a 6-day war. Earlier today, All Hebrew Outlets published some version of the following headline. Straight from the spokesperson's office, IDF says the Gaza front is negligible. Iran is the main front. It's all about perpetual war, perpetual violence, not a decisive victory. Okay, fair. Maybe Israel is not as fucking insane as I thought they were. I don't think they're getting the...
Well, it is now hour 12.
So it is more like 2003. Well, that was my point. My point was that it is basically like 2003.
As well as wounding another lawmaker.
But this time, not a lot of people are on board with Israel. Or not a lot of people are on board with the perpetrators.
In a city outside of Tel Aviv, a residential area, and the damage from that missile was pretty extraordinary, something that Israelis are certainly not used to seeing here in Israel. Many houses were completely destroyed. There was debris everywhere. Cars were crumpled up and sort of tossed down the street like Coke cans, and people were gathering at the police cordon, sort of craning their necks, Jessica, trying to get a better look at the scale of the damage, because as I said before, this is just not something that Israelis have seen on their own turf, so to speak. So everybody now waiting to see what comes next, whether we will get further alerts, whether they will hear those sirens, which are an indication that in 90 seconds you should try to take shelter in your nearest possible shelter. And of course, we'll keep you posted as and when we hear more.
Yeah, and one quick note, Clarissa, to your point about Israelis not really experiencing this point, you had mentioned the notification system has been altered as well, kind of underscoring how serious this moment is for those people in that country.
There's now like 4 steps. So this warning that just came out is the warning before the warning. Then there's another one at 15 minutes, another one at 10 minutes, another one at 90 seconds, and then a final one to tell you that you can come out of the shelter. So they're taking every precaution, because when you look at the damage that's done with this kind of a ballistic missile, as opposed to the damage that we're more used to seeing here in Israel from a Katyusha rocket or from a mortar, for example, you can see that this is an entirely different ballgame. And particularly with regards to the area that we visited today, which is a civilian area, there's also, I think, a broader concern that effectively with this massive escalation and with Israel's actions inside Iran, that the gloves have come off and that it's not necessarily...
What the fuck is going on?
Eva Longoria searching for Spain, Sunday at 9 on CNN.
Nuclear program, and also on degrading Iran's ability to respond. They were military command and control, military leadership, and then ballistic missile units and ballistic missile commanders and leadership. And now it appears that in addition to energy infrastructure, the Israelis are really targeting Iranian air defenses. That argues that Israel's in this for a longer air campaign, that they want to be able to have manned aircraft, and Netanyahu said as much. They want manned aircraft flying over Iran, hitting a larger array of targets with larger caliber or larger payload munition than you can get on, for instance, a drone or some ballistic missiles. So this does... to me, it pretends that the Israelis have a longer, more ambitious operation in mind militarily this time.
And what would those ambitions be? What does this tell you about what Netanyahu's ultimate aim in Iran is?
That's the problem, right? I mean, you've got a military objective, but then, you know, every country goes to war for political objectives, right? You're in pursuit of some political goal. And so in the same way that Russia found this out in Syria, Israel has found this out in Gaza, the U.S. has found this out in several of its military campaigns. Destroying an enemy militarily doesn't necessarily lead you to the political goals you want. So Israel looks like it's determined to set the Iranian nuclear program back as far as possible, destroy Iran's ballistic missile and, to the extent possible, its drone making and launching capabilities, and destroy Iran's air defense capabilities, which would leave Iran vulnerable to further Israeli strikes and further escalation. And I assume that the thinking, the objective inside the Israeli government is if they can achieve that, then they can impose some sort of settlement on Iran that Iran will have no choice but to go along with, because most of its defenses will have been eroded. The problem is every enemy, every adversary can always move from a conventional to an unconventional or a symmetric to an asymmetric response. And that can involve terrorism, proxy groups, cyber attacks. And so the conflict could expand in those directions as well.
The target of the attack in Sanaa, Yemen, Mohammed al-Amri, the Houthi chief of staff. The results of the attack are being examined.
The US is also hopeful that this can force Tehran back to the negotiating table or to the negotiating table, and that we can have a diplomatic solution to the nuclear program. I mean, Trump is saying that this is what he is hoping for, even as Israel is striking Iran, and Iran is saying that talks are cancelled and negotiations are off.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean talks are canceled forever. I think we have to see how this latest round of escalations goes. If it does peak and then sort of settle down or settle out, and the violence it ends, or at least is lowered, then I think it's possible the U.S. and Iran could sit down again for this sixth round of negotiation that was supposed to happen this weekend in Oman. But I think for the regime in Tehran, for the government in Tehran, for that to happen, it can't be seen to have been defeated by Israel, right? It can't be seen to have been rendered militarily almost defenseless, and then come into a negotiation with the U.S. on its nuclear program, because it has to get something. It has to emerge from this latest escalation with Israel. It's trite to say pride or honor, but there has to be an off-ramp, I think, for the Iranians to come back to the table.
Where are the chatters saying that the gasoline depots are exploding one after the other in Tehran? Do you have any footage of that?
Putin has held a phone call with the US President Donald Trump, and those discussions focused on escalating tensions between Israel and Iran. Putin condemned Israel's attacks against Iran, and the two leaders have not ruled out a return to the negotiation table to reach a deal on Iran's nuclear program. Trump reportedly told Putin that US negotiators are ready to resume work with Iranian representatives. Let's bring in Kimberly in Washington, D.C. So we had Trump speaking to Putin and calling for an end to the war between Israel and Iran. But it must be seen within the context of that conversation, where he's also calling for a war between the Ukraine and Russia, but not actually charting a path as to how to go about that.
Right. And, what's interesting is that in the call with Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump earlier on Saturday, the Russian president offered to mediate to end the conflict between Israel and Iran. But it appears Donald Trump, at least in his Truth Social post, has not accepted that invitation. Instead, how he ended his own Truth Social post is saying that he feels, as I do, that Israel's war in Iran should end, to which I explained his war should also end. In other words, Donald Trump said that he wanted the war between Russia and Ukraine to end on day one, that he could do that. Clearly, that hasn't happened.
New York Times has reported that in Tehran, there's mass gas clouds everywhere.
Things are still ongoing. With
yes, the Yemen one was a top Houthi commander. I already covered that. They tried to
Ursula von der Leyen.
They tried to assassinate the chief of staff
with the leader of Turkey,
for the Houthis.
Recep Tayyip Erdogan. So he's been fairly busy ahead of what we know is going to be the military parade to mark the 250th birthday of the army, as well as it's also Donald Trump's birthday today. Just quickly, what came out of those calls with the EU chief? She really underscored the concern about the impact of the war between Israel and Iran being and having an effect on energy markets. And already we've seen that here in the United States. And she said that there needs to be close coordination in order to keep an eye on that spiraling situation. With regard to Turkey's president and the call there, what we know is that he said, as we heard from the Russian president as well, that he believes diplomacy is the only way to end what is quickly an escalation in the Middle East. And he says that Ankara is ready to do its part just as we know the Russian president also offered similar proposals in order to end this conflict.
Kimberly, if we just take a step back for a moment and look at the state of play across America, how split is Trump's administration on this war that Israel has launched against Iran?
It's caused a real schism between the sort of traditional neoconservative Republicans and then the sort of newer MAGA Republicans, kind of Trump's core supporters, that Make America Great Again movement. And here's why. Look, the bottom line is that the neocons are staunch supporters of Israel, have been for generations. This is where a lot of that funding from Congress gets approved through these. They're very lockstep with lobby groups like AIPAC here in the United States. But things are changing in the U.S. As money grows tighter, as inflation increases, things are very difficult for ordinary Americans. And so those core Trump supporters are saying, look, we can't afford another foreign conflict. We don't want to be involved, and we don't want to be dragged into something because of this ironclad support for Israel. So there's really a growing divide, and we should point out that's also echoing what the left is saying as well in terms of the Democrats.
Okay, Kimberly,
there is no real significant internal conflict as far as I understand. I could be wrong. Within the Republican Party, there isn't even internal conflict between the Democrats and the Republicans on this issue.
Iran's strikes on Israel. He joins us on the phone.
The single quote disproves this divide.
Shelter. So, Ori, this time yesterday, we were also speaking to you on the phone in a shelter. It seems that this is going to be another long night of attacks.
There's a good chance it may, but they actually just let us out, which is not a promising sign as far as Israeli preparedness is concerned. There have been various complaints, very consistent complaints about Israel's early notification system regarding incoming missiles. Our Home Front Command issued a very complicated system of alerts which nobody understands. And the general sense that nobody's looking out for the general population.
For the record,
at the top is
voters don't matter.
Even as Israeli citizens,
Voters and their opinion does not matter,
war and Israel strikes, and
especially when it comes to foreign policy.
Yeah, because yesterday we saw pictures.
Your opinions have never mattered. Democrat, Republican does not matter.
Even before the end of the strikes, we then saw
literally completely inconsequential
in the shelters. So it must be very confusing and very anxious time for people there.
I mean, here.
It's very confusing and very anxious.
Thank you, Representative Jeffries, says AIPAC. It's clear the Iranian regime posed a grave threat to the entire free world. There are no circumstances where Iran can be permitted to become a nuclear power.
The notification system seemed to be in order and quite efficient and gave the required.
It matters if we are willing to get out on the street, and that will happen if the U.S. military tries to invade Iran. Trust me on that.
Again,
they would have no support for that. I know. Barring like a PSYOP 9/11 style outcome.
The Israeli.
Barring like a 9/11 style outcome, like a false flag operation or some shit, there is only disagreements about going to war with Iran. Americans are broadly, completely against this. They do not want it. They do not want it at all.
In the past hour, we're headed towards Haifa. First of all, do you know if any of them struck that port city? And if they did, what would they have been targeting?
They would have been targeting the immense refineries near the port of Haifa and the port of Haifa itself, but mostly the immense refineries, which fits the tit-for-tat model that seems to be developing here. Israel attacked a gas field in the open sea today, outside off Iran's shore. So the Iranians are trying to attack the refineries, cause a massive fire. There are also very big chemical plants in Haifa port. I think that's what they were targeting. Hezbollah attempted to hit those targets as well as it fired on the Israeli north. To the best of my knowledge, I haven't heard of any falls or strikes as of yet, but the night is young.
It is. What other vulnerable assets, energy assets in Israel might come under attack tonight, do you think?
There's no real way of telling. We've got a huge gas rig.
Remember, chatters were telling me that these weren't fucking impacts.
Coast, a little south of Haifa. That's probably a very lucrative target for the Iranians. But I think the Iranians seem to know where they want to strike. The strikes yesterday on Tel Aviv actually managed to hit the Kiryat base, where Israel's Ministry of Defense and IDF High Command are located, even if the damage caused was relatively minor. So again, while the Iranians sat there and took Israel's bombings for about 16 or 17 hours on the first day, it seems like they're using their limited
Tehran.
in comparison to Israel with, dare I say it, professionalism.
You say earlier that Israelis are confused by the system of alerts and feel that they very much have to look after themselves, that the government is not doing that job for them. However, how much faith and trust do the Israelis have in the Iron Dome system, which keeps out most of these rockets and stops them from impact?
This isn't about, I think, the Iron Dome is not the system that's being deployed massively here. The Iron Dome is not operate missiles. There are various other interception systems, including partially the Iron Dome. But I think the important point, as far as I'm concerned, is that Israelis are extremely ambivalent. On the one hand, again, there's mass support, a very broad consensus that this was a timely strike and Israel should go after Iran because Iran wants to destroy Israel. That's the official narrative. On the other hand, there's a sense that nobody really has any clear idea of what's happening. Israelis know that this strike was not or meant and is not capable of destroying the Iranian nuclear program. They realize that this isn't going to...
I will admit that Iranian response, albeit restrained, more restrained than I think Israel... more restrained than I think is necessary for Israel to like really reconsider striking Iran over and over again and escalating, has been a lot more effective than I thought it would be. The first couple of days, like the first day I thought was fairly limited, and it led me to believe that falsely, it led me to believe that Israel might have actually successfully taken out a decent number of the missile systems that they have. This is in Tehran, by the way. They're burning the refineries. Israel has struck one of the oil refineries. The main fuel depot in Tehran was hit. I feel like Israel wants the rockets to go through the barrier to have a better casus belli. No. No, it doesn't. No. It would be in Israel's best interest to showcase how strong their defenses are. To be like, we can keep bombing Tehran and not even get a fucking lick of penalty for it. Also, Saudi Arabia came out with the classic pussy-ass statement being like, hey, please do not destroy us, Iran. We would not want the smoke. Please don't touch our oil refineries. We want peace. We want peace. Even though, you know, they have obviously shown their true hand. So nothing that the Saudi government says right now is meaningful, in my opinion. So when you hear stuff like that from the Saudi government, remember, it's just bullshit. It's ass covering. They just don't want the refineries to burn.
To contain the escalation, because all these countries in the region see that they might be impacted, affected, harmed by all this escalation around them. It's not easy to keep this fire contained inside Iran. Iran is a big country. Iran is on at least 3 seas. It's on in the Gulf, Caspian Sea in the north. We have the Indian Ocean in the south, and the Arabian Sea. So 4 seas. And at the same time, it has borders with several countries. So there are going to be a lot of, let me say, leaks. It's not easy to prevent the spill. it might happen. So all these countries would want to contain this. And they can see clearly that this war is, after 48 hours, is getting out of control.
How might they contain it? What is available to them?
Well, the strategic relations with the United States of America that regional leaders have, Emir of Qatar, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and now, of course, Qatar's good relations with Iran. They can use that. Also, Saudi Arabia. But at the end, there should be two sides to tango. The other side, which is the United States, should be able also to talk to the Israelis, to convince the Israelis, to bring the Israelis down the tree. Because if this is going to continue, this is going to be a long war of attrition. And I just take from our culture, the Arabic culture, and even Persian and Turkish, we use a parable on biting the fingers, who shouts first. The problem is that both sides aren't going to shout any soon. So if this is going to continue, it's going to end with both sides just eating the fingers of each other.
Because we're not seeing enough pressure or any pressure coming from the United States, are we? I mean, we're hearing Trump reacting to what Israel is doing, but there's no
almost
clear
like this is their
path.
plan.
There's no clear message coming out of the Trump
That
administration.
Israel, that they crafted alongside Israel.
Well, if we take it from a transactional point of view, it's an investment. And he wants to see how much this investment is going to bring him, at least on the table. Because this is going to be used on the negotiation table, and it's we can say that this is negotiation with fire. Is Iran going to give up on its whole program? Is Iran going to accept stopping to enrich uranium inside Iran? Now, I don't know actually if this war is going to end with the same status quo that was before the war, because after this war, we will have a different Middle East, with either Iran weakened, or Iran falling, or Iran being strong once again and reviving the axis it used to have and the influence it used to have. So there's going to be a new picture. And that's why the negotiation table that exists right now.
Yeah, the other side of the story is that with all of the regional populations, if Iran is capable of surviving this, they will have tremendous reach. Like, they will be the most domineering power in the region. Like, the whole elevated sectarian Sunni Shia divide is just so negligible. It's not significant at all. The only people that care about that shit are like the Saudis. The only people that actually play any role within this are people in power. Like, the populations don't care. Obviously, in the entire Muslim world, Yemen and the Ansar Allah movement has reached godlike status. Any Muslim you talk to, and remember, the Ansar Allah movement is entirely comprised of the Zaidi Shia Houthi family. Okay, they're Shia. But if you go to any fucking Sunni Muslim anywhere around the planet, they will say they stand with Yemen, they love Ansar Allah. Iran, obviously, in the eyes of a lot of Sunni Muslims, is still a terrifying country of tremendous influence, because they have seen Iran attack other Sunni groups in the region. Many of them Salafists, but still.
And that's going to be really dangerous.
If Iran is able to survive this fucking intense bombardment campaign, with obviously some significant penalties incurred,
Senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies, and he joins
I think the rest of the Muslim world, not the leadership, but the rest of the Muslim world will see them as fucking gods.
Because we have been hearing reports that Israel will be striking the city.
Well, from last night specifically, from the late in the evening, we have been hearing the air defense in Tehran being operating, actively. But the first night that the attack happened, this was not like this, but it has been increasing the activity of the air defense. But in the meantime, there have been back and forth between the two sides, with Iran, launching moments ago a new round of missile attack against Israel. What we have been hearing from the Iranian side is that this is expected to be continued.
Obviously, the likely outcome is eventually, after tremendous escalation, which has already started on the Israeli side, they're burning the fucking oil refineries and depots in the capital of Tehran.
Targets they can hit in Israel.
But
so this could be
beyond that, Israel could eventually.
It does not necessarily to be a
Israel could do a decapitation strike like they did with like they did with Hezbollah.
So that they can stop.
I mean, they accidentally engaged in a decapitation strike for Hamas. They didn't even know that they killed Yahya Sinwar. That's an entirely different condition. And they have yet to do so successfully with Yemen. So that one chatter that said, "You're fucking stupid."
If that's the case, Iran will target American bases and interests in the region. We have been seeing that
Saudi Arabia and Iran resumed relations about 1 year ago. What are you talking about? I'm Yemeni and I hate Ansar Allah. They killed our people in southern Yemen. Ask the Yemenis attacking Israel doesn't give you the right to bomb and kill your own people. Do Yemenis mean nothing to you? What is this? What are these quotes that you're posting? I know Yemenis personally that have fucking had their families on the other side of the fucking civil war that took place.
And this can expand gradually. And
every single person from Yemen, regardless of what side they were on in the civil war, will unironically tell you that they stand with the Ansar Allah movement. And it's not even like fucking I mean, aside from the feds, I guess. Control-Shift-T. Aside from the fucking federal agents that are, I don't know, like doing propaganda from like Sweden or some shit. That's not true law. Brother, there are fucking southern Yemen factions that were literally fighting in intense battle with the Ansar Allah movement that dropped their fucking arms in support of Ansar Allah in Yemen. What are you talking about? My point is, in this region, in this fucking region, especially in a place like Yemen, there is an order of priority of who the biggest evil is. Yeah, see, Token Yemeni says, I'm Southern Yemeni. My family died in the war. We support them now. In this region, there's a higher order of priority in the eyes of every single person from Yemen. American imperialism and Israel, as an extension of American imperialism, is the highest order of priority. Even the previous puppet, Saudi-backed leader, till the end, talked about how much he was in support of the pro-Palestinian movement. For the people of Yemen, Palestine is seen as a dual struggle. They see it as like the same exact situation that they have gone through in their history, regardless of whichever faction they're a part of. That's the reason why I'm talking about Iran versus Israel here as well.
Important and specific places in order to make it painful for Israel. And that's why I think, as I said, it's going to be in different phases and a stage operation, which could continue at least for some time. And that's why I think Iran is recovering and trying to somehow compensate what happened in the initial stage of this conflict.
Another of the latest lines that we're getting out of Iran is that the Shahran oil depot has been targeted in an Israeli attack. Iran is saying that the situation there is under control. Can you give us an idea, a bit of context for us as to where this is and its significance in terms
from
of
Sanaa.
Iran's energy?
The Houthis are fucking up Yemen internally. There's mixed feelings among the cities with the Palestinian movement recently united the people. Yeah, exactly. Also, I'm going to tell you right now, they are way too tapped in to the global internet they're going to fucking most likely delete the banner. I said this literally a year ago. Like, they're going to go through a internal rehab. There's already reports from what I've seen that like Ansar Allah is supposed to be a secular movement or whatever the fuck. I don't know how real that is, but that always happens. But the primary thing that has united the Yemen population is the campaign against Israel. And these are literally, if you meet a Yemeni person in the West, they most likely are from a faction that was fighting against Ansar Allah. Okay? Maybe ask Alda Markey about this rather than speculate. First of all, what leads you to believe that I'm not like talking about his reporting on this? If you see people that are from Yemen in the Western world, they are most likely not fucking Zaidi Shia Houthi people. Yeah, they're usually all Sunni.
Israel, as it's moved away from the nuclear and military sites towards what appears to now be the energy infrastructure. And one of those targets was the world's largest gas field, South Pars gas field. And that provides 2/3, I understand, of Iran's natural gas. So are you seeing an impact, or what is the impact so far on these strikes?
Well, those attacks are important, but they have not been a major disruption in the country as a result of those attacks. And also there have been some, let's say, a limited attack on, let's say, an airport in Tehran, but the runway, the facilities related to the airport, as well as the equipment and the buildings are not damaged. And but these types of attacks also happen in other facilities. You know, it could be more or less in different places, but the disruptions as a result of these attacks have not been major or, I think, visible in the country.
In terms of the diplomacy, Abbas, we've just seen phone calls between Iran, the Iranian president, and the Saudi Crown Prince. What is Iran's strategy here when it's talking to the Gulf countries? What is it trying to achieve?
One is that Iran has been insisting and stressing the engagement with regional countries, saying that it has no problems with regional countries. But in the meantime, it has been warning those countries who are hosting American forces and bases that if any attack originates from those countries against Iran, Iran will not hesitate to, target the source of the attack, including the American bases and interests in those countries. And I think additional aspect to this story is that some of those countries have been offering in order to mediate, in order to make efforts to de-escalate. This has been coming from a number of regional leaders. So it has been, two sides, some points being raised and mentioned from the Iranian side, and some of those...
The biggest threat to Iran right now is just people, and Israel's capitalizing on that. They're not. I mean, it is. You're right. Under normal circumstances, it is. That's what the sanctions are supposed to create, and they have been somewhat effective. But the one thing that always happens in unprecedented danger coming from the outside is that even the secular Iranians fucking hate Israel for what Israel is doing to Palestine. And the secular Iranians also fucking hate being blown up. They literally live in Iran. Why the fuck would they look at the situation and go, oh, no, thank you so much for bombing my goddamn oil refinery? Are you insane? It causes all of the secular Iranians to really reconsider like how much the IRGC will have their back in this process. You're wrong. No, I'm not. You've seen like 8 fucking graffiti posts from Iranians living in fucking Los Angeles, and you think that actually that actually is enough for you to go, there's a decent amount of resistance. Like, there is. There are a lot of fucking people who despise the Iranian government, and it makes perfect sense for them to despise the Iranian government. Okay? Especially if you're young, if you're secular. There's a multitude of different reasons why you could blame the Iranian government. You could say like, oh, well, you could believe the fucking Western narratives and say, oh, well, the reason why our economy is shit is because you guys fucking fund all of this foreign incursion, or because you guys are homophobic. The reason why you could hate Iran is because they are actually very fundamentalist and very repressive. Also, does this mean second wave is coming? What the fuck?
For those who do not support either of those factions, and they also are critical of
it's the same Haifa shit.
Establishment or the government, but they have been calling for that unity against, external threat, specifically the one coming from the Israeli side.
Okay, that's Abbas Aslani joining us on the phone there from Tehran. Abbas, many thanks indeed for bringing us your insights into the situation there in Iran. Hello there, I'm Laura Kyle. It's just gone 21 GMT and you're watching Al Jazeera. Our focus this hour remains the most intense fighting between Israel and Iran in decades. A new wave of Iranian missiles has been launched towards Israel as Tehran promises heavy and destructive attacks against Israel.
Bro, Erdogan reached unprecedented popularity after a fucking failed American coup that took place. People in these fucking countries, no matter how young, no matter how secular they are, will inevitably recognize the danger of Western intervention and will oftentimes galvanize against Western intervention. That is usually what happens. That's what always happens. Okay? I'm not saying that like the Iranian youth, like secular forces within the country are not anti-IRGC, anti the mullahs, anti-fucking Ayatollah. Of course there are. It makes perfect sense to be anti-Ayatollah. They're a fundamentalist force that is incredibly repressive. But I think a lot of you are getting your notes from your neighbors here on this issue. As an Iranian, thank God. Yeah, of course. Like, what do you mean? We hate Donald Trump. Now imagine if Donald Trump was way, way, way more powerful in terms of enacting his fucking Christian fascist, Christian nationalist agenda. And on top of that, there was complete economic instability born out of the Western forces strangling you. Dude, I'm Iranian. I can say, as you said, for Yemen, it's true for Iran too. People hated the government for not negotiating with the U.S. because of economic issues. Now I hear from the most radical people in opposition opinion of government that they say we'd rather die from hunger but attack Israel and do not negotiate on our nuclear power. Yeah. Also, the irony is Iran has pursued nuclear denuclearization for literally, 2 decades now? And America has only fucked them over every step of the way. This has nothing to do with its like domestic policies or even some of its foreign intervention in the region. But it is ridiculous to act like Iran has not tried to, for the past 3 decades, engage with denuclearization. And America has used that negotiations process to continue fucking destroying Iran, destroying the Iranian economy with the hopes that like they'll be able to cause enough political instability. If Iran ironically had a nuke, if Iran ironically fucking had a goddamn nuke, this wouldn't be happening. English caption, thanks to Hezbollah, Iran has video intel of Haifa sensitive military, industrial, and commercial facilities as shown in the HUD video. Oh, they used this. They used the Hezbollah footage to find military targets. I doubt that they used the Hezbollah footage. If the coup in Turkey was led by a secular figure instead of an Islamic cultist character. Most Turks wouldn't have a problem with it, by the way. No, that's not true. I don't think so. I think Turkey is the funniest country on the planet. My people, the Turkish people, are a very proud people, but they're also a very servile people. Okay? Let me tell you why. Turkey has the highest degree of hatred for America out of all of the countries that are polled on this. Turkey has the lowest approval rating for America. It's a NATO nation. Turkey serves America's interests in the region. Turkey has the lowest approval rating for Israel, the highest disapproval rating for Israel. I think it's like 93% disapproval for Israel. The Turkish government is an incredibly invaluable ally to Israel. This is why I think Turks are the funniest people on the planet, where they're like genuine servants of American imperialism, but they fucking hate Israel and America. The population, look at this. Look, 93% unfavorability. 93% unfavorability for Israel. And even they do these kinds of surveys on America as well. Turkey, again, one of the lowest fucking favorability ratings for America as well. And yet the Turkish government continues to do business with Israel, and Turks are so oblivious to it.
Some of the gas production there. Well, let's bring in Tawhid Asadi. He is joining us now from Tehran. And Tawhid, since we last spoke, we have been seeing Iran reporting another attack on the Shahran oil depot in Tehran. What more can you tell us about that?
Well, I can say that it happened, but specifically when it comes to details, so far we don't have that much of information. We saw smoke coming out of the scene. It was said that the sort of oil storage center was targeted, but still the extent of damage is not that much. So it might be a superficial targeting of that place, but
Dark Weaver. Türkiye NATO'da değil mi? Huh? Is Turkey not in NATO? Is Turkey not a major energy provider? A logistical hub for energy to go by way of Azerbaijan to Israel? Is that not the case? What did Turkey do in Syria? If not serve the interests of both Israel and, of course, goes without saying, the United States of America. As long as there are American nuclear arms in the Incirlik American military base, Turkey will always be America's lapdog. That's it. A lot of Turks will fail to comprehend this. They will cope. They will act as though Erdogan is a separate entity, that Erdogan is independent, that he plays both sides. And the irony, of course, is Erdogan is playing both sides sometimes. But ultimately, he only does that at the behest of America. Erdogan, just like every other Turkish leadership in perpetuity, will forever serve American empire. But Turks will cope when I bring this up. Look at this Turk. He says, we don't want to end up like Iran. That's why we have to be a loyal servant to America. See? How is that any different than any of the Gulf nation states? I'm willing to bet you despise them, right? Because you think they're all dirty Arabs. That's usually the fucking Turkish attitude on this stuff. Unless you're an Islamist. I can't really tell from what you're saying. But a lot of Turks have genuine hatred for the Arabs. But how is this sentiment any different than the cowardly Gulf states? You say this, Acting like you're above them. Dog, you live in America? Yeah. But I'm not oblivious to America's evils. The fuck do you mean? I'm not oblivious to America's evils. As a matter of fact, I'm talking about Turkey's collaboration with America's evils. Fiona, stop. I'm talking about Turkey, the other country that I'm from, and its collaboration of America's evils. And these guys are saying, no, that's not the case.
The air defense system is activated across the country. And speaking of the context in which located and the future possibilities, we talked with one high-ranking Iranian official, a security official, who just told us, quote unquote, Tehran is preparing itself for a prolonged confrontation and will increase its attacks. And as I'm reporting behind me, I hear the sounds of explosion related to interception of flying objects by the Iranian air defense system. Also, this high-ranking security official told Al Jazeera that Iran did not start the war, but it will determine how the end of this aggression is going to be.
I'm Kurdish, and I was going to say no, hatred is not a big thing IRL, but then you just realize all my friends are conservative. Conservative Turks that are like kind of Islamist aligned will like the Arabs. A lot of the secular Turks hate the Arabs. Even, it's weird. Defense system disabled, proven lie again.
There's a system in place where they go to the
Yeah, I don't think their air defenses are as
people in Tehran.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe they are. They're able to hit Tehran like this.
What I saw was a mixture of different sentiments, especially yesterday when I was at the scene of one of these explosions, when a university, let's say, building, it was not actually a university building, but
True to Parsi. I was raised as Baha'i in Iran, which meant being denied access to higher education and treated as a second-class citizen in my own country. I was arrested, tortured. My father was imprisoned and tortured. My family lived under constant harassment. My sister, my brother, my closest friends, my brother-in-law, we all suffered under a system built on oppression and the deeply rooted anti-Baha'i sentiment that persists in Iran. And yet, despite all this, I do not and never wish for my homeland to be bombed or invaded. No matter how much pain I've experienced, I cannot support violence as a path to justice. Iran is still my home. Its people are still my home. I long for a future shaped not by war or retribution, but by dignity, freedom, and peace for everyone. Like, I think it was the other side of this is like Iran is an incredibly proud nation. Bro, in some ways, Iran literally is everything that Israel LARPs as. An actual fucking continuous 2,000-year empire and culture and nation state. Like, Israel is 77 fucking years old. It's totally made up. Iran has 3,000 years of fucking history. What are we talking about? It's a very proud people too. I mean, 4,000, whatever, however long you want to say it is. I don't know.
So we speak to people, the sentiment of fear is there, the sentiment of anxiety is there, but this is one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is a strong sense of anger, commonly shared among different citizens with different mindsets, with different mentalities. Either they are 100% or...
So you okay with Iran making news and no one doing anything about it? Yes. What is this question? Yeah, if Iran had fucking nukes, they wouldn't be getting bombed right now. And they wouldn't be bombing Israel. Really? Yeah, really, bro. Really. Nuclear doctrine. Ukraine should have never given up the nukes. Okay? You give up the nukes, you don't have sovereignty. That is what it is. I want denuclearization across the board. But without nukes, look at what's going on in your country, you know? Okay, give nukes to Poland. Sure, go ahead. Give them to Poland. Great. Probably play a role in stopping the fucking Russian invasion. r/Marxist culture 9 months ago. HasanAbi doctrine, a guide for nation building. Get one, nukes. Rule number 1, get nukes. Rule number 2, do not give up your nukes. Rule number 3, if you're accused of having nukes, drop everything immediately and find some nukes. What does rule number 3 imply? What is going on in Iran right now? Countries that were accused of having nukes and then successfully dropped everything and found nukes. North Korea. Country that is not currently lit on fire. North Korea. Countries that were accused of having nukes that dropped everything and did not find some nukes. Libya. What is happening in Libya? Open slave markets. Open air slave markets. That's it. Rule number 3 is the current rule number, or another one, WMDs. Iraq. No WMDs. You didn't have WMDs. America claimed you had it. Look where you're at now. For the past 3 decades, Iran has played ball with the International Atomic Council and has tried to cooperate and has only been fucked over as a direct consequence of trying to fucking cooperate with America and, by way of America, Israel. And what has it gotten in return? Nothing. Death, destruction, economic starvation, instability. Why the fuck shouldn't they have nukes, man? What are we talking about? Of course, they should have gotten nukes years ago. John Mersheimer believes, and I agree with him on this, that if Iran had nukes, the region would be more stable, and I unironically believe him. I agree with him. I don't agree with him on everything, but on this one, I do agree with him. Dramatic attack in the Iranian capital. Our planes attacked a total of 4 targets. The Ministry of Defense, the nuclear headquarters, nuclear laboratories, and oil facilities. Peace to our planes. Yeah. Think about it this way. Look at India and Pakistan. Why didn't they actually go to full-throated battle? Why didn't they go through the full-blown battle? Ynet reports that 1 person has been killed in a new Iranian missile strike on Tamra, a town near Haifa in northern Israel. No religious state should have nukes, but I guess America is its own religion, not gonna lie. What do you mean no religious state should have nukes? Israel has nukes. Israel has the highest nuke density per capita in comparison to every other country on the planet. Israel has more nukes per population than any other fucking country on the planet. And yes, you're right. America is also a religious country, and they still have their own version of nukes. By this estimation, the only country that should have nukes is the USSR and fucking China. And yes, I agree. So there you go. I guess technically India as well, but not Pakistan. Literally, what countries that are nuclear superpowers are that's wrong. The Vatican has 3 nukes. Yeah, North Korea, Democratic People's Republic of Korea should have nukes, not religious. Okay. CCP, not religious. China should have nukes. I guess India is technically secular. That's the claim. So I guess they get to have one. France also. Even though India has gone super Hindu nationalism, so I don't know. I don't know how secular they are still. America is not a fucking secular nation, okay? Miss me with that bullshit. America's religion is the most damaging one. It's capitalism. America has a fucked up ass. Tehran is burning, says Israel Katz. Yemeni leadership strike has failed. Breaking: Israel's assassination attempt of a senior leader in Yemen failed. Mohammed al-Gamari, chief of staff of Ansar Allah in Yemen, has survived the Israeli operation to kill him. According to reports, he is alive and well. This is a dumb statement. Don't bother. I like that. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, minor blip, minor blip, minor mini F, mini F, mini F. Classic. We gotta have some mini Fs. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel. I'm Israel high. 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 Please, please, please. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. Please give me back my internet. I'm so sorry. What the fuck is happening, bro? It's not working. It worked? Did it work? I don't think so. This was the longest, like, extended minor F sequence of all time. All right. We are going to have to see how bad the delay is, and then I'm going to have to probably fix the ingest. All right, everybody. In order to figure out how bad the delay is, press 1 now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6-second delay. It's not that bad. Like maybe 7 for some, like 8 to 10 for others. Okay, big. Okay, okay. That delay is pretty significant. All right, we're going to test the delay. The only other way to know, if you haven't subscribed right now, subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS. This is how we test it with your Twitch Primes. Subscribe now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, it's coming in now. All right. Like 11 seconds. Stream delay is an inside job. Nope, that's an 11-second to 15-second delay. All right. This means I'm going to have to hit a quick mini F to fix the ingest. By the time you hear me, the F will come. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And we're back. It blipped at 11. Jake Tapper never does this. All right, in order to find out if the delay is not that significant, subscribe now. Subscribe now. Twitch Primes, free. $6 a month subscription. And we shall see if the delay is gone. That's how you double dip, baby. Okay, seems like a massive delay here. All right, let's get back to it.
to collapse the whole establishment in Tehran.
And today we're seeing a new energy infrastructure. So where does it end?
Well, hitting this is just adding to the effort to collapse the state. I mean, whenever state doesn't have energy, the state is infrastructure is hit. Whenever there is war, I mean, you're turning the state into a failed state. But the issue is that with the Iranians, I mean, regardless of the unproportional attacks, because the Israelis, they have the
Wait, I was brought up on subway takes.
So what's your take? Every country. So what's your take? Every country should have one nuclear bomb.
100% disagree. I think that's
How
an
many bombs do
awful
you think
idea.
they should have?
0.
Oh, well, that's good too. I would obviously prefer that. But if they're going to have any, it should just be one.
You're not saying you're pro-nuclear bomb. You're saying
No.
you just want to limit the amount that are available.
If every country has one,
okay,
we know you have one. So if you use it, then you're like, we're defenseless. We got no bombs, and everyone knows it. And also, you're kind of a jerk.
I don't know. I think that having any nuclear bombs is a bad idea.
Oh, totally. There's 12,469 out there right now. I mean, the last 3 digits up. And there's only 195 countries. So I'm here coming on your show to say, let's take out 11,800 of those bombs.
Okay, I get what you're saying. You're saying right now there are too many.
Oh, there's way too many.
And you don't want to go to 0 because that's not realistic.
Yeah, like, you know how people are like, don't take away my guns? Well, if everyone has one gun, actually, that'd be a bad example. Don't print that.
Do you think that if everyone had one bomb, the world would be a safer place?
Absolutely. There wouldn't be any bullies in the world, right? Wait, you disagree with me, Kareem? Don't tell me you disagree with me.
I like evening the playing field. I think that's a nice...
Thank you. So you
nice.
100% agree.
But I think that there should be none.
I do too. I agree with you.
No, you think that every country should have one. I think every country should have none.
Well, yeah, but that's not going to get the internet talking, is it? Hey, I think there should be peace. Everyone's going to be like, yeah, you idiot, of course. But, come on, just one bomb is all I'm saying. Is that bad? Am I going to get in trouble? Could have started the whole series with this take and you would have gotten viral right away. But it's all right. Actually, yeah, I'll get off next, I think.
I agree. I agree.
At least to be very alarming. That's notable considering early on Friday morning, the U.S. president sending very...
All right, let's look at the fucking No Kings protest.
Say
Back to America.
Flags, chanting, sometimes a little bit more colorfully, but a very peaceful scene, a very party scene, honestly, at points with music and others things going on here in Los Angeles. As people say, they're saying no kings here in the United States and really protesting everything they've seen play out here for the last week in Los Angeles. Jessica.
Right. Michael, thank you so much coming to us from Los Angeles. Let's go back here to New York City right now. Let's bring in Gloria Pazmino. Gloria, you've been with protesters in New York all afternoon. What has the vibe been like where you are?
Well, Jessica, the official march that was taking place along...
Wait. Head of the Shin Bet resigned,
Gloria,
actually?
you've been with protesters in New York all afternoon. What has the vibe been like where you are?
Well, Jessica, the official march that was taking place along Fifth Avenue has formally concluded, and it concluded right here at Madison Square Park in Lower Manhattan. And you can see behind me that the crowd has been gathering, and this has happened sort of organically in the last hour as the march concluded. And you can see that there are groups of protesters behind me. There is a person who's been speaking to the crowd, and that focus on immigration that Michael was just talking about out in LA has been present here too during this march. I've heard from several people people who are concerned about a range of different issues, not just immigration. They're concerned about the economy. They're concerned about climate. And they say that all of those issues brought them out here today. For the most part, this protest here today in New York City has been peaceful. But the question now, as the sort of official march comes to an end, is whether or not people are going to continue to demonstrate in other parts of the city later into the evening. We know that there are other sort of offshoots of the protests that have been taking place. And so we'll see how it sort of progresses over the next several hours. Police are closely keeping an eye on this group as they gather here. But as I said, so far, it's just been people chanting. The organizers are speaking to the crowd, encouraging them to continue to speak out, to continue to protest. The crowd here is very diverse. There's children here, older people, families, young people that have come out. Which really gives you a sense of just the broad spectrum of people that have taken the time to join this protest here in New York City. So far, we've seen no real interaction with police. As I said, they have been keeping a close eye on the march throughout the day. They have been marching along. They have been patrolling streets, patrolling businesses as the demonstrators move along. But so far, it has all been done peacefully and without much interaction between protesters and police.
All right, Gloria Pazmino in New York, thank you so much for that. We continue to stay on top of several breaking news stories at this hour as a manhunt is underway in Minnesota after a gunman killed a state lawmaker and her husband and shot and injured another lawmaker and his wife. Officials saying that suspect appeared to be dressed as a police officer at the time of those shootings. We're following breaking details out of Minnesota when we come back.
Life, diabetes, there's no slowing down. Each day is a unique blend of people to see and things to do. That's why you choose Glucerna to help manage blood sugar response. Uniquely designed with Carb Steady. Glucerna, bring on the day.
Every breath you take, every move you make, every day you wake,
Boomer ass
no mistake will be helping you.
There is no ethical reacts when it comes to CNN, boys, girls, MBs. Let's be real. All right, Fox News is going to do unlimited glaze. This is the dick-sucking factory. Holy fuck, I'm assuming hypersonic reveal Iran was not bluffing. Wait, when is this from? I don't think that's what's going on. I think, yeah, perspective. The fast one is much closer to the camera lens and travel many times less space than the others. That's not... Yeah, I don't think that's the case. Anyway, where was I? So... Wait, this fucking douchebag wore this mask? That's so scary. Oh, that's so fucking scary. I just realized he was wearing... Was he actually wearing the fake face mask when he did this? Oh, God, that's so fucking... I mean, he... Like, can you imagine you open the fucking door? You open the goddamn door, and the dude who looks like a cop outside of your door is, like, very clearly wearing the fucking latex mask. Oh, God, that's so creepy. Fucking nightmare fuel, dude. FYI, there's visit the MN assassin at some kind of anti-LGBT hate rally in DRC circulating. CNN said he shaved his head. This is not him with a shaven head, chatter. This is the classic fucking mask from like Drive and all these other places. Chatters are trickling in from their respective no Kings protests, and it's so funny because it's exactly as I told you, right? Yesterday, if you were in here, You heard me say all the Deborahs and all the Barbers are going to be out with their like orange man bad protest signs, you know, saying, hey ho, Donald Trump's got to go, that type of stuff. And yeah, it seems like that was fairly accurate, no? Having said that, it's good. It's good to go out there and have solidarity with the Faillennials and the Boomers. It's never bad to protest. It's always good to protest. Not lying, I went to one also. You shouldn't feel bad about going to a libbed up protest. You should never feel bad about protesting this government. Also, yeah, here is the extreme leftist Vance Luther Belter ranting and preaching about there's people in America who don't know what sex they are at a fucking evangelical church, I believe in Congo.
There's people, especially in America.
Just classic far leftist shit. By the way, we knew this as soon as the media revealed his name. I had this in the fucking chamber. I showed you the sermons, like the lists of sermons that he has conducted. So why is it that Elon Musk, Charlie Kirk, all these fucking right-wing outlets, all of these fucking douchebags, don't ever let them forget it, okay? Immediately turn around and we're like, oh, this guy that has the exact same opinion that we do followed through on the exact same sentiments that we put out there as far right figures. And now, of course, now all of a sudden we're just going to claim he's a radical Marxist. Get the fuck out of here. You could have just been quiet after seeing his fucking buzz cut, dude. But no, they don't have to. They don't have to do that because nobody ever punishes people for lying. Nobody ever goes after people for just straight up fucking lying. I wonder when Elon will inevitably delete this fucking dumbass tweet, by the way. The one that I retweeted. The one that I quote retweeted. I'm surprised he hasn't deleted it yet. I said, evangelical Merck, who runs a private security firm, who killed Democratic lawmakers, had Elon Omar and Tim Walz on his hit list. According to the police, is most likely not a left-wing assassin, but that hasn't stopped Elon from lying on his own social media platform. Dangerous. 80,000 likes. The left kills the CEO of United Healthcare, kills 2 Israeli ambassador staffers, and now kills a Minnesota state rep and her husband, and injures a senator and his wife. Doxson attempts to murder ICE and police all week. 80,000 likes. Elon Musk, the far left is murderously violent. 112,000 likes. $13.3 million views. I fucking hate this. I hate the information landscape. It is so annoying. Breaking. What is this? Around the globe, head of Israeli Shin Bet intelligence agency resigns. Is that actually true? People are saying this, but I haven't seen any real reporting on it. Oh, was Mayadeen English? Why is it that the only fucking reporting is coming from either like random Twitter accounts or like Mayadeen? Israeli journalist Amit Segal reported that the head of Israeli Shin Bet, Ronan Bar, has ended his term. Bar had been blocked from resigning from his post by an Israeli court. His term ended today, allowing him to resign despite the court order. Oh, that makes sense. Most domestic terrorist attacks are committed by the right-wing extremists, and the only way they try to throw you off the scent that the right is inherently violent is by the claiming that the violence comes from the left as soon as something happens. I know, but like, for under normal circumstances, for normal people, right, for somewhat reasonable people, they're supposed to look at this and go, okay, you guys say that after every shooting, and then you're wrong after every shooting, and the guy actually that does the shooting looks like you, sounds like you, and is following through on a lot of the stuff that you had said. How many times does it have to happen? Except we don't live in a normal world anymore. We live in fucking hell world, and obviously everyone is dumb as fuck, and they only care about whatever feeds into their preconceived notions of the world, their own biases. Breaking news, IDF said more missiles coming from Iran. Iran is looking for regime change in Israel. That's so funny. No, that's just a meme, dude. Iranian security official says the military will be escalating its attacks and promises to end Netanyahu's government. I mean, what are they going to do? Assassinate him in fucking Greece or something? Like, that is not regime change in Israel. That's a threat that they will start doing strikes on leadership. What's Greece going to do about it? Greece actually, ironically enough, has the opportunity to do the funniest thing, which is to follow international law. Greece is a signatory to I think it's a Rome Statute country. It actually has the legal responsibility to arrest Netanyahu as soon as he fucking stepped foot on Greek soil, as is the case with the ICC arrest warrant. So Greece literally should be arresting Benjamin Netanyahu. The Greek prime minister is collaborating with Israel because they see it as a way to defend against Turkey, which is laughable. In good faith, Free Palestine. Why are the Egyptians not opening the Rafah border? How is the U.S. involved? That came from your YouTube. Oh, the Egyptian government is a fucking dog to American interests. And they're such disgusting little fucking creatures over there. The government, I mean, not the population. That they've activated like gangs of hatchet men to go and attack the humanitarian convoy that is by foot making its fucking way to the Rafah border in protest. So instead of opening the Rafah border, which they'll never do, obviously, they are literally using decentralized gang violence against fake news. Those are citizens. No, the fuck they're not. You are such a dumb fuck. You think regular Egyptian citizens have that level of animosity towards North Africans and other North Africans and other Muslim people that are trying to fucking walk to the Rafah border. The other side of this that's like really fucking stupid is that the all of the Hasbara accounts have been saying that not only are these like regular Egyptian citizens that are just beating the fuck out of these protesters that are trying to go to the Rafah border, but also on top of that, that these are just Westerners that they're beating on. They're not fucking Westerners, dumbass. I saw a take that the convoy was designed just to make Egypt look bad. No. A group of savage, filthy, addicted, and spiteful rabble attacked the men and women of the Steadfastness caravan in Egypt. Yeah, Egyptians are overwhelmingly pro-Palestine. Okay, just as every other country, there are so many fucking countries in this region that the government is not pro-Palestine, but the people are. Okay, and it's hilarious. It is hilarious to me that dumbfuck pro-Israel accounts all up and down the timeline is making it seem like, one, the people that are getting brutalized are just like stupid leftist Westerners. Okay, they're not. They're not stupid leftist Westerners. There's like Turks in that convoy. There are Algerians in that convoy. It's literally a coalition of the willing, civilians from all around the world not just fucking dumb leftist Westerners. And also on top of that, this isn't just like random Egyptian citizens that are taking the matters in their own hands. This is a group that was absolutely sicked on. There were hella white people in there too. Dog. North Africans are also fucking white. What are you talking about? Yes, there are white people in the fucking in the protests as well. Please post the No Kings protest to YouTube. The internet is really shit in Iran, so I can't watch. Brother, you're talking... The reason why I haven't gone to the No Kings protest this morning is literally because I'm watching your country get bombed and you want me to go to the No Kings protest and post it on YouTube. Bro, you got other things to worry about right now. Pokimane is Moroccan. Pokimane is Moroccan. She looks white as hell. You should try walking literally in any Egyptian street with the Israeli flag and see what's going to happen. Egyptians are overwhelmingly anti-Israel is the one thing we agree on. Yeah, that's what I mean. No IRL protest stream? No. I will go. I will go in most likely the next like 30 minutes or so, unless something crazy fucking materializes. I'm waiting for the next salvo that the IDF claims is coming from Iran, but it doesn't seem like it's going to happen. But yeah, I've seen like Eyal Yacobi and all those other fucking stupid pro-Israel accounts that lie all the goddamn time, lying about this shit, being like, Egyptians love Israel. They're beating the fuck out of these stupid, dumb leftists that came from America. And it's like, dude, who is a stupid, dumb, white liberal that came from America? The average Israeli citizen or the fucking Algerian, Tunisian, Moroccan, Turkish, and some Westerners that are a part of this fucking massive band of people that are trying to peacefully march to the Rafah border by foot? Who do you think is closer to the way that like that part of the world sees like a gay ass libtard? I would probably assume that you ask the average dude in the MENA region like who fits that role. They would probably say the Israeli society broadly reflects that gay ass libtard image. For people asking why aren't regular Egyptians doing anything, don't forget that regular Egyptians are also living in a dictatorship. What a way to frame a strike against the university. Israeli strikes on Tehran earlier targeted Malik Ashtar University of Technology, which has direct links to the Iranian nuclear and intercontinental ballistic missile programs and has been sanctioned for this by the United States. Great stuff, man. They didn't get enough of their scholasticide. They didn't get enough of their scholasticide in Gaza. They have to fucking also target universities in Iran as well. This would literally be, for the record, like, Iran blowing up MIT. Okay? That's every single U.S. university. Can you imagine if their attack was on MIT? Absolutely insane criminal behavior. Exactly. Verified video coming from Tehran. Yeah, no, I we've seen this already. It's the oil depot. They struck the oil depot. Anyway, this is a No Kings protest.
Okay. Here we come. All right, I gotcha. Got me? Yep, I got you.
Amazing. I love this. These people are amazing. You will fit right in. Thank you. I agree. Deploy the Marines. It's time. It's time to deploy the Marines. Also, Fox News has dropped it. Everyone has dropped their coverage, basically, of everything else that's going on. It's time for Trump's DC military parade to kick off. It's supposed to start in 5 minutes, I think. I'll watch a little bit of this, and then afterwards, I'll head out to the protest. My town's counter protest was 4 church leaders a MAGA Make America Godly Again flag, and most of the town actively flipping them off. Rural Texas. Oh, it got pushed back. Easy to pray for the wolves of the state. Need to encircle them like elephants do with their babies. The boomer generation was awful. World War II ended and they didn't do anything, and now the world is in flames. Every generation after World War II has been lackluster. A military expert said that the strike on the oil depot is a propaganda strike for domestic consumption Israelis because those depots are extremely easy to repair and can be filled up again and be up and running in like 2 days. It's not a refinery.
Test, but we haven't seen anything like that. They've had a great experience here in the city. Everyone they've talked to has been very kind, and of course the U.S. Army is a nonpartisan organization. So today, June 14th, is the U.S. Army's birthday. That's why 7,000 of us are here.
Cope. Oh, what funny cope. About an hour until the parade started time in D.C., and there are plenty of prime viewing spots wide open, particularly towards the beginning of the route along Constitution Avenue. Oh, my God. No one is there. Not even the protest. Not even the fucking protest. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, no. When you throw a birthday party and the only people that attend are paid to be there. This is kind of awesome. I'm not going to lie, this low key is the best possible thing that could have happened. Like maybe some like incredibly limited number of people and then like some obviously anti-Trump protesters, but like overall just limited involvement is hilarious. It's funnier. Like having no one show up is funnier than having even only counter protesters show up. Dude, they can't even march in sync. It's so bad. North Korea clears, not gonna lie. God, we're so ass. Fake news from the Piker Broadcasting Service is the biggest military parade in military history. Yeah, definitely. Piker Broadcasting Service does not engage or entertain any fake news whatsoever. I do not want to hear it. Ladies and gentlemen, folks, the Piker Broadcasting Service is brought to you by the viewers and for you, the viewers, and is funded by you, the viewers. The Piker Broadcasting Service maintains editorial independence by your voluntary contributions in the form of subscriptions. That can be $6 a month in the form of a regular Twitch subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. I have PBS logos that are meant to go on stream. Damn, this is kind of fire. Transparent GIF. Why doesn't it show up like a GIF? It's not moving. Why did I just get a Go Army ad? Are you running ads again? No. The Piker Broadcasting Service does not run any ads and is funded entirely by you, the viewers. For you, the viewers. Thank you. Stop the fake news. This is DC Today. Ignore the season. It's real. This is what DC looks like right now. They're all, and I'm hearing my sources on the ground are saying that they're incredibly stoked. Oh my God. Bro, this sucks so much. Oh, this sucks so much for Trump. Oh, that's awesome. This is exactly the kind of petty shit that he hates too. All around the country, there are millions of people on the streets from different walks of life, from different demographic backgrounds, marching against Donald Trump. Meanwhile, Donald Trump himself can't even fucking get enough of his supporters to come watch his birthday party army parade. Oh, that's so good. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is so perfect. I'm sorry. I know this is like kind of libbed up, but this is exactly the type of shit that Donald Trump cares about. And this is fucking hilarious. Update on the cross from 16 minutes ago. Nowhere near the 200,000 expected. Oh my God. Millions of people on the streets all around the nation out in protest against Trump. Meanwhile, no one is attending his birthday party. Dude, this is why I love protests. This is why I love like the fucking liberal protests as well. This right here, remember, this right here is a direct shot at the notion that like Republicans are super popular, they're all around, and that their movement is popular and everybody loves them. People think that this is the case because of what they see online, what they see on Twitter. And it ends up changing the way that they see the world. I promise you. I always say this. If you go on Twitter, you think Elon Musk is the most popular guy on the planet, right? Like, holy shit, so many glazers. I mean, there's even still plenty of haters of Elon on Twitter as well. But like, if your only assessment is conducted online, if your only assessment of the world is conducted by who you consume online, if you see the giant numbers that people like fucking Asmongold have in terms of audiences, and you look at Twitter, and you see all of the half-botted, half-popular support for neo-Nazi sentiment, you will genuinely develop a false sense of what the world looks like. The irony is, these guys used to say, oh, we're the silent majority. The silent majority is the liberals. Liberalism is monoculture. The silent majority has been, especially with the increasingly unleashed right-wing sentiment, algorithm-boosted right-wing sentiment that you see everywhere, that's like botted into oblivion with fake likes and all this shit, you think that the actual majority population's attitude is like super pro Donald Trump. Meanwhile, the actual silent majority is the fucking liberals and progressives and the combination movement that is anti-Trump. It's just that the online majority sentiment is very loud. The online sentiment is very loud, and it makes you falsely believe that there's like a majority opinion there. I've been trying to explain this to people for quite a while. I think because of how aggressive right-wing sentiment is generally, and how aggressive right-wingers are, both in the real world and also specifically online, with constant fucking harassment campaigns, constant brigading, that people have developed a false sense of political parity, political ideological parity in this country, where they actually fucking think that the world is, or especially America, is way, way, way more right-wing than it actually is. Even people that voted for Donald Trump voted for him because they got fucking duped into voting for him. There are still a shit ton of people who thought legitimately that Donald Trump was only going to deport these like supposedly criminal migrants that are a massive problem, it seems, when no such problem really existed. This is why I kept saying this was a major gap in information from the Democratic side. It was a major mistake from the Democrats that allowed public sentiment and public discourse to shift in this incredibly right-wing direction. And it has snapped back to reality very quickly once ICE started doing these fucking idiotic and dangerous and scary operations in people's backyards and in people's neighborhoods. Oh, Open Presence, thank you for the 50 big ones. Holy moly. Oh my God, the protest is, or not protest, the parade has started.
Please welcome the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane.
It's so funny and it's so ass. No one cares.
Joining us, the Secretary of the Army. Please welcome the Honorable Daniel P. Driscoll. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Secretary of Defense, the Honorable Pete Hegseth. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, accompanied by the Second Lady of the United States, Usha Vance, and their 3 children. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump.
This shit is so sauceless. Look at how empty it is. He knows how empty that crowd is. He's sad. He's sad. You can tell he's sad. Oh, that's fucking awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Pack watch. R.I.P. Bozo. Millions of people on the streets of the United States protesting Trump all around the nation. Meanwhile, no one is attending his fuck-ass birthday party. This is proof, once again, that the repulsive far-right hug box that Twitter and online spaces have become is not representative of real-world support for MAGA and right-wing policies. Do not be deluded. Do not be discouraged. Become undeniable. Become unavoidable. You will rarely see crowd shots unless it's like Trump moving into the stage, and at which point you see that there is no one behind them. Boo.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars.
Republicans are gonna be like, this is DEI. This is this DEI singer.
Parts we watched were so gallantly streaming.
He looks like shit.
Rockets with glee, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star
Why is he saluting? He's the commander-in-chief. Oh, she came back twice. That's crazy. She double tapped. She hit the double tap. Home of the brave double tap. Wow, very tight shots of the crowd. Very tight shots of the crowd.
Before we even had a country, we had an army.
They started as a small, unorganized group of shop owners and farmers, but they fought the most powerful army in the entire world to a standstill in Concord, Lexington, and Bunker Hill.
Then our Continental Congress chose George Washington as general of our Continental Army.
But it wasn't until 1 year later, on July 4th, 1776, that news arrived of the signing of our Declaration of Independence.
Now we had a new army and a new nation.
It's like probably the worst time to try to instill patriotic feelings in this country when there's so much discontent and anger, where people are like, why can't we go back to the fucking glory days? Because like right now, you're talking about the glorious past, you know, Revolutionary War, taking out a monarch, like removing a monarch's grip of power. Meanwhile, now all the army does is just fucking brutalize like brown 14-year-old children so that a bunch of rich assholes can make money stealing the natural resources of said country and failing to do so in the process anyway. It just sucks.
And closer to the
What is happening with this fucking stream? The stream is
finally getting
tanking.
within rifle and cannon range. Now
What is going on right now?
off our first cannon shot.
The British had two.
Oh, Newsom's revenge. It's not even. No. It's not. It's not the broadcast is I'm not experiencing outages. Like the Reuters broadcast is having a hard time showcasing the parade. Here, let's look at Fox News.
And took on the British fleet.
Washington decided to make his move. Our men began digging to get closer.
The only attendees are the families of soldiers.
Getting within rifle and cannon range.
Served in the Army at the time when George Washington was the president, and how for them they would have the opportunity, something this kid would have never had otherwise, to see what that looked like back in the day. And we see it as they progress through here. This is the start of the era of what would have been, what soldiers would have looked like and how they would have worn.
By the way,
we expect to see
straight up, Trump is so fucking zesty with it because low-key, this is kind of cool. And this is exactly the type of shit that a zesty ass man would come up with. Like they actually hired a bunch of like professional costume designers, for the record, so that they could showcase the costume, like the uniforms of every single fucking era. And I'm sorry, I like that. I will admit, I like that. I think it's cool. But that is something that a very zesty man with a penchant for art, who has an artistic vision, would come up with. Okay? This is where we're at. Clearly.
Of the parade really taking off here. You see some Army soldiers carrying the colors of the United States and the Army.
Also, remember, parades, always gay. It is Pride Month. It is Pride Month. Parades, automatically gay. There is no way to make a parade straight, okay? It's always a queer experience. And therefore, this is technically a pride parade.
These are ceremonial uniforms in some cases. There are the camos of desert wartime. And you also get a sense of how generation by generation the Army has changed. Its mission, of course, is different in different parts of the world, hence the desert camos for certain combat that reflected that as a way of blending in. And then, of course, the dress uniforms. All of this quite stirring to see if you're there in person, and a real way to say we all appreciate the service of members. 7,000 soldiers are here.
Participating across the parade today. And I think what we're seeing, and I'm going to hope that the video is sort of playing in a order that we were anticipating. This is what you saw a moment ago, I believe, was the U.S. Army Band, Pershing's own, as it's come to be known, founded in 1922 and was something that was created under the orders of General John Pershing, who commanded U.S. Expeditionary Forces in World War I, because he felt like the United States needed a band, like he had seen in Europe, to celebrate the work of its soldiers.
And that tradition has been so powerful, and generals and presidents have used it to stir the emotions, to bring patriotic music to the forefront, to give soldiers a chance to be a part of important rituals that are a part of civilian life. All of that very important. There's a combination of things happening here today, too. Some of the images you will see are from independent news cameras, and some of them are from a production company related to America 250. You see that in the upper left-hand corner. So there is a certain movie-making quality to today, and then there's a news event quality to what is happening.
There's more people here than there. Oh, for sure.
We're taking advantage of both of those perspectives.
We're going to sort of listen in at different moments throughout this presentation this evening. So we'll sort of stop down here for a second and let you hear a little bit of what people on the parade route are hearing as these soldiers work their way past the reviewing stand. Listen for a few minutes here.
The 3rd Infantry Regiment is the oldest active duty unit in the U.S. Army. Established back in 1784, the unit was dubbed the Old Guard by Major General Winfield Scott during a victory parade in Mexico City after the Mexican War. It is the U.S. Army's official ceremonial unit and presidential escort, conducting year-round tactical training to ensure the highest standards and utmost discipline of its soldiers. The unit routinely represents the U.S. Army and our nation in official ceremonies, major sporting events, and their own, the U.S. Army's own Twilight Tattoo. The Old Guard also maintains 24-hour vigil of the tomb of the unknown soldier, while also conducting funeral services honoring our fallen heroes in Arlington National Cemetery.
Why is this
The regiment's 50
sauceless?
campaign streamers
I think other countries that don't have much in terms of military conquest spend a lot more of their limited efforts on putting together sick-ass parades. That's why our parades look kind of sauceless. Like low-key, the shittiest North Korean parade is better than this. Okay? Straight up. Chinese parades are way sicker than this. North Korean parades are way sicker than this. I would go so far as to say the Russian parade was kind of ass too. I watched the Russian Victory Day parades. Like some of them looked kind of shit too. So I guess the more your military is actually put to use, the worse your parade looks.
These fife and drum corps that we've talked about a little bit here, and obviously they're wearing those Revolution-era uniforms as they do when they perform around the D.C. area and in other places as well. This is really the Army's way of paying tribute to those original soldiers, the 1st Regiment that is now one that is recognized as the 3rd Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard. You just heard the announcer talking about here.
And these soldiers often participate in state visits. So when the White House and the president invites a leader, it's the highest level of diplomatic honor. And there's a big ceremony on the South Lawn. You always get the fife and drum corps as part of
making black Army soldiers dress up as
and the leader of the Army during the Revolution.
That's crazy. That's wild. The American military is also obviously very diverse, especially the Army is very diverse now. But it's just crazy to fucking, do that. Make a black man wear a powdered wig like that is not good. It's fucked up, I think.
Myself. But it is so exciting to see things that go back and really remind us. And we will be living, as you said in the opening here, about how next year is the 250th anniversary of the nation. So we're sort of now building up to all of that. And this is dramatic. These are paratroopers.
The Army's Golden Knights, the parachute team that is world famous. In not great weather conditions today here in Washington.
Very challenging.
Still making this jump to really thrill a crowd. If you've been to an air show, you know how amazing it is to see some of these air performances and to see the Golden Knights parachute team jump in. These are our expert parachute jumpers, and they are soldiers, just to be clear.
They are soldiers. This is their duty.
These are all members of the Army, and this is what they do.
And they're putting on a show there, but that is spectacular. I was with the president earlier this week.
Wait, why do they have the Hezbollah colors, dude?
They're in anticipation of today's events. And
what the fuck? Bro.
Show, if I may use that description. We know it's serious business, but it is. When you are watching it, it is exciting. It is hard to not.
It's not even Al-Qassam. It's Hezbollah.
Across your face, because the skill that's involved there, there's real danger in that. Absolutely. And they do it, making it look effortless.
We are not focused on the jumpers anymore here, the skydivers anymore. Or actually, I think you can still see them on the screen a little bit here. Vaughn Hilliard on the ground. Vaughn, look up for me. Talk to me about what you're seeing there.
What the fuck is this?
I'm looking up and watching them come down quickly here into the ellipse. This is impressive to watch here over the National Mall here in real time. You mentioned that, Kelly, over at Fort Bragg, when 600 paratroopers came down, this has been a moment here for this White House to effectively show off the current active forces that are still very much engaged. When we're talking about the U.S. military here today, you're talking about more than 1 million active National Guard and Reserve Army soldiers.
Oh, that's where the paratroopers are landing. There's not supposed to be people there.
Thousands of them are in the Middle East.
Sorry,
You're
we've
also
seen.
looking at the last time that this military parade took place was in 1991 after the Gulf War to honor and celebrate the troops that were returning here. And in many ways, when you're going up and down here, Constitution Avenue, a lot of these decades in the military interventions and in wars in which U.S. men and women had served in are very much intersecting. There's actually a new memorial that is going up, slated to open next year, right next to the Lincoln Memorial, to honor those that served in Desert Storm. And in many ways, I'm looking around the crowd here on the ground, and you're seeing a lot of young people, from teenagers to individuals in their 20s, that have lived through a new generation of war in the Middle East. More than 2 million U.S. men and women served in the Middle East, were deployed. And you look in the crowd, there's a great many of them who are here today, and this is what this moment is for the administration and why they wanted to have this event, to honor those U.S. Army men and women here who have served through generations past. And as you're watching these last of the paratroopers come down here, those in the stands, they are cheering them on, and they watching this. It's for folks to kind of have an idea. You have the White House, and then you've got there, over kind of where the camera appears to be coming from. That camera is near where the Washington Monument is at, and right where that viewing stage and where the president is at.
Bro.
So the president would actually be looking behind him. That is where everybody is dropping there. There's been quite a perimeter here.
Wow, the Reuters coverage is
in terms of security,
dog shit. No one is watching it
those that were
anymore.
attending this event and this parade were here safely and securely. There were a lot of question marks about whether this was going to take place today or not. Guys, there was a thunderstorm 24 hours ago here in the area, and the weather had the similar forecast, and I know that some of the plans have had to be called off, but the paratroopers was a big moment here, and something for everybody in or in Washington to watch with great pride as the U.S. Army, the Golden Knights, the last of them just came down here and finished their effort here on the evening.
What view they had, those soldiers who practice these drills and do these jumps, prepared to do it anywhere in the world, and as they were floating down, to be able to see the White House and the ellipse and to know the president is
Iranian missiles over Iraq. Another barrage coming soon. Obviously, we will move our attention away from this dog shit parade and back to more pressing matters in a moment. But it is pretty funny to see like how no motion the protests are, or how no motion the parade is, versus like how many people are participating in these protests.
If I can, something just kind of give you
Look
a
at this.
sense of some of what happened here today. And you know, everyone here is gathered, it seems, for one issue, and that is the immigration issue and ICE. And so many of the signs that people were walking with and carrying through the streets of Manhattan are here. They've left many of these signs, and it's so striking to see all these signs here in one place. And if you look all around here, you will see signs all across this park that many of the people who were marching have left
Unconfirmed
behind.
is Turkey
Many
finally doing
marched
something?
with
Are
their
you
children,
fucking insane?
Families, young. And the number one
Absolutely
issue,
not.
the number one issue here today is
Turkish military bases in
immigration.
Syria
Many
deliberately
concerned
interfering with Israeli
over the
planes heading to
policies
bomb targets in
of
Iran.
Donald
Bull
Trump and what
fucking
has been
shit.
happening all across this country with how they have been detaining people, how they've been arresting people. That is the number one issue that we keep hearing from people today. So far, there have been no incidents here. Things tend to change, certainly as the evening goes on. There's another protest that's just now gathering at Foley Square, which is in Lower Manhattan, where I was a couple of days earlier this week, where there have been some there's been some flashpoints there between the police, because that is where the ICE offices are here in New York City. That is where the detention center, and that is where almost on a nightly basis.
Turks always got to invite themselves into everything. No, this is bullshit. I wish they were doing that. I wish they were fucking interfering with Israeli flights that are making their way over to bomb Tehran. They would never do that. Turkey would never do that. At most, you'll hear it from fucking fake news outlets and shit like that. Turkey is a NATO partner, dude. Get out of here. Turkey would never in a million fucking years do something that is actually disruptive to Israel's interest in the region. Turkey's actions in Syria were literally in line. What is this?
I do want to point out for
car
our
is sick.
viewers, we seem to be moving pretty quickly here through the eras of the U.S.
Time
Army.
flies, as they say,
It
Aaron.
does, especially on Constitution Avenue
Yes.
here in Washington. We're now in the World War I era, looking at some of the vehicles that were used by the Army in
Bro,
that
he
time
looks
period.
sad.
A touring
Bro
car,
looks
a staff
sad.
car, I believe is what you're looking at there as we see some soldiers in period uniforms as well.
And as we say in Washington, a point of personal privilege. My
Two Israelis arrested on suspicion for spying for Iran.
served in World War
Wait, really?
I and was honored with the Purple Heart there. So that one tugs at my heart to see those uniforms from that era.
And I believe these are members of the 42nd
Wait, they got the
Infantry,
gay. They got gay stuff on
division,
the.
which was at the time.
What is this?
during
This
World
is
War I
literally a pride
composed
parade.
of-
Okay, abort. This is literally a pride parade, bro. They got the DEI band. They got some gay shit on their. Bro, this is what is happening. They got rainbow drums. This is literally what's going on. This is woke. The army is woke. Abort.
A couple of years ago,
yes.
Where one of the major battles involving U.S. soldiers happened, was able to look out over what is still untouched field.
And that is where my grandfather served, so that really touches me.
Yeah,
it was the Great War until we had a Second World War, and then they became enumerated. But important history. And it is true that when President Trump was in France, I was on that trip with him, as Douglas was referencing, when they honored the 100th anniversary of the end of the First World War. That pageantry, done as the French can do it, certainly inspired President Trump, and it has been a part of his desire to see this kind of day happen in the United States, even though it has not been our tradition, except as Douglas indicated, when a war concludes, having that kind of ticker tape moment. This is something different. And it is certainly taking us through history, and it's also challenging some of our current thoughts about the place of the military in American life.
Absolutely. I believe we have Lieutenant General Steph Twitty with us in this moment. He is an NBC News military analyst, a former deputy commander for U.S. European Command. He is retired after 36 years of service, multiple combat tours in Iraq, Afghanistan, Kuwait. I could go on and on, General, about the work that you've done in the United States Army over the years and the accolades and medals that you've been presented in that time. I do want to first give you, though, an opportunity as you watch what's happening here.
Bro, Libophonics literally yesterday was talking about how he can't attend the fucking No Libs protest, the No Kings protest. And that was, of course, a fucking lie. Of course he went to the San Francisco No Kings protest. There was no way that there was going to be a liberal protest with Libophonics not in attendance, okay? I went, but I turned off airplane mode and GPS. What does that even mean? What, you think the fucking government is going to come after you for going to the protest with your grandma? You turned on airplane mode? Yeah, the government's doing mass surveillance to target the 75-year-olds. The 75-year-old grandmothers. What is this? Can you please help decipher this person's politics? I have no idea what that is. Yeah, airplane mode does not stop the tracking, by the way.
After 9/11, we closed our installations, we closed our bases, our posts, and so forth. And we sort of lost that
let's watch
with the American
people. Oh, fuck. We can't even watch the Chinese protest. Let's watch a real protest. I mean, parade. Let's watch a real-ass parade, chat. You can hear a pin drop. Wow. Wow.
同志们辛苦了。同志们好。
LMFAO, but if Americans did this, you'd all be calling them Nazis. When China does it, is hilarious. First of all, I am pro-parade. I have said this over and over again. It's one of the things that, like, actually my leftist community gets mad at me about is my pro-parade, pro-military parade position. Also, ironically enough, it's actually liberals that say this is Nazi-like. But I guess they do say this is Nazi-like. And they say the same thing about Trump as well, to be fair. They're more consistent. I'm consistent as well, but in the opposite direction. I just wish that we had a little bit more marching discipline, you know?
So you're seeing...
Like, these guys are just fucking walking. Like, they're not marching. They're just walking, bro. Like, look at how organized the Chinese military is. Versus this, they're like, oh, yeah, all right. They're schlubbing. They're not fully synced up.
We should mention that there's some controversy in Washington, D.C. about the weight of the tanks. So they have placed metal in various corners and intersections to try to protect the streets from the significant weight of those tanks. But when
they've also put sort of rubber on the tank.
Yes, they've added the rubber
tracks
to it. And it is quite something to see a tank rolling. And General Twitty, who, again, I have my great personal thanks for his time and care when I was embedded with the 3rd Infantry Division 20 years ago, he really speaks to the issue of this is also a moment that President Trump thinks could inspire future enlistment,
like, look at
and
this.
Desire to participate in the Army, because we are an all volunteer force. Conscription ended in the Vietnam era. And so it is a chance to say thank you. And as the general also said, many Americans don't have a chance to see in person. If you don't live near a base, if you're not in the capital city like this, you may not have much opportunity. And this is a day to take all of this in, to acknowledge their service, to be reminded of all the enduring ideals. And, you know, we're also setting it in the current moment as well.
Absolutely. This is yet another one of the Army bands. I can't see exactly which one it is. I know there are more than 80 Army bands in the United States Army. They have their own music college in Virginia Beach. And so many of those bands are going to be performing throughout this parade.
Come on, bro.
Today, let's listen in a little bit to see exactly where we are arrow-wise with the tanks that are rolling down the street here. And Kelly noted the fact, I mean, this is something we just don't see in this country. If you see a tank, it's in a museum or it's on a base and put in a position where it's more of an object that would be in a museum. Almost never do you see something like this on the street.
And these are Sherman tanks, and there are several varieties. And so if you hear me say Army vehicle, that's because I need to check my notes.
What is this guy wearing?
But that is a very formidable piece of military equipment. President Trump likes to say a lot that the United States has the best military equipment, and we are seeing examples of it through time, the different kinds of
Here, look at tank versus tank.
Different types of warfare where some of these different vehicles were best suited. And it is, in some ways, it's daunting to see. When I was on Constitution last evening and the tank rolled by, I mean, I'm not very tall, but boy, is it consequential in size and in weight, and you can hear it rumbling. And it is really exciting to see. And at times, those who have questions about this, who are concerned about the imagery of not wanting to look like the military has taken over civilian life, that's not the intention here, of course. This is more in the vein of the air shows and the patriotic celebrations and exposing the public to this part of military life.
And you see, we've been trying to keep up with the vehicles as they come by to be able to identify them for you.
This is the sickest.
The one in the foreground here is the high-speed tractor
Will they show American ICBMs? Because I want to see that.
In the 1940s, and one that became used to move heavy machinery, heavy guns for the Army. Some of the other vehicles that we're seeing here would have been transport vehicles. They would have been involved in moving wounded soldiers in some cases. In other cases, they would have been vehicles designed to tow tanks that may have been damaged and unable to drive on the battlefield at different points in different conflicts. And many of these vehicles...
Someone in the chat said this is like when you're... when you're a generation, when you're left behind by a generation of civilization. Yeah, they didn't do the tech upgrades necessary, chat. they fell behind.
Intention is to accurately depict these, and it really is a fascinating look through history.
Shout out
you
PBS 75K watching you on Piker
and
Broadcasting Service. Is sponsored by you, the viewers.
Feels a bit like time
it's
travel
by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your subscriptions maintain
show people how
the Piker Broadcasting Service's editorial independence. You too can support the Piker Broadcasting Service by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you and for you, the viewers. Burgles! Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. The Piker Broadcasting Service is also sponsored by the beautiful nation of Qatar, the only Gulf nation in the region that has at least some semblance of a backbone. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by Qatar, just like Donald Trump is. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by George Soros. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by the Al Houthi family, the Ansar Allah movement.
Thank you for having us. Thank you so much for this opportunity. But I'll talk about the 1st Cavalry Division. The 1st Cavalry Division was established in 1921. And as you know, we are a historical organization. The patch comes from the 1st General and also his wife, Miss Dorsey. And Miss Dorsey identified a way when they said, make a patch. She said, we're going to make this patch big, and we're going to put the horses in which we ride in it. And we're going to make this patch big for big people to do big things. And that's what the 1st Cavalry Division has done since 1921. We continue to do these great things and push for our country and do great and wonderful things. Being the largest
Piker Broadcasting Service
the United States Army
is sponsored by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Soldiers,
the best Korea, the #1 Korea. No other Korea compares.
3rd Armored Corps. And currently, we have multiple formations who just returned from Europe and Korea. And also, we have formations preparing to leave and go out at this time back to Europe.
We spoke to some soldiers who were here earlier this week preparing for the events today, and they were excited to be doing this, to be able to bring their craft, their part of the Army to Washington, to a national audience in this way. Can you talk a little bit about what it means for you to be taking part in this parade on this particular anniversary as we see more, I believe, Army helicopters above head working their way towards you? What does this mean to you?
Aaron, this means so much to me to have this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to bring together with my brothers and sisters in arms from around the world and allow our small portion of soldiers to come here, visit our capital, and also represent the totality of the Army, which is a part of America. I mean, our soldiers are so happy to have this opportunity to be this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They're ecstatic. They're enjoying it. We have soldiers that come to the Capitol for the first time, and I'm telling you, we have come to the Capitol to visit and also understand that we are important. We are a part of our nation history.
Let's see what Fox News is doing. Let's see how much glaze is happening on Fox News.
I know this is just one day, but this celebration is supposed to last the entire year. Do you think this can be a reset for the country?
I do think so, because remember that it's the...
No one cares, bro. What do you mean? Oh, reset for the country. Yeah, it's a massive celebration. How joyous. How large. How vast.
It's the kickoff of a whole year of celebrations. And look, I know from having been in Sydney, Australia, when the Olympics came, how the entire country gets buoyed, the economy gets good, everybody is just in a great mood. And we are going to see that with multiple celebrations over the next year. This is just the start. And I think the pride and patriotism in this country, as let's hope at the same time the economy comes good, there is going to be such a feeling of joy and kind of positivity and energy in this country for the next year. I'm sure of it. And, you know, this parade is being watched not just in America, but around the world. And it gives succor to our allies who know that they have the strength and might of the American mighty military behind them. But it also gives pause to our adversaries who are there doing wrong around the world. And
Dog, first of all, you're Australian. Secondly, that is literally the thing that these other countries do, smaller countries do, and we make fun of them for doing that. And now America's saying this. That's hilarious, dude. Oh my God. This is like, I'm not libbed up enough to be like, oh, this is like North Korea, but like low key, this is like North Korea, bro. Like straight up. Oh, we're showing the world our military prowess by what? Fucking marching through the
that
streets?
We're seeing in the crowd because they want to get us a good sight. Security is tight, and we see the president saluting. He's standing up, sitting down. He's interacting with those soldiers as we're seeing different generations being honored through
전체 조선인민의 혁명적 명절 7.27 만세!
An embarrassing public flop while the foreign policy crises you claimed you were uniquely capable of solving worsen immeasurably. Will the United States ever have a non-Brandon president? Oh, 100 P. This is straight up. This is an incredible take from Felix. We are so Brandonized. This is the most Brandonification, the Brandonized president.
That this is happening under President Trump's watch. And then the other thing that comes to mind, just real quick, is unity.
Wait,
I
shut
think,
the fuck up.
We live in a dangerous world. The military is here to keep us safe, to keep our country safe, and at the same time, bringing that.
Shut the fuck up. Special thanks to our sponsor, Coinbase.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Coinbase.
No. Brother, are you fucking kidding me? Brother, we are so cooked. It's over. Pack it up. Country's done. Country's fucking done, dude. The country is done. It's over. Coinbase, sponsor of the Valorant Championship and also the U.S. military parade.
And this is not pointless. This is money that's well spent.
Pointless.
So that we can
This is not
celebrate
pointless.
the Army, what it means to the United States, what they do every day to protect everyday
Yeah, this is
Americans.
really good. We get to have our
this is,
boys
I
out.
don't have any concerns with the price tag here.
Chad Wolf, thank you so much. We'll be chatting with you soon. Well,
Thanks,
guys,
guys.
6,600 soldiers, 250 years. One unforgettable march through American history. All that and more when we return.
Dude, this is such a fucking clown show. Oh my God, this is such a spectacular clown show. Oh, I can't believe it. Oh my God. I cannot fucking believe it. Incredible. Incredible clown show. Wow. Coinbase sponsored Ludwig and also the U.S. military parade.
And so there were these bomber planes, the helicopters that we've seen today. They were part of the Army Air Forces and were flown by the Army and to some degree still function today inside the Army, although we have an Air Force with the fighter jets. The Navy has its fighter jets as well.
And just as we've evolved to a Space Force, taking some of the capabilities of the Air Force, it just sort of leapfrogs forward and expands to all the branches. Again, today's a celebration of Army. As you noted, the other branches are...
Uniformed troops pushing Dana White's energy.
I'm sure that's a source of
A
competition.
soldier in uniform is handing out free cans of Form Energy, an American 250 sponsor, co-owned by Dana White. A rep from the company was taking a selfie with a soldier handing the products out.
Whether they're in the trenches, so to speak, are all soldiers, and boy, that is quite a scene to be able to
We're
see
so fucking
the
cooked.
maneuvers down.
This is the most cooked country. We're done. We've literally, dude. Okay, I'm not kidding when I say this. This is like USSR dissolution levels of cooked. This is so fucking humiliating. This is like every part of the existing federal government is basically being used as a vehicle for Donald Trump and his allies to make money. We are basically picking apart the scraps. This is like ripping copper wire off of the bones of the remaining federal apparatus. Wow. Amazing. This is incredible. This is incredible. This is alarming. Do you think what the fuck? Okay, my camera's tweaking right now. All right. Here. We'll swap over. We'll swap cameras for now. Because that shit is tweaking. No, that camera wire is like kind of busted. What are the U.S. future looks like Russia's, in my opinion, a bunch of oligarchs just doing whatever the fuck they want as long as they're in the good graces of the administration. The production quality for the broadcast is ass. No, I agree, it is.
You're dealing with a professional soldiers that understand American values, that understands the Constitution. And
open presence. Thank you for the
they don't want to get involved in
bones.
politics. They want to serve the nation. That's what they came in to do. That less than 1% of the nation. And oh, by the way, the tank that you're looking at is an M1 tank. It is the most deadliest tank, deadliest and sophisticated tank in the world. And Kelly, if you can remember, we had those tanks in Baghdad, and behind it was the M2 Bradley, named after Omar Bradley. And the tank is Abrams, named after World War II great General Creighton Abrams.
I do remember those well, sir. And when you talk about the importance of these soldiers not wanting to get involved in politics, is that an active concern in your mind? Our politics spill into so many parts.
Wait, Joe Rogan is there?
American
I missed
life
him.
Now.
Fuck.
Do you think that there is any risk today of people perceiving these soldiers as being somehow a tool of the current political climate?
What I will tell you is these soldiers don't want to be involved in politics, and sometimes the lines get blurred, particularly when you're talking about our general officers. Obviously, it is our general officer corps that communicates more with the politicians sometimes, and the lines may get blurred occasionally there. But for the soldiers that are actually marching here and operating on the ground. They so far removed from the political piece of this. They're focused on their job. You gotta remember, we just came out of 20-something years of war, and we have all kind of conflicts around the globe now. And many folks do not know this. We have several forces. I won't name the number for OPSEC and the locations. We have several soldiers around the globe now that are in harm's way. And all these soldiers that you see marching here, they're in a parade now, but tomorrow they'll be back to training. And you heard
several soldiers in harm's way. I won't name them for OPSEC. It's so funny. Okay, thanks, man.
In days. So they don't have time to think about or be involved in politics. They're thinking about training for their mission, getting ready to deploy, making sure that their families are safe before deployment, and deploying just like our history of our Army and winning.
I do want to turn back to our historian here. Douglas Brinkley is with us. He's been watching along.
Carafo baby, thank you for 20 gifted subs.
Your perspective, the context you're able to provide on the optics of the moment. We obviously see soldiers marching here again, something that would be familiar to Americans in modern times if you live in a military community or near a base. But then we see that tank poking out here in the shot that's on the screen now. That is something that is less familiar. I'm interested in your perspective on this through the context of history.
Well, the problem with the tank, if you're just going to cut to that image of it, for an optical point of view, reminds one in Tiananmen Square with the great protest there and the lone dissident standing in front of the tank representing democracy. That's why we often don't do this. But what's exciting and what isn't part of the optics is the music. I mean, after World War I, it was General Pershing, great Blackjack Pershing, in the early 20s that, he said we got to, they even called it, Pershing's band, really, Pershing's own. And we started using music regularly to keep the morale of the country and the forces up. It's kind of stunning, but during World War II, we had 500 Army bands in operation to keep soldiers' morale up. So if it was just people marching in tanks today, minus the musicians, it'd be a different feel for the event. So I think you have to both see and listen to understand what today represents and then reiterate what's been said. This is a great recruitment moment for anybody watching wants to join the U.S. Army.
AGB 411, thank you for the 5 gifted. Dur0, thank you for the 5 gifted.
I've written on U.S. Army Second Rangers, a book, and what they did in World War II with Point to Hawk. My father was in the Korean War in the Army, and the amount of service, and that's what we all have to pull together and say, look, generations, we're here and able to talk like we are right now because of the role Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, Coast Guard, and the like have gifted us. And the fact that it is a volunteer Army and that they're all doing their duty. I would blow back a little on there's no politics going on in the Army. It's unbelievable how many U.S. senators or Vice President Vance or cabinet officers or Congress people started their careers in the Army or Navy, Air Force, meaning it's actually been a springboard for military, politics and military have been deeply intertwined. Look how many Army presidents we've had from, George Washington or William Henry Harrison, Andrew Jackson.
Oh my God, it's a fucking yapathon, dude. Wait, Iran is firing more missiles? Oh no, this is from earlier. This is yesterday. Let's see. It's a yapathon because all of the people that are talking are military historians, and I feel like this is their one shot to be on camera and have people listen to them. You know what I mean? Because normally, who fucking cares? You know what I mean? Take that to the History Channel. UFC is a sponsor? Ain't no way. UFC is a sponsor? We're done. We're done. It's over. It's over, man. Oh, it's so cooked. Oh my God, this country is a fucking meme. This country is a goddamn meme, dude. It is such a fucking meme.
When you're in the military, it's just not about.
Congressman Jason Crow, thank you so much for your service on this big day for the Army. We appreciate you taking some time for us.
Thank you.
And we are watching again military hardware rolling down Constitution Avenue in Washington. It's really an extraordinary sight. This is not something that you see every day.
Jesus Jimenez reports as tensions rise in downtown Los Angeles. Police have issued a dispersal order for a section of Alameda Street near federal buildings where protesters have gathered.
Where a manhunt is still
only a few hours ago before downtown Los Angeles falls again under an 8 p.m. curfew.
Assassination and attempted assassination of 2 Minnesota lawmakers and their spouses.
Trump is doing this perhaps on the worst time too. The police stand up between a few hundred protesters and the Chicago police have ended with protesters dispersing without incident. Police Superintendent Larry Snelling said the group had been blocked from marching because the permit for the main protest on Saturday had expired. There was no violence. He said there were no arrests. It's late afternoon here in Portland, Oregon, and the protests have been at it for going on for 6 hours. The crowd is much smaller, but still energetic as demonstrators move through downtown. With only a few hours to go before downtown Los Angeles falls again under an 8 p.m. curfew, Heidi Feldstein Soto, the Los Angeles city attorney, issued a reminder the city will arrest and prosecute anyone who tags, vandalizes, loots, throws rocks, disobeys police, or otherwise disrupts public safety, including throwing fireworks, which were starting to go off downtown and were illegal in fire-prone Los Angeles. As tensions rise in downtown Los Angeles, the police have issued a dispersal order at a section of Alameda Street near federal buildings where protesters have gathered. Footage released of Israeli commando operatives using spike missiles from within Tehran to Tehran. Like, look at the number. Look at the crowds. Like, I don't think this is the DC fucking parade, you know? Every channel is running ads. Here's a video of them dispersing. Once again, you can only shame someone with a conscience, and the U.S. has none. I got arrested on Tuesday for refusing to disperse, and they wouldn't let us go, just kettled and arrested. Yeah, it's
being strengthened by our diversity, being strengthened by people participating from every walk of life, as Truman mentioned in 1946. And I think that's an important part of us, of how we reflect upon this day in particular, but also our relationship with the United States Armed Forces. And especially in a moment where we are an all-volunteer force, that we should aspire to our armed forces being the best representation of our society that we can get to, by not just honoring service, but also having that armed force that...
What is this music? All right, I'm going to fucking no longer play the Chinese propaganda. I'm bored of it. I'm bored of the Chinese propaganda march on the side. It's embarrassing.
We have sort of cheat sheets of the tanks.
It's embarrassing my beautiful America too much.
They're a little out of order, and so I'm reluctant to attempt to identify a tank as it's on the screen and misidentify.
Barracuda is a key term. with this heavy drum and bass beat. Just to give you a kind of, let's peel back the veil a bit more.
Breaking: Dallas deep red oil-soaked MAGA line is now flooded with anti-Trump protesters. The city once thought untouchable has joined the rebellion. The tide is turning. I mean, Dallas is blue, isn't it? No. Dallas is pretty lived up. Please make it stop. It's cringe. Oh, I wanted to see this. There's a Fox 11 chopper flying around the city talking about his marriage falling apart. I don't know if this is real or not. Let me see.
The answer is yes. You know what? I don't care. I don't care about my... I am married. I am legally married. I am legally married. That's about the only way you can really say it. I am legally married. But I am not looking at now at all. I just had a bunch of debacles with my personal life. Yes, it's true. I know. It's hard to believe. Somebody that doesn't even know what he's talking about in a relationship. And, you know. But, yeah, I got nothing right now. Got nothing. Not really looking. You know, trying to find myself and be happy. I'm being serious about that.
He's the best car chase reporter in history. He's not drunk. He talks like this every day. Yeah, this guy's awesome.
I want to be beholden to no one at this moment. You know, do I get lonely? Of course. But I got cats.
What the fuck?
Oh. I think all that information's on the internet. Look at all those red cars down there.
Amazing.
Home of one of the Minnesota lawmakers who are Democrats, state legislators. One couple died of their injuries, the other hospitalized through surgery, and the latest report we had is they're hopeful they will pull through, but very, very serious offenses here. And authorities found...
Yeah, this is like happening in the backdrop of political violence, a failed foreign policy, or I guess like mostly failed by design, but in the eyes of Americans, like a failure of foreign policy, of a promise to deliver peace that is not happening. America's most important ally getting fucking rocked by America's #1 enemy. And you're just, you know, you're over here trying to be like, no, everything's fine. Look at this lame ass fucking lame ass sponsored military parade. Sponsored by Lockheed Martin, Oracle, Goldman Sachs, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram Brands, Coca-Cola Company, Walmart, BNY, Form Energy, Exeger, Palantir, Coinbase, Scott's Miracle Grow.
We even asked about Mr. Bolter's political affiliation.
Yeah, update from fucking the shooter, the Minnesota shooter. Yeah, shocking 0 people that have a brain. He is a Trump supporter.
And David Carlson, once again, his roommate and best friend, known him since 4th grade, did say Bolter voted for Trump and that he was a strong supporter. We even asked about...
No way. No way. You mean to tell me that another instance of political violence came from the notoriously violent right. Wow. Let me tell you how shocked I am, dude. Let me tell you what a shocking revelation this has been. You mean to tell me that the guy who assassinated Democratic state legislators was not a left-winger? What? Yeah, fork found in the kitchen. Fork fucking found in the kitchen, dude. Wow. Shocking revelation, folks. That Democratic political them legislators I interned a year ago for John Hoffman, the senator who survived. He's a funny dude who always brought food for everyone in the office. It's been a crazy day. Who's the other dog hanging back there? What dog? There is no dog. Oh, my goat Jacob is there. Oh, shit. Jacob is at the downtown Los Angeles.
This looks very intimidating. This has remained 100% peaceful as far as I have seen. People are out here with their signs. Here, may I show your sign, ma'am? Can I? You said your sign says.
We are not criminals.
Whoa, 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 let's go.
Peaceful protest. We're not doing nothing wrong.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
We have the freedom of speech.
Go, 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 go. You want to be careful, okay? You take care of yourself.
I love Jacob. Jacob is a NBC, MSNBC reporter, and he has done fantastic work on immigration stuff. Like he's a great reporter.
So you can see, whoa, they're messing with the horses, guys. Let's go. Let's back up here. Obviously, people are unhappy, Ari. People don't want to see horses trampling. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Hey, Ari, we're okay. We're going to keep going. Stay with us if you can. JD, want to move a little faster back. They're pushing people with horses, which obviously gets people free.
By the way, that's what happens when mainstream press is on the side of the protest as opposed to being behind the police line. And you get a wonderful little glimpse of the ways in which, like, who actually escalates and who actually engages in the first act of violence.
Jacob, you're on camera, but do what you need to do. You're on camera, but take your time and space.
Whoa. Let's go. Oh, shit.
They're running towards the Waymo graveyard.
We're good, Ari. We're good. Keep going.
Pushing lines with horses is legit more dangerous than any less lethal. What the fuck? I mean, they're both dangerous. Yeah. Yeah, I'm shocked. I can't believe they still haven't found the fucking dude, by the way. What is happening? I'm watching a little bit more of the Trump parade before I move out to downtown Los Angeles. Dude, Fox News' background is so funny.
Basic training and the challenges that are going to be put in front of you. It's a great way to serve your nation and develop as a human being. You learn discipline, you learn toughness, and you know, you get a lot of education too. The Army paid for my college at Claremont McKenna College. I never could have afforded to go if it wasn't for that ROTC scholarship.
And sir, I was struck by, in reading about all of these regiments that we've been seeing go by, how many have names attached to them. We refer to them now because of storied battles of history in World War I and even earlier, and World War II, where it imprinted on the regiment, you know, that amount of bravery, the tide-turning battles that they fought in. So what is that kind of legacy like to watch unfold here in real time, sir?
Well, it's wonderful, and it means a lot to the units. You know, I had
Yeah, this is the most dystopian news screen I've seen. Soldiers marching in Washington in the top right, the mugshot of a political assassin in the bottom right who's at large, and the Marines and National Guard shooting at protesters center screen. That's where we're at right now. That is the state of America. And in the backdrop of this, you have unprecedented global panic over two regional powers warring with one another and bombing each other back and forth between Iran and Israel, sponsored by Coinbase. Brother, Iranian missiles are raining? What? This shit is empty. What a waste of money. Yeah, no, we've seen it already. Drone aerial shots of the fucking aerial shots of the parade make it even sadder. New York City looks like AI. Yep. I think I'm going to hesitate. To everyone participating in the No Kings protest in Seattle today, need something? Please don't hesitate to ask one of our officers. Yeah, that's a trap. Breaking, buried 30 paragraphs down in this New York Post article about Vance Belter is the fact that the Minnesota murderer who killed two Dems and planned to kill more, including Governor Tim Walz, is a registered Republican. Why bury that info? Is that shit supposed to mean something? Keep trying, asshole. What do you mean, is that shit supposed to mean something? It means everything. The fucking article presents him like a Democrat, a leftist. Can you please stop spamming this? I'm never going to look at this. Okay? I'm never going to look at this. I promise you, Captain S. Price, I am never going to click on this link. Thank you for your support. A subscription does give you the opportunity to send me links to watch, but I promise you I'm not going to look at this link. There's a person from YouTube channel called Abraham Overcome Babylon that show Donald J. Trump from his own written book describing his true religion, and also tells the story behind the scenes from other book, The Creation of 1948 Israel, link below. I'm never like, dude, you have not stopped spamming this video. You should check out the new Iran and Syria 2 doc. Very interesting stuff. He has not stopped spamming. $55 of such Fed shit, bro. Seattle had 15K plus people march while the city 30 minutes away had less lethals deployed, and ICE agents drive out an immigration court with 6 vans full of people, and yet multiple people show up to court and not come out yet. Holy doggo. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Son duo we met a little earlier. Michael, who served 24 years in the Air Force, his son Elliot, who is 10. We were talking to them earlier. Michael, you guys are from Ohio. You came here for this, but you were talking to me earlier about how, you know, Memorial Day, a lot of people are out having parties. There are different days that already exist, but sometimes you talked about how this was important to you to show with your son because of your background. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, again, just...
Okay, I stop.
We're in the best country in the world. because of our soldiers. And,
Spartan Katie 21, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Giving us lots of freedom.
I'm going to move this off just so I can make sure.
And it's just great to be here with the freedom and everything, with him and everything. And
it's great to be here with the freedom we have.
And just share with everybody in the world that we're here for them.
One of the things I noticed earlier when we were talking about was it was emotional for you, because you've talked about in some ways
China sent officials to visit Iran.
To share with your son, but also that you couldn't forget how many
What
people
is
lost
this?
their lives that you knew over the years. Why does seeing all this make you feel so much?
What does this mean?
Well, just again, just being here in this crowd with all the people similar thinking and a lot of veterans.
Bro, this guy, I'm sorry. This is the average Republican. Like, no disrespect, but the average Republican is exactly like this. Like, he can't even string a sentence together.
Open up and talk. And
Oh my God, we're so fucking cooked.
it's great. And they're curious about.
Give the microphone to the child, please. He's gonna say Zoomer Fortnite related shit, and that's gonna make more sense than the dad.
Interested in what we've done.
And you feel like you've been able to find people who've had similar experiences to share some of those memories with each other and just feel seen, it sounds like you're saying.
Yes, for sure. Yes.
Elliot, let me ask you before you go what this has
she
been like
had
for
to
you.
summarize.
There's a lot of dads out in this crowd, a lot of kids like you who their dad or their grandfather or their mom or their grandmother served. What has it been like for you getting to see all this and also maybe meeting other kids who also come from families like yours?
It's been good, and I like to spend time with my daddy.
What has been your favorite moment about today and spending time with your dad?
Just being here.
Yeah. More fun being with your dad and seeing this than any of the fireworks or stuff you were looking forward to the most earlier?
Yeah.
Thank you both. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. And we'll send it back to you. But that's one thing that is interesting. You know, when I talked to Elliot earlier, I was like, what are you most excited about? He's like, probably the fireworks. I don't know. I like seeing tanks. It'll be cool to see some of this stuff. And now, after spending the day here, just him and his dad, he's talking about how it was so special for him because of the time he's gotten to spend with his father, who spent so much.
She asked the kid because the dad was literally unable to string together sentences, chat. That's why she asked the kid. That's why she was like, all right, kid, give me something. Give me something better than your dad. Your dad's having a hard time stringing words together. He's like, oh, I like anime. I like army. Cleric, low-key, this parade is kind of bunk compared to USSR and DPRK ones. I know. That's why I was showing side by side the Chinese parade and the DPRK parade. I think one of the biggest problems is that, like, they're not doing it out in, like, a massive area where you can have, like, a couple tanks side by side, and it's just, like, one after the next. It's also cooking the roads in the process. And not only that, but also our military doesn't march. Like, they don't march in unison. Like, they don't do any, like, serious marches. Iran threatens to intensify attacks if Israeli hostilities persist. The IRGC added that Iran strikes on Israel targeted fuel production facilities for fighter jets and energy supply centers. CNN has not been able to independently verify its claim. How are you failing to independently verify the claim? You have people in Jerusalem. You have people in Tel Aviv. You can just literally go to the area of impact and look at it with your fucking eyes. What do you mean you have no way of independently verifying that claim? This makes no sense whatsoever. It's a psyop to confuse the enemy. Lamau, instead of marching, they land on the Red Square in Moscow like they did so many years ago. Once Israel started striking the oil, I think that's why China now suddenly checking shit out. Iranian drone strike just now in A lot.
יציאות באילת, יציאות. תכף יהיה הזכאים וזה יורד, זה יורד, זה יורד, זה ייפול על הכטב"מים. בום, 2.
Oof.
להירגע, לאט, רומי.
It's because the occupiers are arresting anyone who's sharing photos or information. I doubt the reports can certificate because they'd be arrested for verifying it. I mean, not really. But yeah, they lit up they lit up Haifa. Like that big barrage that we saw had a bunch of successful hits, and that was in Haifa. Also, the siren, if you guys noticed, came after the explosion, which is interesting. IDF expects another attack is coming soon. The IDF Homefront Command, as of 2 minutes ago, has instructed civilians to remain near shelters as another wave of ballistic missiles may be launched soon by Iran. BBC seems to have veered from the Israel line in this report. Destruction all around. BBC reports from Israeli city targeted by Iran. IDF said more than 200 missiles were fired as a part of the Iranian response to large-scale attacks carried out by Israel. They've urged residents to stay alert, he said, adding the authorities in Israel are indicating that this could be the beginning of a prolonged campaign against Iran. At a certain point, Israelis that are used to their comforts, I assume, will say, why the fuck are we doing this? Like, why are we doing this? And you can make the same argument for the Iranian public as well. However, the difference in this circumstance is Israel initiated this. Okay? That's a major difference. If Iran did the first strike against Israel, then this would be a very different conversation. But the very fact that Israel initiated the first strike against Iran while Iran is in the process of denuclearization negotiations after 3 decades of playing ball with international authorities, like, it's just a completely indefensible position for Israel. What is this? This feed is just Trump. Just Trump. Oh my God. It's only showing Trump. Oh my God. This is just 1 hour and 19 minutes of just Trump so far. And there's 20,000 people watching intently. This shaky ass camera of just Trump. Amazing. God, fucking MAGAs are so stupid. They're gooning the Trump. They really are. Oh, such madness.
Civilian control of the military. Take note of where the civilians are sitting.
New missiles incoming now. Oh,
generals,
shit.
The top generals are sitting. You got the civilians sitting in the front row, and you have generals.
Oh, shit. A lot of successful interceptions. Wait. This is a fucking... No, that's not a real live stream. I saw a cut there. That's bullshit. That's a recording. Tense moments in Los Angeles amid largely peaceful protest. I know that there are new missiles supposedly incoming right now. Do we have, where's the Al Jazeera feed? Oh, Al Jazeera is talking about some other shit now. Stop saying Arma every time. I'm not going to watch the Zoran AOC rally, chat. Get fucked, buddy. Arma 3 all over again. That's another clip for the books. AP feed has live over Tel Aviv. Can someone send me the link? Remember, if you're subscribed, you can send me the link. Come on. Come on. Stop. Stop playing with me. Stop fucking playing with me. I mean, it doesn't seem like anything's happening. Seems quiet. Chat, I'm not going to watch the AOC Zoran rally right now. This is the same feed. There's... Oh my God. Everyone is saying these.
With my wife and my kids, but I couldn't because of what?
I'm not going to watch the AOC rally. LAPD is escalating once again.
Gassed, by the way, and it looks like I'm about to find out. Ooh, fuck. Look at the amount of troops that they pulled in behind him, like the units.
Hey, I dropped my sign. Can you go get my sign for me?
Jesse, thank you. Mallory, thank you.
Oh, there you go, there you go.
Oh, here we go, here we go. Gas is going out.
How come? Wait, you said how come Iron Dome allows some missiles to get through? It's not 100%. It works. It has like a fairly high success rate, but for like bathtub missiles launched from Gaza, it's entirely a different ball game when you got a whole ass country with missile systems that are lobbing hundreds of missiles at a time. That's crazy. They're fucking tear gassing each other, by the way. Did you see that? They like right here, the cops end up hitting one another. Look. Ballistic missiles go very high, almost into space, and then come back down at a very high rate of speed. Whole different game compared to Gaza rockets. Missiles are now in the air. HFC releases warning in central Israel due to ballistic missiles launched from Iran. I was supposed to go today, and I'm still planning on going. I'm waiting for this last salvo of missiles. I was watching the Trump thing, and then I'll probably head out there after. You're saying, Cap, I want to go. The Debras are gonna be radicalized today. I doubt the Debras are still there. CNN is covering the missiles. I don't see that. You told Austin this wouldn't have tear gas? Well, he's not with me, is he? Let's see if I can get him to come. There won't be tear gas. It'll be fine. I'm gonna see.
Sirens alerting Israelis to more incoming airstrikes as Iranian missiles penetrate the Iron Dome. And in Iran, state media now reporting that Israeli airstrikes overnight struck the Iranian Defense Ministry headquarters in Tehran, causing what it describes as minor damage.
CNN's Clarissa Ward joins us now live from Tel Aviv. Clarissa, what's the latest from where you are? What are you hearing about these operations? It appears that we're having some signal issues with Clarissa Ward. We just lost her signal, but we will do our best to get it back.
That's right. We have been, as we do try to reestablish it, let's just talk a little bit about what we've been seeing. We've been seeing those Iranian missiles just kind of obviously try to overwhelm those air defenses in Israel. And in so many cases, as we see here,
we lost connection with Clarissa
Ward. You have the ability of the Iron Dome to stop those ballistic missiles, but not every one. And that is why we are hearing about some casualties. We have been able to reestablish Clarissa's signal. Let's get back to her now. Clarissa, tell us the latest.
Hi, Brianna. I actually lost signal then because just as you were about to come to me, an alert came through on my phone and to the phones of every single person in Israel of the detection of possible missile launches towards Israel. The alert citing a number of places that might be told soon to take shelter, Jerusalem among them. We don't have any more information than that at this stage. But this is the first time, I would say, in 3 or 4 hours that we have received this kind of a warning. Early on in the evening, when we heard a similar warning, there were a number of Iranian missiles falling down around Haifa in the north of the country, and particularly on an Arab town called Tamra. Now, we know from Israel's emergency services that in
I guess there it is.
At least 2
According to Alex Ward, national security reporter at Wall Street Journal,
there were reports
after days of entertaining the back and forth, new Iran Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei is not off limits from targeting as Israel proceeds with this intensive air campaign in Iran. An Israeli official said Saturday. The official said Israel wasn't ruling out any potential targets to destroy the nuclear program, including Khamenei. The official's comments offered further indication that Israel's attacks against Iran are aimed not only at its nuclear program, but also hobbling the regime politically and militarily. And we're there. This is where we're at.
And you could just see the damage that is inflicted when one of these ballistic missiles does make impact, when the Iron Dome is not able to intercept it. There were multiple houses completely destroyed. The cars on half of the block were like crumpled Coke cans. And for many Israelis, this is something they haven't seen before. This is not the Katyusha rockets or mortars in terms of the types of munitions that they're familiar with seeing. So there were a lot of people who were kind of gathering in the area, standing back at the police cordon, trying to sort of crane their necks to get a better glimpse of the destruction that had been caused by this one impact. So people now in various parts of this country will be keeping their phones very close as they wait to get more guidance from the Home Front Command on whether it will be necessary for them to take shelter in the coming minutes and hours.
All right, Clarissa, thank you so much. So glad we were able to reestablish that connection. Obviously, things can get dicey here as they are getting alerts and there are sirens going off. Also happening right now, a military parade that is taking place here in the nation's capital, commemorating the U.S. Army's 250th birthday. Moments from now, we expect to hear from President Trump as he takes part in a re-enlistment ceremony. Let's talk about this now with Republican Congressman Warren Davidson of Ohio. He is...
Bro, get back to showing me fucking Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, okay? Sirens on the Jerusalem feed. Sirens on Tel Aviv. watching the Jerusalem skyline. I'm not seeing it.
Iranian attacks on Israel in April and October of last year. They destroyed the radar for it, and that renders the system ineffective. The homegrown Iranian air defense systems, Bavar and other variants, which are mostly reverse engineered copies of Western and Russian systems, have proven to be ineffective or easily countered. I think that this is due to several factors. The first is,
dude, that's coming right at the
Israel's
fucking area where the camera
in
is.
Electronic warfare.
Oh my God.
Which allowed them, I believe, to spoof or blind air defense radar. The second is that Israel had a number of agents and has a number of agents, probably to include armed forces personnel who they've inserted on the ground, who have attacked air defense facilities from drones.
Some missiles in the Jerusalem skyline as well.
It would be fascinating. But the third, and this shouldn't be overlooked, is the role of corruption in the Revolutionary Guard specifically and the Iranian regime in general. And history shows us, we've seen this particularly with the Russians in the war in Ukraine, which has not achieved the success I thought it would achieve, that that corruption.
Chinese foreign minister holds call with Israeli and Iranian counterparts.
That, for example, some of the Bavar systems were supposed to have
business
higher
recorder
level components that cost more, but a Revolutionary Guard Corps officer or an air defense officer substituted a cheaper part and pocketed the money.
After Israel, two Middle Eastern powers exchanged fire. A day after Israel unleashed unprecedented, China foreign minister released separate statements late Saturday announcing Wang's phone calls with his counterparts. Wang first spoke to the Iranian foreign minister Abbas Araghchi, telling him Beijing supports Iran in safeguarding its national sovereignty, defending its legitimate rights and interests, and ensuring the safety of its people. Iran enjoys close ties with China. Beijing is its largest commercial partner and the main buyer of its oil, with Tehran still under crushing U.S. sanctions. Wang told Araghchi that Israel's actions seriously violate the basic norms of governing international relations and noted the attacks on Tehran's nuclear facilities have set a dangerous precedent with potentially catastrophic consequences. Wang told SAR that China clearly opposes Israel's violation of international law by attacking Iran with force, calling its behavior unacceptable. Let me tell you something, okay? I'll believe it when I see more motion from China. The parade is showing future weapons and vehicles.
We're really proud to be here, represent the 101st and the Army, and really show the world, you know, what our soldiers do every day.
This is the most ADHD stream we've had so far.
It's interesting. The drone there looks similar to the one I have. It's a really small one I have, but obviously what the Army is using, what the Army has developed.
Isn't that literally a DJI? Like, these are all fucking Chinese drones.
At home, and this is something, again, I think it's interesting when you think about the development, Kelly, of the Army over the course of the last 250 years. So much of the technology, so much of the everyday things in our homes were developed by Army engineers and Army scientists and have been put into practical use. The internet.
And there are kids, you're a child at heart, but there are young kids along the parade route who see that drone and are probably excited to see that.
And probably know how to use it already.
Yes, exactly. And it obviously gives a capability that allows for protecting the lives of service members because they're unmanned, of course, a precision.
Just holding it up
and many
in his
Americans
hands.
are hearing about drone strikes when there are operations that are happening in the modern moment, and it gives people a sense of what does that look like. It is another chance to have a window into what is the modern military. And there's a real gee whiz factor to this as well, that you can see
a real
how
gee
agile
whiz
they
factor.
are, and you know, in real life, so to speak, you're getting a chance to see this new kind of capability.
And Colonel Miners, you're still with us here. The notion of robotics becoming an increasingly useful tool in the Army is something that is becoming more and more real there, right?
Yes, sir, absolutely. I think you made a great point there that what these machines, these robots, these drones do is protect the lives of service members. So a drone can see things, you know, farther than an infantry soldier with his binoculars. So he can simply launch that unmanned aerial system, spot,
There's still
find,
more.
and in some cases kill
There's
the
still
enemy
more bombs.
before he's even in danger himself.
Missiles above.
In terms of robotics,
Video shows
we're
Iranian
also
ballistic
working
missiles
on,
heading towards
AI
Israel.
Tools, because computer signature protection, so we can't be found ourselves. There's really a lot of exciting work going on the future weapons protection and systems in the Army. And really what that does is make us more capable, more effective, and at the same time more safe.
Oh my God. Is this making people fucking Tel Aviv going crazy? Ooh. They got one. That one's going in.
Well, what you're seeing live on your screen right now, we're seeing projectiles over the skies of Tel Aviv. Moments ago, the Israeli military did warn that Iranian missiles had been fired from Iran. Now, we know that the travel time of Iranian missiles from Iran to Israel is roughly around 12 minutes. We also know that sirens sounded over Tel Aviv, I beg your pardon, over Jerusalem a short while ago, and explosions were heard. What you're seeing now is Tel Aviv.
It's still going. Oh my God. Well, BB is in fucking Santorini, dude. Oh, they got that one. Dude, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think these are Hamas bathtub rockets, bro. It doesn't feel like these are Hamas bathtub rockets.
You're currently watching different angles.
I've always wondered if the Iron Dome works. I mean, it fucking works, yes.
Moments ago.
But it's not unlimited.
And it does appear, based on what we just saw, that there may have been multiple direct hits on Tel Aviv once again. Now, the flares in the sky, as our viewers will know by now.
Did they knock out the power in Tel Aviv? And this, no, there's still energy.
Israel's air defenses. Remember that Israel has multiple layers of air defenses, whether it's Arrow, whether it's Iron Dome, whether it's David's Sling, as they're known, which are all designed to intercept different types of missiles, short-range rockets, medium-range, long-range. It is known, however, that depending on the number of missiles and the speed and the trajectory, those systems can sometimes be overwhelmed, and they're also not 100%, meaning that some of the missiles do get through, which is what we saw 24 hours ago and 48 hours ago. Earlier today, Iranian missiles hit the city of Haifa. Iranian state TV reporting that they hit energy infrastructure in Israel's Haifa. Now, Iran had promised a very strong response. This is not the first volley of missiles that we have seen incoming into Israel today, and there may be more during the night.
Bruh, how are there no ads on the stream? I think this is over. I think this round of rockets is over. There are no ads on the stream because it's sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. The Piker Broadcasting Service is ad-free. And the only way that you can show your support is by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime.
They have disarmed Iranian air defense systems over the western half of the country, allowing Israeli fighter jets a clear passage to the capital. We have this report now from Al Jazeera's Bernard Smith in the Jordanian capital, Amman.
This latest wave of Iranian missiles has hit targets, we understand, at least in Haifa, a port city in the north of Israel, and there are reports of casualties from there. There was no sirens this time in Jerusalem, so the threat not considered significant enough there to send people to their shelters in Jerusalem. The Israeli military also says, as regards Iran, it now
I'm
has
going to move over.
control
I'm going to
freedom of
downtown LA.
movement in Iranian airspace from the west of the country to Tehran. Earlier, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that soon Israeli jets will be flying over Tehran, and we will hit every site and target of the Iranian regime. We know that Israel has changed the focus of its attacks now from degrading Iran's nuclear capabilities to attacking infrastructure targets, hitting Bandar Abbas port, and that is one of the headquarters of the Iranian Navy, and also hitting its major gas production field. Israel's President Isaac Herzog, he said this country is at an historic crossroads. It's not just our struggle, it's a struggle for all who seek peace. And looking ahead to the G7 meeting in Canada on Monday, he's called for all leaders there to unequivocally stand and work stand with Israel at this critical moment. These, of course, leaders of countries who've become increasingly critical of the way Israel is conducting the war in Gaza, and some seeing this attack on Iran as a way to deflect attention from what Israel is doing in Gaza. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Amman.
And Al Jazeera's Tawhid Asadi reports now from Tehran.
Tensions and escalations are ramping up to an unprecedented level between Iran and Israel. Iran is now striking back after Israelis started military operation strikes across the country, targeting different, let's say, nuclear, military, and civilian places inside Iran. And here in the capital, from time to time, we hear sounds of explosion. But tonight, the Iranian forces, and in particular IRGC, announced that they have started a new round of attacks to the Israeli territories using drones and ballistic missiles. And also we heard from an Iranian high-ranking security official saying that Iran has prepared itself for a prolonged confrontation and that it's going to increase its attacks to the Israeli territories. The situation looks highly complicated as both sides are talking about their intention to increase attacks. But how future could unfurl is something for which we have to wait and see. Tawhid Asadi, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
Our Israeli forces have placed the occupied West Bank under siege, sealing the entrances of cities and villages with iron gates and concrete barriers. Movement has become severely restricted as Palestinians say they are caught in the crossfire of the Israel-Iran escalation. Nid Ibrahim reports.
As life comes to a standstill in Israel, Palestinians in the occupied West Bank are under a lockdown.
On the military, the army in particular, of course, and how and where they have gotten here over the years and the different experiences that they have all had, and seeing it through the parade. Kelly, Aaron.
All right, Allison, thank you. We should note that we've moved into the future portion of the parade here, and you just saw, we believe,
the West Point cadets.
United States Military Academy at West Point.
Yes, and certainly they represent the future officers, an elite group, a very difficult course of study, and then they spend years of service after that. So I believe they were members of the class of 2025, so recently graduated and will be serving around the world in leadership positions.
Now, if we're seeing this in the order that was indicated, these may be some newer soldiers, the initial entry training soldiers, if this is in the right order here. When I was growing up, we called that basic training, but I think that's the name has changed and some of the training has changed. But those are some of the young people who I believe are in that program now. Obviously, we saw the West Point band and cadets. We are seeing some of the military academies on display here at this point.
The Citadel is noted here. Also, the ROTC Reserve Officer Training Corps from Texas A&M. a part of this. So these,
and
of
the
course,
Virginia Military
there
Institute.
you go, VMI.
As a Virginia boy, I have to note that.
And obviously, that is a very prestigious appointment for a young man or woman to be included in these military academies. They are exposed to a lot of important theory about warfare, understanding the technology, but really training great leadership skills. And it's a hard duty and a very impressive position to be in, and certainly they represent the future of leadership in the United States Army.
Absolutely. They will be the doers and thinkers of tomorrow, coming up with the new ideas, leading the way on all the technology that we've been talking about, developing and determining how our soldiers and other branches of the military, for that matter, will execute the work that they will be tasked with doing in the next generation of warfare. It's also, I think, as we talk about the future, this was an important part of the program. This was, of the parade, I should say. Being able to see these young people travel in from their academies here in the summer months to march in this parade was a very important element, something they wanted to make sure was
I'm gonna
visible
fucking fix the grade.
to the
Shut
American
up.
people, not only to see
Shut
the
up.
history
Shut the fuck
of the
up.
Army, but to see what's coming, the future of the Army through the prism of these young people marching in this parade, representing what's to come from the military academies and the ROTC program that you mentioned.
And this is a be-all-you-can-be moment in terms of how you want the Army views this day as a way
That's what LA looks like right now.
And to
that's what Tel Aviv
sort of
looks
share
like
the brand,
moments ago.
That the Army is, to try to encourage enlistment, recruitment, interest in the officer corps, and it certainly is a case where the imagery associated with a day like this
is not a plate
emotions.
carrier. This is for
It gives
fucking
people
rubber
who
bullets.
might be interested
Don't be
in this as a
stupid.
career a chance to see themselves
I'm not
in
wearing
it.
a fucking
And we know that
ceramic plate
recruitment,
carrier, Chad.
went through a strained period for a number of years, and certainly
let's
this
not,
is an ideal opportunity for the
Did
Army
you-
to
did
try
you
to
start it at
show
all?
its best
Oh, no, you
side
didn't.
and to be a place that might entice young people to want to participate.
We are approaching the top of the hour here, nearly 8 o'clock on the East Coast, as we get to the, I think, final images of the parade proper that we were anticipating here as these young people, again, representing the future, are where we are at this point in our military's history. And so we know that there are several elements to this parade that we expect to see, or elements to this celebration of the Army that we expect to see before the evening wraps up. A little bit ahead of schedule. We know we started about a half an hour early because there were concerns about the weather.
The weather has been threatening, and there's thunderstorms in the forecast, and obviously they wanted to try to get through this so that people would not, certainly soldiers can manage when it's raining, but they wanted this to look good and to be appealing to families. And we expect that this next ceremony, and the reason these service members are paused, is that there is an expectation of a re-enlistment ceremony. So they've already served a term of commitment to the Army and are willing to raise their hand again and swear the oath. And that is a part of the video that we believe is playing. And this is quite an extraordinary moment if they are having an opportunity to choose to serve for an additional period at an event as unique as this one.
And I think there may be some new enlistees mixed into this group here as well, but largely re-enlistment, as we noted, about 250 people, we've been told, taking advantage of this opportunity to stop at the reviewing stand in front of their commander-in-chief, the President of the United States, as well as the other civilian leadership of the United States Army, the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of the Army, and some of the uniformed leadership as well there in the reviewing stand. A unique moment, to say the least. This is not the way that this happens for most of the people who enlist or re-enlist in the Army. But on this 250th birthday of the Army, it calls for a more special moment, and these young people are the ones who get to participate in it.
And this will be a part of the story of their service, whether they serve a period of 8 years or 30, the chance to say that they raised their hand and took the oath in front of the President of the United States on the 250th anniversary of the Army is certainly a very special experience. And obviously, the story of their service and what brought them to their willingness to do it is notable. And there you see the President, who has been seated most of this day, now going to the lectern. That's known as the Blue Goose. It has the blue top to it and is quite a fortified lectern, as you might expect. We would imagine, as Commander-in-Chief, he might participate in some of this.
The video that's playing there is talking to, it looks like, some of the young soldiers who are in some of the service academies or in the U.S. Army's service academy, as well as the other institutions that we mentioned here, before we see this re-enlistment happen near the top of the hour here, as we obviously see the President there waiting to approach the lectern. And President Trump has spoken often about his pride in our U.S. military, a pride that is shared, I think, with a lot of Americans, with a lot of families around this country. He has celebrated the strength of the soldier, the strength of our military, in many of the remarks that he's made about the work that they do over the course of this presidency and the presidency, his first presidency.
And as we know, he did not serve himself, but he did attend a military academy in high school. So he has had a little bit of that experience. And certainly the President is Commander-in-Chief now a second time with this second non-consecutive term. The oath that these service members take goes all the way back to 1789. So it is historic in itself. And of course, it is an oath to the Constitution, not the President, not a political leader, but to the Constitution.
And it was not, as you noted, in 1789, it wasn't originally a part of what soldiers did. Let's listen in here. I think the President's about to speak.
Mr. President, First Sergeant Norton, reporting for duty, sir. Ready to commence the ceremony as directed.
I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers.
Bro, he doesn't believe in the fucking oath.
According to regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God.
All right, we're heading out.
Congratulations, congratulations. Welcome to the United States Army, and have a great life. Thank you very much. Have a great life. Thank you.
An incredibly special moment for these young people to have been able to re-enlist, enlist with the President of the United States administering the oath for them. We were noting that the oath was something that wasn't originally a part of our Army's history. George Washington actually wanted there to be an oath, was the first in the Army to take an oath to the United States and to the Constitution. And then that became a norm in our military over the course of the years, and we've been all able to witness that today in this re-enlistment ceremony. And as this is happening, we do want to, here at the top of the hour, take note of a lot of other news that is also going on around the country and around the world in this moment. The breaking news today was the overnight shooting in Minnesota of several people, 2 Minnesota state representatives, a former House Speaker and her spouse, as well as another representative and his spouse, all involved in a shooting here that resulted in the deaths of 2 people. The man you see on your screen here is the suspect for whom law enforcement is searching at this hour, Vance Bolter, accused of committing these crimes outside the Minneapolis area earlier today, impersonating a police officer, going to these homes, gaining access, and then, according to police, shooting all 4 of the people that I just noted for you here. And so we are staying on top of that story, as we have been in NBC News throughout the day today. Of course, you can go to NBCnews.com for more details about that, as again, that search, that manhunt continues, and people are being told to shelter in their homes and to not open the doors.
A horrific tragedy, and the vehicle that you saw there is believed to be the suspect's vehicle, and within that were some papers and lists of elected officials and potential targets, is how law enforcement is viewing that, and also included some flyers that had a notation about the No Kings protest. And so the suspect was confronted by local law enforcement, and he was unable to get back to his vehicle.
Is the protest
That's
over?
why they have the vehicle, but not the suspect, as the manhunt
Is the
continues.
military parade over?
At the parade grounds here, we do want to continue to talk about some of the other stories that we're following for you today before we go back to the parade. We'll turn to Los Angeles now, where hundreds are out at a protest in that city. NBC's David Noriega is on the scene, where we just saw some police, David, responding to the crowds there. Talk us through what's happening right now.
Yeah, here, come with me, I'll show you. I'm on Temple and Main in downtown LA. The federal building where the Marines and National Guard are posted up is there. Here, what you see is the remnants of the peaceful protest of thousands of people that started at City Hall, which is that building right behind me, earlier today. And I'm going to speak a little slowly here, guys, because every time I take a breath in, it's labored because of the gas mask that I'm wearing, which I'm wearing because there, what you see is members of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department who have been deploying a number of chemical agents, tear gas, pepper spray, in addition to flashbang grenades. A number of mounted units just went to the line behind the tanks and the riot officers in the front there. I want to make something very clear. I cannot account for the actions of every protester out here today, of course. But I want to tell you that every single gathering that I've seen today has been 100% peaceful. I've seen people antagonizing Marines and National Guard troops with their words. That is the most aggressive action I've seen by a protester. The dramatic images you see behind me right now are not the result, as far as I've seen, as one person standing out here, are not the result of the actions of the protesters, but the result of the actions of the police, and specifically the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, who moved very aggressively to disperse this crowd and move them away from the federal building. The context for this, you guys, that's important to remember, is that the local law enforcement agencies that you see, the Sheriff's Department, the LAPD, the California Highway Patrol, which is about a block that way protecting the 101 freeway entrance and exits, are under the control of Democratic officials who are walking a tightrope between, on the one hand, showing their support for the protesters and their opposition to indiscriminate ICE raids in Southern California, and on the other hand, preventing the kind of riotous behavior that we saw last weekend. People setting Waymos on fire, dropping things off of highway overpasses onto police cars. They want to make sure that you and everybody else watching doesn't see anything that would justify the presence of National Guard troops and Marines in this city. From what I've seen in the last hour and a half, those law enforcement agencies and the officials that control them are erring dramatically on the side of preventing any kind of riotous behavior by not allowing groups of protesters to congregate on streets or at intersections for longer than a few minutes at a time, and using, I want to stress this, that's pepper spray right there. I don't know if you see the yellow flashbang. There are guys firing pepper balls. Okay, we need to move this way. I should stress also that they don't seem to be making a great effort to avoid hitting us, the press. Last point I'll make before I toss it back to you guys. It's important to note that we're dealing with different law enforcement agencies commanded by different people with different cultures. I saw LAPD on the other side of this building successfully disperse a crowd without deploying any kind of chemical agent, a single mounted officer, without deploying any kind of less lethal munition. This is the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. And they were, I want to stress this is what I've seen. I cannot account for the actions of any protester, but what I saw was LA Sheriff's Department very quick to use less lethal force, chemical agents. We're all getting alarm notices on our phones, probably about street closures here in downtown LA. I thought this was going to happen about 8 p.m. It started happening around 4 p.m. That's how quick the law enforcement agencies were to make sure that nobody could congregate outside that federal building where Marines and National Guard troops are posted up for more than a few minutes at a time. I think there were protesters out there for less than an hour. And I'm going to toss it back to you guys because I want to make sure we're positioned well here.
David, we'll give you an opportunity here.
But we'll be out here. We'll be out here.
I am going to ask you another question. I want to give you a chance to sort of move if you need to as you're doing that.
All right, I flipped it. Okay. We are here. What's up, everybody? We are officially on our way to the No Kings protest, or rather the aftermath of the No Kings protest, where the liberal No Kings protest probably dispersed in downtown Los Angeles. A couple of my buddies on the news media teams out there are already reporting on the ground. We have, instead of March, Kevin here with us. He is going to be on the ones and twos.
What's up, chat?
I asked Kevin off camera while we were en route. I asked him, has he ever been tear gassed? He said no. Has he ever been hit with a rubber bullet? He said no. Has he ever been flashbang? He said no. So this is his first. It's not his first interaction at a protest. He's been to protests before. Turn up the volume. Is it quiet? Okay. Do you see it on the?
Go to your menu.
It should show up on the camera side, like the audio levels. Yeah, no, there it is. No, you gotta do it from here. I think I can do it. Oh,
No, I got it on the camera.
Oh, you're gonna do it on the camera?
Yeah, I'm gonna push up your volume here.
Okay.
Function. You're at 15. I'm gonna push you up a little bit.
Okay. All right.
Ask them now. Is it better now? Ask him.
All right. Is it better, Chad? They're too busy spamming the cat because they saw the cat.
Of course.
Kevin is our camera operator for the day. Much better. Be careful. They already gave dispersal orders. It'll be fine. They're giving dispersal orders to specific areas. Now, we unfortunately missed out on the liberal elderly protest earlier today, which was attended broadly. You can show the camera, that's fine. What's up, Chad? It's me again. And we are on our way to downtown Los Angeles right now to City Hall, where Marine Corps and the National Guard that has been federalized are stationed outside of federal buildings all around as the final culmination of the citywide protests, the No Kings protests, have happened all around Los Angeles and all around the nation, as a matter of fact, including but not limited to even places like the great state of Minnesota, where there was some horrific political violence that took place earlier last night. And in spite of all of that, people are still out and about. And while millions of people took to the streets protesting against the Trump administration, Donald Trump, as you guys watched earlier, was busy at his birthday parade, where he used the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army to throw a military parade and also do a little birthday party, which did not have anyone in attendance. Are you scared? No. Why would I be? Also, what? 6 direct hits have been confirmed in Israel and a large residential tower has been obliterated? I doubt. A large residential tower has been obliterated? That's crazy. Send me links. If that's the case, I'll take a look at it. But yeah, we're on our way right now. And we're about like 15 minutes out. It seems like dispersal orders have been issued in downtown Los Angeles already, even though we are technically 3 hours out from curfew. At which point, once you violate curfew, I believe technically they're not supposed to arrest us. It's illegal because we are press, but I don't think that stopped the Los Angeles Police Department and the Sheriff's Department from engaging in unlawful detentions and arrests of people. We're gonna go see what the environment looks like. We're gonna go see if the No Kings protesters are still out and about. Lol, 77.2 million people voted for curfew? What do you mean? What is this? What is this new meta? Is that trying to say like Donald Trump's number of people that voted for Donald Trump or something? Is that what it is? Put it on Do Not Disturb real quick. Oh wow, this is crazy. Here's some Iranian missiles hitting Tel Aviv. Hold on. Look at that. Ooh. God damn. That's crazy. Holy moly. This is my signature first date move. All of them voted for no protest, no freedom of expression as a cell phone. Yeah. I don't fully understand what people mean when they say 77.5 million people voted for a curfew. Like, what does that mean? Like, 77.5 million people voted for a president that they now don't like as much as they did when they voted for him, because they thought he would actually they thought that he wasn't over-promising and under-delivering, but instead they really thought that he was really about that. They thought he was about that life. And it turns out he's not about that life. And turns out a lot of these people are also not about that life. Is that what it is? Is that the argument? Update title. Yeah, the curfew is also municipal. Oh shit, a building in Tel Aviv partially collapses following the Iran missile barrage. Cars on the street below are destroyed by the blast. Okay, turns out you weren't wrong. That really did happen. Wow. That's wild. Images that normally you only see in Gaza, or images that you normally only see in places like Tehran, Syria, places like that, all of a sudden are now becoming more and more commonplace in Tel Aviv. Not very safe, I would say. Still struggling to understand how anyone could have had high hopes for Trump this time around. It's a little dark. Do you know how to tweak it? Oh, it's on auto. Never mind, it's fine now.
I mean, I can turn it off, but I feel like when we step out.
Yeah. They already deployed tear gas and are shooting pepper rounds at the federal building in LA. Yeah, that's not surprising. We'll try to get as close as we can, hopefully. Destruction in Bat Yam, south of Tel Aviv, due to the Iranian missiles. Okay. JD finally speaking. Xi tweeted, Israel must stop. Yeah, but that doesn't mean shit. I'll be more inclined to believe Xi's with the cause if I see some military deployment into Tehran. Or military aid. Aiding and abetting Iran's defense. You know what I mean? I think that's fair. It's only fair. America aids Israel's defense. What if China were to aid Tehran's defense? After all, America doesn't even get any natural resources from Israel, but China literally gets oil from Iran. It's understandable that they'd want to protect their asset. Sir, what do you think about everything that's going on? No? Have you been downtown yet?
Sorry?
Have you been downtown yet?
I don't understand. I but speak English, so...
Oh, that's all good. It is fucking hot in this car. God damn. Why is it even out hot, warm? Gonna have to pee in 20 minutes, chat? No. But yes, most likely. New York City protests look like they're still going. It'll take me 45 minutes to get there. Do you have any tips on how to find their current spot? No, I don't know. Is this real? Breaking ballistic missiles launch from Yemen to Israel 20 minutes ago? Probably. I mean, Yemen's targeting capabilities are incredibly limited. Like, they're nowhere near as consistent or as precise as Israel is, or Iran is, and Israel is as well. So, are protests still happening in downtown LA? Yes, protests are still happening in downtown LA. The Iron Dome has been weakened, so it might do something. Maybe. No, it's the Zintin has a top where you can discard the discard the used Zins. The one that I have two different kinds of Zins. I would never put like a used Zin back in the fucking can. Don't be crazy. Dude, it is fucking 75 degrees. I'm always like, I don't want to wear fucking long sleeves, but I feel like you have to, you know? But at the same time, it's like, especially with the vest on, it's so goddamn hot. It gets so freaking hot. Yeah, Zins also have, even the OG Zintins, and I didn't know this for the longest time, have a plastic ring in the bottom that you can actually take out if you have the nails for it. and you can discard your used ones underneath. Nifty little trick for those of you, the Zinfandel. If you didn't know, some other off-brand Zins have different ways of doing it, but here it is. This is it. It's really difficult though. It's really, really difficult to take out at first. Yeah, I'm not having an easy time with this. I only have like one nail because I bite my nails too much. Almost there, chat. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Sometimes I can't open it. 75 is nothing. Yeah, it's not that bad. Significantly better than most other places. Don't bite your nails, you can get pinworms. Oh my gosh, shut the fuck up. I don't know who told you that, but I feel like Iran ended up hitting the Israeli Pentagon again. Hold on, let me look. Pulling it up on drop site. Breaking: Israeli military headquarters reportedly hit again in Tel Aviv. Alam Mizrahi reports HaKiryat, the IDF headquarters, in smack dab in the center of Tel Aviv. Alam Mizrahi reports Iran has struck HaKiryat, the Israeli military headquarters in central Tel Aviv, for a second time. The site, home to Israeli military general staff and Israeli Ministry of Defense, is one of the country's most heavily fortified, symbolically important military compounds. We're working to confirm the extent of the damage. Now, of course, Alam Mizrahi is an anti-Zionist who lives in Tel Aviv. The reason why we have no visual confirmation beyond Alam Mizrahi's first-hand account tweet is because Israel censors things like that. As you guys know, Trey Yinks was the Fox News foreign correspondent that's out in Tel Aviv. He was one of the few journalists out of the international reporters that are stationed in Israel right now that was able to get visual confirmation of HaKiryat being struck last time, which pissed off a lot of the Israeli military top brass and also the foreign ministers. Footage from the Syria Valley. Why can't I can't see the chat for now? I don't know why. U.S. military bases are targeted in Iraq. Upside has another one showing 2 huge impacts in Tel Aviv. Let's take a look. Scene of another strike in Tel Aviv. First impact. of the second major impact. That's crazy. They're really fucking lighting it up. God damn. Wait, let me see where Jacob is real quick. Okay, we're here. Beautiful downtown. Sunny Los Angeles, California day. 75 degrees. 74 degrees. And seems like another great day to protest. I don't see a lot of helicopters out today, as opposed to the previous couple of days that I visited. But of course, those weren't like the sanctioned, preordained parade style of protest that took place, which is surprising. But I guess with the curfew at 8 p.m. Paired up with the No Kings protest that took place earlier, the police response was probably diminished. Never mind, spoke too soon. Seeing a helicopter flying very low right in front of me, right above where the protests are. Never mind. Some people are leaving. Slowly, quietly, in an orderly manner. Alright, well, I'm right above, a couple blocks down at this point. Cops have already put together a massive cordon and are not allowing traffic to enter. Let me see real quick. We can show that. We can get out here.
I'm gonna come out on your side.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Okay. Okay, we're out here in downtown Los Angeles. Heavy police presence here, obviously.
Oh yeah, I think they blocked it off.
Put this around my waist again. Let's walk over. See if we can link up. We got some, I think those are Marines. I can't tell. They got lethal weapons on. Certainly not a pleasant sight. Or no. No, they have army bags on, so I guess National Guard. You guys National Guard?
Trying to rotate out, yeah.
Figure out bedding for you guys yet? No?
Did you get your itinerary? What?
Did they figure out sleeping arrangements for you guys yet? No?
How you doing, defenders?
All right. Thank you.
Where's your desk?
How have the vibes been earlier compared to now?
It was hella lived up. There's all kinds of people. There was like maybe like, this is my guess, maybe like 60,000, 70,000 that I saw.
Okay.
Could be more. But right as it hit like 2:30, they started
pushing people,
mobilizing pretty fast, and then they started tear gassing by that bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any way to get in there right now?
I don't know. I mean, Kai's been like kind of running around. Kai's been running around, kind of giving me updates on where to like kind of go. He said they're like pedaling people in from that way towards this way. That's why everyone's kind of like fractured and like getting pushed out.
Okay.
Yeah. What are you thinking?
Well, I want to get in.
Yeah.
And then see if we can start covering on the ground. Yeah, Kai Sanat chat. That's what we talked about.
No. Kai went. Yeah, I mean, I'll take some flicks and stuff. Yeah, I've been taking a bunch of flicks, videos.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're going to head in there.
All right, man. Good luck.
It's that way, right?
Yeah, so, I mean, it looks like people are getting pushed out that way because they started bringing up people there, too. So,
oh, you want to come with us?
No, I mean...
All right, let's do it.
Let's do that.
Lots of American flags today. Watch out, don't fall.
What the fuck? That's just...
Hasan, let's go, man!
What's up, guys? What's up, dude? Oh, shit!
Good to see you, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Doing good.
What are you doing?
Just walking, dude.
You wanna go with us?
Yeah. You guys wanna go? Yeah.
Have you been here all day?
No, I literally just got here.
Oh, you just got here too?
Just got here.
Okay.
How you feeling, dude?
Pretty good. I mean, I've been covering. There's so much happening. I was supposed to head here earlier, but with Israel, Iran, Trump military parade, and the Minneapolis shooting, that made it a little bit difficult.
Yeah.
You know? To where the main area is, right outside of City Hall.
I was about to ask where the main area is. But it could be...
The highest density of protesters is usually in that and oftentimes on the bridge right above the 101.
Yeah.
That's usually where the highest police presence is as well. Let's see if we can cross over through here. I doubt it, but well, I mean, this isn't even it. Where's Tony? It's past this, right? It's like the other street.
Yeah,
it's behind this.
So You know that bridge? Where
Yeah.
That other federal
Yeah,
building
is there
was?
anywhere to get there?
You want to get there?
Yeah.
I wouldn't suggest going through this. Maybe we can go around.
Yeah, I don't think we can, right? I'm assuming there's cop station on the other side.
First. It's first.
Not through this side?
No, it's on the other side. The bridge where all this shit's going down?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's down first.
Well, they're not, cops are not letting us go through that area.
Right here?
Well, they blocked off.
So that's
that
why I'm
street.
thinking maybe it's on that side. Yeah. All right. Let's do it. Let's see if we can do it. Thank you, man. Here, guys.
No. I'm sorry. They were off.
I mean, we can go talk to some of the people here that's like converging here.
You want to go? We can head down the stairs right here.
Yeah, let's do that first, and then we'll double around.
Hey, Haas.
What's going on?
They're all that way.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Kevin, nice to meet you, man. Kevin, nice to meet you.
Oh, well, I want one of those questions.
What's up, man?
Hey, everybody's going west, dog. Everybody's going west.
Okay. What's going on? Oh, as right as we got here, we got an emergency alert. What's happening?
Can I get a photo?
Sure.
All right, perfect.
Oh. Right as we got here, emergency alert. Avoid LAPD, avoid the area of Los Angeles Street, Temple Street. Unlawful assembly has been declared. Right on time. What's going on?
Peace, Hasan. Spread peace, not war.
Oh, I see what
You see like those videos of people being trampled with the horses?
Yeah.
Right here.
Jacob Soberoff, who's like from MSNBC.
Yes, the press needs to get on it.
Oh. You wanna roll with us? You wanna roll with us? Yeah. Alright, I forgot to. Good to see you, bro. I forgot to bring my ear protection. Hey, they're gonna trap you guys in. Be careful. They're gonna trap you guys in. They're aiming. They're already aiming. Yeah. They're aiming. Some of the protesters. Oh, they started shooting. I guess we can't go through here. Big formation of cops. Cops are coming in. They don't have riot gear on, but I think they're getting ready to mobilize right now. Here. The protesters here are not doing anything. They're just simply standing in a single file here. And yet, police have already opened fire on the protesters. They're continuing to open fire on the protesters. They're deploying tear gas. They're deploying tear gas and shooting into the crowd. Watch out. Don't get shot. They're shooting directly into the crowd who's standing. Rubber bullets. Don't run! All right, be safe. What's going on?
I know you, good man.
It's good. Now that they've deployed less lethal into the crowd, and they're still shooting at us, I suspect that they might start moving in. I don't know if there's other cops on the other side.
There are.
Oh.
Right there. On that bring Daly. Bring Daly. It helps with the tear gas.
They encircled us.
So,
it's kind of like this.
any way out? That way.
Yeah. They're pointing their rifles on there. No tear gas so far, just rubber bullets, but they are aiming. They're going to start shooting from that side as well, directly into the crowd. Fuck. There's also obviously the presence of federal police stationed directly lined up outside of federal buildings here. We show them that as well. Also aiming at the crowd, sporadically shooting into the crowd, but it's mostly coming from the police line up there.
You shot my fucking friend! Fuck you! You shot my friend, asshole!
Yeah, I'm working on it. Like I'm low on it. I can also no, I can bump it here, but I don't want to make sure this isn't too dark. Ask them now.
Is it better now? Stand in front of the, that's good, they said. Stand in front of the Fed building and won't shoot that way. Brother, the Feds will shoot. And some of them have fucking...
They got live rounds.
They got live rounds, yeah. Yeah, fucking, you're right.
Can you show my mom my mom?
Okay, sure.
Mom, look at this. Look at this, Mom. Look what they're doing to me. Look what they're doing to me. Fuck that.
That's crazy.
Fuck LAPD. Fuck that.
Guys, find a field medic.
Nice to meet you.
It's literal, bro. Nice to meet you, Savannah. Thank you for being out here. What up, Hasan? Oh, that sounds like. Sure. They're fucking shooting. Watch out. All right. Give my favorite trainer.
Is this a rubber bullet? I'm down. What?
Oh, they are fucking opening fire. Remember, less lethal does not mean non-lethal. Less lethal does not mean non-lethal. It's still, oh shit. Yo, we need to, don't show them, don't show that. Don't show that.
Hey, give him a minute, get that! Hurry up! He's sneaking!
There's a person, there's an injured protester. I can't show you on Twitch. Did you get shot?
No.
Oh, you're good. Okay. Wait 1 second. There's an injured protester that got shot in the head with a less lethal round. I can't show you, but there's field medics around him right now, and they're immediately rushing to aid. You can show it from this angle if you don't show the blood. Kind of show it, I guess.
I'm showing, yeah.
Make sure
I don't even want to.
He got shot directly on his head. I saw the gash. It's this fucking big, right on his head. He's bleeding. They shot him directly in the head. You can literally lose an eye. People have lost their eyes in the past being shot. People have been killed in the past being shot in the head with less lethal rounds. Fucking douchebags, man. Watch out, they're gonna shoot from that side too. Oh, they are already. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Watch out, they're shooting from the building. These are the 40mm rubber bullet projectiles that they're shooting directly into the crowd, directly at people. And when someone gets shot in the head, I mean, he's right behind us, don't show him, but when someone gets shot directly in the head with one of these, you can concuss them, you can kill them, you can take an eye out. The amount here, show the ground there, like the amount of fucking rubber bullets that they deployed is insane. Loud sounds, very scary to the pig. Oh, they're immediately opening fire on them. That's so fucking dangerous, dude.
I don't know about that one.
That's so awesome. That's fun.
Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest!
don't even have the same. Oh, the drones are up. That's never good. They don't even have the same gear that they normally do, which I think is probably part of the reason why they're fucking way more trigger happy, because they don't have riot gear. Obviously, cops feeling insecure is the worst possible position. When they feel insecure, they have to be extra violent. Police helicopters in the air. Oh, they're bringing in the sheriff's. The Los Angeles Sheriff's Department is coming up with vehicles behind them. So I assume they're going to start they're building up behind the police line, which means they probably have riot gear. I can't see from over here, but usually they have riot gear, which means they're going to form behind the police line and start pushing in, and most likely try to kettle and corral the protesters here, and maybe do some targeted arrests. You've seen this before, where they'll push in, start brutalizing anyone who they can find with their batons, create a quick compact circle around one person, and immediately engage in a detention. But yeah, police vehicles have lined up here. You got the Sheriff's Department there. You can see from their green fatigues. Seems like No King's Day has turned into yet another. What's up, man? Oh, just Twitch. Yeah. He didn't want to talk to us. He's like, what press are y'all with? I said Twitch. He's like, oh, fuck you. Well, yeah. What's up? Hi. Nice to meet you. Sure.
Anywhere's fine, bro. Thank you a million times, man.
No problem. Nice to be here.
Hey, this food looks
What's up?
Hey, I love this food.
Nice to meet you, man.
Nice meeting you, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Those are the gas. They'll have the canisters on the side, right?
Yeah, I mean, those are lethal, I think. Yeah. Those are lethal weapons. Oh, that's on top of the sheriff. Those are the sheriff's units, right? Yeah.
What's wrong with you, bro? I'm so sorry. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you as well. Sure.
Thank you. I love your Fear and podcast.
Oh, hell yeah. Of course. Thanks for being here. All right, so the LA Sheriff's Department is aiming live weapons with live ammunition, like lethal weapons with live ammunition directly into the crowd. They might have, I don't know, tear gas. They might deploy tear gas through them, potentially. Hi, nice to meet you.
I've been watching you for like 5 years.
Oh, hell yeah. Well, thanks for being here. I don't know why people keep saying peaceful protest, because these guys, I don't think understand the English language. They're hogs, the police. And I feel like they don't like even the mention of peace, let alone protest, let alone peaceful protest. In the time that we were just speaking over here, more police have actually, more police have mobilized. By that flag, not Mexican, not US. Let's go. Oh yeah. Remember what I said about riot gear? Oh, they have gas masks on. They're gonna deploy tear gas. We should put the bandana on at least. I haven't seen any like mutual aid trucks. Normally there's like people with carts. Here, you can use this. No, you go. No, take it. I got you, dude. Take it. I can't use it anyway. I can't talk when I'm in it, when I'm using it. Okay. There, I got it. I'll put the bandana on. I got one. Sure.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. All right. They're aiming. They're gonna deploy tear gas in a second. What? Do you have like a normal respirator or anything like that? Oh, you just got those? I'm just gonna put this on then. You good? Make sure it's snug. Wait 1 second. There it is. They're throwing flashbangs up. And most likely tear gas. Yep. Do not run! Don't run! Thank you. They're starting to, those are just flashbangs. They haven't thrown any gas yet, but they'll start throwing. Oh, shit! Are you good? That shit just winged by someone's head. That was fucking crazy. Oh yeah, they're deploying tear gas now too. Fuck. They're right above us. They're throwing flashbangs. Just don't look at it. They started pushing the line, and they're deploying tear gas and flashbang grenades above our heads. Oh, there it is. Come with me. That way, that way. Don't run! Don't run! Don't run! Do not run! From the area that they were at, and while they're moving back, I watched a cop grab a fucking tear gas canister and directly chuck it at the press. Fucking insane. What's up, guys? It's not, let's fucking go. It's good. Now, the federal officers are also, federal law enforcement is also, someone got dinged. Federal law enforcement is also shooting directly into the crowd from the federal agent, from the federal building. They're also training their sights directly into the crowd. This is a big area where there's a lot of unarmed civilians. Cops are pressing in and pushing people. Oh shit. Yeah, they're shooting from the federal building now directly into this massive crowd that is not even on the street. The crowd that they're shooting into was not even on the street. You saw it. We got here perfectly fine, perfectly normal vibes, and then cops start shooting, directly targeting into the fucking crowd. Damn it, I can't even hear myself think. I really should have brought my ear protection. All right, we'll shoot back away. But they're shooting into this area now as well. And this isn't even the street. Like, there's literally no reason for them to open fire into this area. Oh, fuck. Flashbangs are just like Call of Duty. Just like CSGO. Some of the protesters. They're pushing people off the street. They're marching into the sheriff's department. There's some projectiles. Hold on. Okay. Maybe not right now. Be safe. I hate being fucking tall. This is one of the moments where being tall is, I feel like, a major disadvantage. You know what I mean? Where I'm just like above the crowd. Yeah.
Hey, cool.
You too, man, you too. You come to one of these things, you'll very quickly shed yourself of any kind of liberal notion you might have had that police are here to protect and serve. You go to one of these fucking things and you very quickly are like, all right, never mind. They're not fucking protecting and serving anything. They're just, you good?
Yeah. Is that legal? Just firing on, because I didn't see anything.
In America?
Yeah.
Everything's legal, baby. They can shoot you dead. Qualified immunity?
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
I got hit in the foot by a rubber bullet. I think it was a ricochet though.
One of these? There you go. It's a gift for you.
Oh shit, that's what they look like?
A memento. This is not how it goes in Japan, huh? Anyway, no, they're just using tear gas and rubber bullets and flashbangs for the most part. Hitting people with horses too. Yeah. People are getting trampled with horses. They got batons, they beat the fuck out of people with batons. It's pretty fucked up.
Guys, take care of yourselves. They don't give a fuck about you.
That's right.
It's like a public park though, right?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter?
I mean, so that's a public road. Like, there's a variety of different demons. All bad to worse. You got LAPD, which are fucking assholes. But then you have, if you see them in riot gear, then they're really fucking assholes. You got the sheriff's department that has its own gangs. They are the worst of the worst. You got CHP, California Highway Patrol. Their uniforms are kind of stupid. So whatever. And they have to drive bikes in general, so I feel like that's not as intimidating. But then you have stationed in federal buildings, the Donald Trump troops. the Federalized National Guard, they got lethal weapons. The cops have lethal weapons too, but they're using non-lethal right now, or less lethal right now. And you have HSI, ICE, and numerous other federal law enforcement agencies that are stationed in every single federal building in this state, in this area. They don't have jurisdiction to make detainments outside of the federal property, so they'll just sit there and they'll just aim at you from.
Well, they can shoot.
Oh yeah, they can. I mean, yeah, and they do. Pretty fucked up.
Tear gas kind of smells like Sharpies.
Yeah. Sometimes the real fun is when they have plainclothes cops that run in, and they have, if you see someone with a fire extinguisher, run. Because that motherfucker has mace in the fire extinguisher, and he just sprays it into the crowd of people that are already running away from the cops. There's probably also agents as well in this crowd, plenty of them. Yeah. Now look at their shoes. They have like combat boots. Yeah. No agent. He's rocking the white dunks.
This is like the soft one though. There's like a pure rubber heavy one. Should hit my foot. That shit. Craziness.
Nice to meet you, man. Yeah. Thanks for being here.
I grew up, I'm Polish and Punjabi. So
oh wow, that's a crazy combo.
I'm fucking Mexican or Latino, but my last name's Mahmoud, but I grew up Catholic, so
that's a crazy combo.
Yeah, half and half. Yeah.
Polish and Punjabi, you might as well be Mexican.
Yeah, in LA for sure. But I grew up in Jersey, New York.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, man. Well, good to see you, man. Thanks for representing.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah. Shit's crazy, man. The war got
oh yeah. Yeah.
Can I have a picture by any chance?
Sure. You want me to do it?
Yes, please.
Okay, I got it.
Yo, they're trying to mobilize.
Can I take a picture right there?
Sure.
Stop!
Oh, yeah.
Hey! Stop!
How are you doing? Oh. Here, yeah, grab it. Oh, thank you.
No problem. Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Master Chef days.
Oh, hell yeah. Thanks for being here. What's up? Sure, what's this? It's a little knick-knack.
I can debate you.
Hi, chat. Okay, well, you destroy me.
Yes, I
You already came correct. Look at that. You want a photo? Let's do it. All right, nice to meet you. Sure. Nice to meet you, man. Okay. So far so good. How you feeling?
Good, man.
A little adrenaline rush?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Oh, they got horses? What's up?
Can we get a quick picture?
Sure.
So I got to bring you around. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, they pushed everybody.
Thank you. Stay safe.
Me too. Yeah, they pushed people. Go up there. They started tearing gas on both sides. This is very helpful with the flashbangs.
Do you want this back?
No. No, you keep it.
It's gonna be tight as hell.
What?
It's gonna be tight if I get back to you.
No, don't worry about it. I'll find something else. Oh.
Picture with you.
All right, they're mobilizing. Watch out. Sure.
Stop being nervous. Get over here.
Okay, watch out.
Both of us.
Okay. That's the other way around. You see that? Yeah. Good, you're protected. Okay, good.
Let's keep it moving. They're cattling. They're cattling. They're gonna come.
Okay.
Sorry, can I get a picture?
Sure.
Okay, they're clearing us out.
What's up, man?
It's the second time we're meeting. Not today, but I met you in the UCLA encampments.
Oh yeah.
Just wanted to say you're a huge inspiration.
Hell yeah.
You're the reason I'm
Thanks for being
starting
here,
like the YouTube channel and everything. So thanks, man.
Hell yeah. Thank you for being here.
Have a good day.
Hasan, may I bother you for a picture?
Sure.
Hell yeah. You inspired me to come out here.
Well, thank you for being here.
I got shot last time.
Oh no.
The hardcore dedication to the cause. Thanks for coming out.
Be safe. Be safe.
I'm trying.
What's up? Fucking Christ. I don't know why I'm having such a goddamn hard time with this. Hi. What's up? Oh, does this remind you of a festival? Is that what you said? What? Does this remind you of a festival?
I thought you could protest peacefully, like that was a thing.
No. There's no such thing in the United States of America. Ironic. What's up, man?
Can I get a picture with you?
Sure.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Good fan, man.
Nice to meet you.
Sure, man. Thank you.
I mean, it doesn't seem like they're pushing in here, which is good. We can move up a little bit and see.
They blocked up there.
Oh, they blocked up there?
Right there, there's cops, and then I think they're blocking off that street too. So they're just kind of pushing everyone this way right now.
Yeah.
So much.
What state is he in? California, man. I'm in Los Angeles. I'm in downtown LA right now. Near the City Hall building. Couldn't exactly make it there because on our way over there, we got stopped. And then instantly, they started fucking shooting. Like right as we first got there.
Yeah.
Which is pretty fucked up.
So they're mobilizing behind us too, so.
Are they?
I mean, they got right there. That's new. I just saw them right now. Hey, let's see again.
I mean, they might just be closing off exit routes so that people can't just like disperse and go whichever direction. They try to. What's up, man?
Can I get a picture real quick?
Sure.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
It's so wonderful and peaceful when the cops aren't fucking shooting. You know? Did you get shot?
Yeah.
But it wasn't like this though.
Right in the leg. Where's your gas mask? I gave it to Kevin. We gotta protect my mans.
You're good, man.
He's...
I'm doing good.
There's also little carts of people walking around, but I think like the amount of people doing mutual aid has dropped significantly, even though there's still a lot of people doing it. And I suspect part of the reason why is because they arrested one guy with the fucking face shields. Some guy who came in with a pickup, walked up, as plenty of people do, and he had a bunch of like respirators, face shields, stuff like that in boxes. And they arrested him. And the FBI claimed that he was like illegally giving protesters like protest gear. It's not illegal. It's mutual aid. It's a very important part of this. Otherwise, all these people that are out here who are exercising, what's up? What's going on? Exercising their First Amendment rights, peacefully protesting, could potentially get shot in the head, shot in the eye, get tear gas if you have asthma or any sort of like breathing respiratory complications. Like obviously the face shield, the respirators, the ear protection, like these are all incredibly important. And not everyone knows that you need to bring these things to a protest, myself included. I know, and I still don't do it because I'm a fucking idiot. But it's one of the wonderful expressions of solidarity out here. Look at that, National Lawyers Guild Legal Observer with the merge.
How about 4-year sub?
With the merge. Nice. Green hats are the legal observers, as you guys know. National Lawyers Guild.
I know.
They're here to take notes on all of the unlawful misconduct of the police. They're here to basically write down First Amendment violations. It's kind of like a notary almost. Like, you know when you notarize something? That's the role they're supposed to play. Except, obviously, the fucking police have no accountability, so it doesn't even matter. I mean, it does matter, actually. It's good that they're doing that, especially when, like, people get shot. What's up? Yeah, no, it's great. Oh, I thought you said, can I ask you 2 questions?
Yeah, like on the interview?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not like 2 seconds.
You want to do it this way because the light?
True.
Did we get it?
Yeah.
Have you been doing like street?
In LA? Yeah.
Yeah, you've been doing it here?
Yeah, I've done a couple, but...
Okay, I like it. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to bring him out. I'm glad that you came out here on your own. That's cool as fuck. All right, let's do it. Here, you want to move in there? Oh, they're doing an interview.
Ready? Yeah. Guess what's happening today?
I don't think anybody cares about the Constitution. What do you think? I think they should use it against themselves. Make things a whole lot more peaceful if they were just, you know, sitting around hotboxing themselves with some tear gas. People are just simply out here protesting to get ICE out of LA. Yeah, it is. I don't even know what the First Amendment is anymore. Let me tell you. It's just the right to say slurs. That's what it is, I think. That's what everybody on the internet thinks it is. It's like well, right as we got here, they started opening fire, which is expected. They're fucking assholes. I saw a man around the age of like 40, 45 with a massive gash on his forehead right here. Huge gash. Cops have shot him directly in the head with rubber bullets. Less lethal, of course, doesn't mean it's not lethal, especially when you shoot someone in the head. They've killed people before in protests with less lethal 40mm rubber rounds. You got one, I gave you one. One of those bad boys. These are supposed to ricochet off the ground. They're supposed to shoot it onto the ground, but they aim it directly at See that riot gear. They have riot gear. Don't run! Don't run! Don't run! Did you get shot? All right, they're shooting in this area as well. Riot units are deploying up to the front. There's little kids here as always, of course. Don't stay on the road. They'll beat the fuck out of you.
They just fucking broke the car window over here, so they're tripping on that.
All right, riot units deploying. Look. Come now.
That way! That way!
Oh, we're getting kettled. We're getting boxed in. It's probably safe to cross beyond the police line where the cop car's at. We'll cross to the other side of the road. If you think they won't shoot in the direction of other cops, you're wrong. You're not safe there either. Don't go that way. Don't go down that way. Go. Let's go this way.
That way. Hasan, I'm that way. Fucking coward.
It's fine. It'll be all right. It's a little seasoning. What's up, man? What's up? A little tear gas is the spice of life, you know?
They are taking away our freedom of speech!
There's cops there as well, so I don't really know exactly where they want.
Looks like they're people are letting going through the left road.
Let us leave! Let us leave! Let us fucking leave! Let us leave!
Don't run! Don't run! Don't run! Don't run! Don't run!
Hey, that's it! Go back! Go back!
Press! Where? We can't go back!
Go back!
Stop! Press!
Go to the sidewalk!
Stop! There's no way to do that. You can come slowly!
Push him south!
How you feeling?
I'm good, dude.
A little bit of police brutality.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's all good. Oh, I ate that shit. Hey! So yeah, they mobilized. They came in with riot gear, and if you notice, I don't know if you filmed that part, but the cops very quickly are like, they're not communicating with one another.
They cut out both ends.
Did you feel the mace?
Yeah. I ate it. It does feel.
I felt that shit too.
It does feel like really spicy food, you know?
Hey! Yeah, don't go that way.
Don't go that way. They just cut everyone off and paddled them in right there. What's good?
Ready to go in different directions. No clue what was going on.
Yeah. Anyway.
Are you HasanAbi?
Subscribe to PBS.
No more enchiladas! No more chili verde! No more
YouTube, man. I got a picture too. Yeah. Thank you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Did you see people getting detained?
Yeah. They tried to detain me.
I saw. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. It was like, I'm pressed. You're on camera. Only then did the pig remember the language of English. It was crazy. Yeah, you really need a respirator out here, I'm gonna be honest. What's up? You want to take a photo? Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, 1 second.
Wait, sorry. You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Dude, you want a Clementine?
No, I'm good. Yeah.
I'd be remiss if I didn't ask for a photo, man.
It's all good.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, man. Take care.
You too. Be safe.
You too.
Sure.
Sorry, my camera died. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, there's more cops, like sheriff's department over here. More cops over here. I suspect that. I'm gonna wait for you.
Thank you, brother.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, nice to meet you too, bro.
It's crazy. There's still people over there. You want us in? Here. Kev does this too. I guess they Chad, I have to stand in front of the camera at least, or in the side, so you can hear me, because the microphone. But they have they pushed some of the other protesters out, I assume, from either the park direction or people that were being pushed into the other street are now being pushed back here. But once the crowd forms here, these guys are going to get agitated. There's a line there. Once that back line back there starts mobilizing, then they're going to start packing people here up as well, pushing them further and further back.
This guy's coming up.
What?
This guy's coming up.
Yeah, they're going to start. You'll see. They mobilize. Like they set up a line, and they have two pigs back to back to back to back. What's up, man? Nice to meet you. Be careful, though. Oh, thank you for what you do. Thanks for being here, man. I think you're I might be cutting you with my phone. Here. I got it. Thank you. Anyway, what's up? Sure. Thanks. Nice to meet you. The Piker Broadcasting Service is brought to you by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your sponsorships in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime is what continues the editorial independent coverage. I got some. Oh, you got those though? The dangly ones? Yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you. A lot of sharing. Sharing is caring. Who would have thought? These fucking commies, man. These goddamn commies. How do you do this? Do you like put it over your ear so it doesn't fall?
Yeah, it's just for hanging.
Yeah. There's some movement happening in the back line there. body earlier.
Like they seem to be
Yeah, I think they're just gonna keep pushing and arrest a couple people, mace them, pepper spray them, you know, the full.
Next move after this, pushing people out of City Hall?
I don't know. I think like they're just making to arrest as many people and brutalize as many people in the process. And I think ultimately they're trying to disperse. They're trying to disperse people as violently as possible.
I mean, they've done it pretty well.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy. I saw that guy just like fucking bodied him. That was pretty wild. And you're like a pretty big dude.
Almost. I mean, I'm a big dude, but that motherfucker's got a baton.
Facts.
He was really fat.
Did you give a little love tap?
What?
Did you give a little love tap with the baton?
It's fine.
Small groups. Yeah, they split up a lot.
Oh shit. Oh no.
Is he behind you?
I think. I hope he's not stuck in there. Let me DM him. I don't know if he's checking his fucking phone right now, but.
Any update on John? Anybody ready to drop off?
He was with his camera guy, so.
Wants to drop ultra break.
And that's kind of on accident.
Yeah, Ethan was with us too, but I feel like he already peaced out. Or I don't know where he is at this point.
Oh shit. I hope not. I don't really. I mean, it looks like they cleared off this block. So they either. I saw like a huge group coming this way. Either they got pushed out here or on the other side. But I don't think we can get through from here. We have to like circle around.
What's going on? Of course. So you're with 50-51? So, wait, I mean, I don't know if you're filming this or not, but what's the deal? People say that you guys are like working with cops. Is that true?
Definitely not. You know, we do have a lot of education left still to do in local chapters because organizers on the ground, you know, make the decisions, and sometimes they come at it with an approach that is more pro-cop than the needs. So there's definitely a lot of room for growth, but we don't tell anybody to work with the cops, and we don't encourage that because the police are so harmful to so many.
Well, I was about to say, like, kind of, you know, kind of defeats the whole purpose, I feel like, considering that they don't really like anyone protesting, no matter how peacefully, since this is initially, I think this was what, like the No Kings rally earlier today, and there are a lot of people here who are liberals, who are not necessarily radical at all, and they are getting a little bit of a taste of what people who've been doing this for a long time have been saying about the way, the antagonistic nature in which cops treat peaceful American taxpayers who are paying for their taxes. We pay for their gear, we pay for the chemicals that they deploy on us, and they do that while we're in the process of saying, less of this, please. So,
yeah, for
it's
sure.
a really shitty situation.
It is.
We're supposed to be protected by the First Amendment, but I ain't seen it out here.
I haven't seen it out here. But yeah, no, thanks for being out here. And, like,
of course.
You know, definitely not to say that, you know, there isn't room for growth at the organizer level from folks working in their communities and organizing these events.
I saw that. I mean, I don't know how. Are you guys connected with the No Kings rally as well?
Yeah, we're a part of the coalition.
They were doing RSVPs. I don't know what the fuck that was. That's crazy.
Yeah, that wasn't managed by us.
Yeah.
We encouraged our folks to participate in name.
I think I'm gonna work my way.
Yeah. Just not RSVP at all. I think that's what I say.
Yeah, that works too.
Right.
There were like certain communications that like came out for organizers and attendees and whatnot. But yeah, fuck giving your name or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, thanks for
Yeah,
being
they can
out
subpoena
there.
that. Chat. They can subpoena that information, and they probably will after today. So, all right. Well, thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
That's good, brother. Nice to see you, man. Also, another big no-no for protests is you should cover your skin. I don't because it's too hot, but I still have the jacket that I will throw on. That's good.
They just rounded people up in a circle, gave us no exit, shot a whole bunch of flashbangs
I
in
was
the crowd.
there.
Oh, you were in that?
I was in it.
How are you?
They what's good? They were about to fucking
Nice to
slam
meet
me,
you, by the way.
and I was like, I'm pressed. I'm like, you're on camera. Only then.
Try cutting the fence, like cutting the wires of the fence.
No, we had to help people over the fence. That's fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
Anyways,
over there.
back to stream.
Hey, man. Yeah, you keep doing what you're doing, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you putting the word out and everything. I was getting like hella mad just seeing everybody online with like just not. I don't know what happened to people and not listening to like first person voices, but
You know, it's partially because of politicians.
Anyways, stay safe, bro.
All right.
Oh shit.
All right, we should start. Oh, they're gonna.
I don't think they're mobilizing on this corner. I think they're going there.
No, they're going that way. They're going that way. Can I show you something?
Sure.
Maybe you want to put this on your screen because I'm all about protesting peacefully. Because I'm sure you are.
I mean, that's why I need my balls out. Everybody's starting to move up. Oh, wait, there's some cars coming this way.
They're just defending the Israeli flag. It's just like that's not cool.
Back down there?
I think they're going around.
No, I think they're gonna put a single file in the same way that they did on that road.
Yeah, there's a really huge crowd right there.
Maybe. This guy's trying to tell me about fucking someone defacing the Israeli flag. Never even got down to the area that we're trying to go to. I think we're like fully cooked on that front. There's no way to get to the other side.
I'm gonna go find John. That's your road. Good luck. Take your ass. That's it. Wait, fuck him. We're gonna sell for the political baddies again.
Sure.
Alright. This one for the Latina baddies.
For the Latina baddies?
Thanks, sir. Stay safe.
Thank you. Ethan's friend immediately got shot. Should we go back down there?
The 55th president of the United States.
No.
I'm gonna be 83.
I mean, nah, I mean, if you're down, I'm down.
You got it blocked out. You gotta go like
Let's see if we can hook like a left and then go down to the other side. cops love? A cop is a very dangerous animal in every circumstance. If a cop is armed, they're dangerous. If a cop is not armed, they're still dangerous. If a cop is in a vehicle, they're still super dangerous, both in a protest environment like this, and also when they're driving. On the one hand, they play a big role in ticketing people for revenue collection for the local state. Having said that, however, they rarely ever abide by the same moving restrictions that they impose on us. Now, I'm not even anti-traffic rules, but it is kind of wild. Oh, we can't even go through here. It is kind of wild to see how insane they fucking drive with these 3,000-pound fucking vehicles going 65 miles down the road when there's literally fucking cars on the road and people.
From LA?
Yeah.
What part?
I'm from West Hollywood.
West Hollywood? What the fuck? We're from LA, big dog. You guys get the fuck out. I'm gonna have to come around being on my way. Show what the fuck is going on there. I'll be a white boy type.
What's your name, man?
I'm Gutter from B2P, dog.
Gutter?
What's up, homie? Where you
Hassan.
from? Yeah, you
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Fuck out of my way. That's all, dog.
What's up, brother?
What's good?
If I saw you, brought you a gift for your fucking Labubu.
Hell yeah.
Can I take a photo?
Yeah, for sure.
Black ass, dog.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, get the fuck out.
Sick. We got a hat. In any case, we can't go down this road, unfortunately, because the cops have blocked it.
They're just keeping pushing this way.
Yeah, we'll just go this way. Exactly what I was talking about in terms of driving like a fucking animal. Hopefully the next street.
Sorry about that.
What's up?
No, I just kicked the water.
Oh. Hopefully the next street over we'll be able to hook a left and then go back down. But I don't know. It's not looking too promising at the moment. I think that dude told me to go back to my own country.
Yeah, he was pressing us, man. I didn't know
that
what
was
to say.
funny. I've at an ice.
That was crazy, man.
At an anti-ice protest, nonetheless.
Yeah.
I didn't think I'd be experiencing Islamophobia.
Yeah, I mean, he's right. I am a white boy.
It was funny.
That was crazy.
Oh. Yeah. One of the worst parts about this is that there's never a fucking trash can, bro. Oh, there it is. I don't think that dude skates, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that guy's a skateboarder.
I saw an earpiece in him.
He is way too fucking, he is way too old to be so radical. Oh yeah. Well, you know us, big troublemakers. It's crazy because when I do this stuff, I'm very cognizant and don't do anything illegal, obviously. And I'm making sure that, like, I mean, we're streaming on Twitch. Well, making sure that we're following the letter of the law, okay? He got tired. He got tired from walking too much.
He's doing the mall grab.
And yet, the amount of ridiculous shit, the amount of like ridiculous, unnecessary, excessive use of force is, I mean, it's not shocking at this point because it's like expected, but it's still fucked up.
We jumped the gate. It is.
Like,
yeah, so the other day when I went, when I was crossing the street right here, they started aiming, they shot an old man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Point blank too.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. They like, they have no chill. You know how like, but they say never talk to cops. Because every time you have a conversation with a police officer, they are, okay, maybe he does ride, bro.
No,
maybe
he's
we're
ass.
wrong.
He's ass, he fell.
I think we're wrong about him. I think he's not a Fed.
I don't know.
I think he's just a chill ass dude. And it wasn't an earpiece, it was a Bluetooth headset. Maybe. We saw the dude that was following us with a skateboard. He just kept looking at us, but we have a camera on. So that might be the reason.
The mall grab was very sus.
Yeah, sneaking suspicion he might be an undercover. What's good? What's going on? Hi. Thanks for being here.
Keep fighting the good fight.
But yeah, they say don't talk to cops because every fucking conversation that you're having, they're trying to extract information out of you that they can use to detain you further, to arrest you. And in protests, it's like similar. Being around a cop is similar to just like talking to a cop.
Yeah, it just makes
at which
me,
point, like
uneasy.
I mean, yeah, there's always an air of tension, especially because you're around people that have guns.
Oh yeah.
That also use said guns.
Exactly.
Oftentimes aim those guns at you with impunity. But like, when you're in a protest, they fucking literally will try to get you for anything. Like standing in the wrong place, looking intimidating, whatever the fuck they see fit in that moment to try to open up. I would not go through there.
They block that off for sure.
It's definitely better to stick to the streets. How are you enjoying your first tear gas, flashbang, rubber bullet experience, Kevin?
I'm enjoying it, man. I got
good,
the
right?
Zen in and I'm good.
The Zen helps, at least in my
That's what I was
experience.
gonna say.
The mace and the tear gas, it adds a different flavor profile to the citrus Zen. Yeah. It's like built-in curry. You know?
Who the fuck came here with their feet?
Why are you saying turn around? Why?
Thank you for supporting us. Of course. You're like the voice of... Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. The highest level of protest is the ones with the little motorized scooters. The dudes that like have been doing this for so long that they just got it down. They're here to vibe out, make a lot of noise. Those things are loud as shit. They're bass boosted. That's the level I want to be at. I'm a novice. I don't even have the legendary loot yet. I don't have the legendary loot of respirators or Chad, I missed the Simpsons clip, please. No, you're right. Highest level is the...
Mind if we grab a photo?
Yeah, for sure. A little bit.
Thank you, man.
Can I get
you doing what you do?
Sure.
It's a book of photography.
A book of photography?
Yeah,
I don't even know if I can... I don't know where to put this.
Maybe tuck it in your shirt.
This is sick.
It's all protest stuff.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. I actually...
Okay, this is not protest stuff.
Oh, it's a, it's a various culture. It's all LA stuff. It's all like amateur LA photographers. I actually shoved that in my bag the first day you were down on the stream in case I ran into you. It's still in there.
Well, there you go. Now I got it.
There you go, brother. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, man.
Keep up the great work. Nice to meet you.
Too. Thanks for being here.
Get on the same.
All right. Yeah. You got shot?
Nah, I didn't. I'm good. Shit, I'm straight. Can I get one as well?
Yeah.
You want water? I got an extra water, I think.
Oh, I'm good. Thank you. You want water?
Yeah, that'd be great, man. Appreciate you.
How long you guys been here?
We just got here like an hour and a half ago.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
But
you. No, it's all
we got
good.
pushed out
Thank
real
you.
quick, so now I'm trying to figure out a way back over to where the crowd is. But I feel like you just have to literally go
Perfect, man.
past
Thank
the
you, thank
pigs,
you,
make a left, and then make another left in order to get in there, you know?
Yeah, you gotta go around them. Probably like, we've been trying to get out. She keep pushing us in, the LAPD. Pushing us in. We've been trying to get on that side of our way, but hard.
Yeah.
Trying to go all around.
All right. Good luck, guys.
Appreciate it, man. Good luck, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, Hasan.
Hi.
I'm Dead Domain.
Wait, what did you say now?
Dead Domain.
Oh, you're Dead Domain.
Yeah.
Wow.
Tac Domain, Dad Domain.
Dead Domain. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Person.
Too. Yeah, how you doing?
Doing all right. How about yourself?
Made it out, so can't really complain, I suppose.
It's true.
Are y'all going to another protest, or are you done for the day?
No, we're trying to get past the police lines here, so we can hook back in. But I don't think it's even possible. What's that?
There's cops right here that blocked out that street, and then there's see like a couple right here.
Yeah.
But I mean, we can go closer and check it out.
Oh yeah, we can go down one shot. Got an amateur photography book.
Yeah, I got a crazy shot of that dude.
Which one?
The point blank one.
Oh, the dude that got shot?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was insane, dude. Dude's whole face was covered in blood. Fucking gushing.
From a rubber bullet, man. That's crazy.
Oh, they're just straight shooting down there. Judging by what the judging by some of the signs that are still out here, like no crown for a clown is like one of the signs that I just saw. Like that person doesn't normally attend protests. You know what I mean? That person is like, that person was here for the No Kings. Like clearly that person is here for the No Kings protest, and they're getting fucking brutalized by cops. Like, look, oh shit, they're aiming. Watch out. What's up, man? Watch out, they're aiming. Oh, they're moving, they're moving. They're mobilizing over there, pushing back. There are so many fucking helicopters. Resources. Just a.
So they just keep pushing out that way.
Yeah. I don't think we're gonna be able to outflank them. Now we're out from curfew too. Have you been out here past curfew at all or no? I've heard that they're very...
I was that first night that they addressed the curfew. Right at 8 on the dot, they just mobilized like crazy.
Started blasting.
Yeah. Horses came in, cars came in, tear gas. So they're probably getting ready for that, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's why they've been so aggressive. They're just trying to get it in before curfew.
You want to try and catch the front?
I don't think we're going to be able to.
I mean, that was like ahead of you guys trying to get around them.
Yeah.
But they're just moving so quick. It's crazy.
Yeah. Unless we get an Uber, we're not going to really do it. We might be chalk, Chad.
Unless you hydrated me on fucking Thursday.
Yeah, earlier.
So I was like,
yeah,
I had to cover the stuff that was happening, you know? Ethan texted me, he's fine. I don't know Cole's. Oh, he made it out. Okay, Cole made it out. Cole made it out as well. All right, we're good. I mean, Ethan's friend got shot.
Yeah. I think they're too lazy to go up the hill.
That's probably true.
Right? I think they're just like,
what's up, man?
Can I get a picture?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here.
Did they kick you guys out down there?
They kicked us near City Hall, and we've been trying to go back.
Are they just gonna arrest everyone down there?
Yeah, they're just gonna push people and then arrest them. Wait, hold on.
It's good.
Yes. How you doing?
Fuck yeah, dude. You alright?
I'm all right.
Oh my god.
I almost got
I need one of those.
mad respect.
Yeah,
What's
I
up,
don't know,
Jacob?
I
How are
don't
you?
know how you don't have the press. Hey, what's good, man? Guys, Jacob Soboroff. You're live right now. There's like 80, 70,000 people watching.
Hi, everybody.
Jacob does great work. I normally wouldn't say that about mainstream media. No, just kidding. No, Jacob does great work with immigration stuff.
Thanks, man.
How have you been today?
I've been all right.
I caught the you being like, it's a very peaceful crowd here. Then the cops just storm
Like
with the fucking
It was
horses.
the sheriff's department.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what I've seen is probably what you've seen, which is like everybody has been peaceful, and then a couple hours ago, once they started to clear the bridges, it started to get hectic, and
then of course it invites response, like it's a provocation, and then people get mad, they throw water bottles or whatever.
Yeah.
But they're throwing water bottles at a dude with a riot shield with chemical weapons. You know what I mean? Who has a chemical weapon that he's deploying on you?
The thing is, you know, Hasan, like I got here at 1 o'clock, and I was up at the top of City Hall, and I was looking down, and you're looking at 20,000 people who are here to talk about ICE and to talk about the raids and to talk about what's happening on the streets and what's happening on the farms in Oxnard and what's happening at Home Depot, and this obviously is not that. And so I think it takes away from the moment that all these very peaceful protesters have been doing and trying to have.
Yeah, but I think it's like, oh, they're I guess releasing the street. I mean, I think when people are doing that, like I saw so many people. I saw a girl that was walking up this road right here, walking up this hill, and she had a sign that said like, no crown for an orange clown. Like that person is here for the No Kings protest.
That's right.
That person doesn't do what someone like myself would do under normal circumstances. Like she's not gonna go to like, we've been out here for a couple days when it first started. It was a lot more violent then. That's when the Waymos were burned.
Yeah.
And
I'm just putting this in so I don't miss my live television ad.
Yeah. And it's like, if that person is having an experience with police brutality, even though she's here protesting peacefully, exercising her First Amendment rights, I feel like that's a very radicalizing moment for a person like that. Oh, anyway.
Okay, what I was going to tell you is, in 2007 there was a protest, the May Day Melee in MacArthur Park around immigration rights, and that resulted in protesters getting injured, journalists getting injured, and you know, I think that the whole idea of today was that it was supposed to be big and peaceful and to be able to focus on the issues. And obviously, what has happened with the police department, with the sheriffs, with the LAPD, with CHP too, has taken away from that.
Yeah.
But you know as well as I do, these people are not going to stop. And
Oh
they're
no!
gonna be back out here tomorrow.
And especially when they get hit, then it's like,
you know, walk around.
They're gonna do it again. They're gonna go back out again. What are you guys gonna do later today?
Go home and see my kids. It's my anniversary.
Oh.
But that's the thing about LA, is that I think that there's this image out there that it's crazy. And
people think the city's burning.
The rest of the city, my kids are going to school. I went to dinner with my wife for our anniversary last night because I knew that we were going to be doing this. LA is 500 square miles, and this is a couple square blocks.
Yeah. LA is so spread out.
I wish people understood that. Yeah.
And even here, like, look, it's just like it's a couple burnt Waymos, you know what I mean? Like, look, it's property damage, I know, especially the boomers hate that when they see that, but like, oh wow. What you guys are doing is like hurting the taxpayers themselves, you know?
Yeah, and the other thing is, the cops have been put in a position, whether you like them or don't like the cops, of being in between the National Guard and the Marines and the protesters. And they didn't sign up for that.
Speaking of the National Guard.
Exactly, because it's the courthouse. The president sent the Guard and the Marines here to guard buildings like this and to guard the ICE agents and stuff.
This is a very important building that they're guarding.
And so the cops ended up in the middle of it, whether you like them or not. All right, I gotta go on TV.
All right.
It's really nice to see you. Be safe.
All right.
Okay. Thank you guys.
Let's go!
Okay, calm down. Calm down. Chill.
You want to get at the subway station?
Fuck you! Hands up, everyone! Put your hands up! Fuck these things! Fuck Joe! Fuck Joe! Fuck you guys!
Just a classic example of people that are standing on the side of the fucking street, not doing anything, and instantly, in that moment, you see it. As soon as the cops come in, all of a sudden it's violent. All of a sudden it's an altercation. All of a sudden there's a severe escalation. Nice to meet you. The way I see it, like sometimes I think about cops as like normal people, right? If a group of regular ass dudes came up with gear, I didn't say they were cops, but just a group of dudes came up from a car, got out, started yelling at you, like they'd be fucking terrified. And it's no different when it's the cops doing it. And I would go so far as to say it's even worse when the cops are doing it because they're also unaccountable. The expectation is that they're supposed to be accountable, and that accountability is supposed to help you feel like, what's up, man? The accountability and the fact that they're wearing the badge is supposed to make you feel more safe. Like, oh, this person is not going to behave in a violent, erratic manner. But of course, that's not the case. The badge doesn't end up protecting us, but it ends up protecting them from additional legal scrutiny. And in that respect, you see the way that they talk to us, the way they talk to regular citizens. We are not doing anything. Were we doing anything? We're standing at the side of the fucking road. Got Jacob Soberov over there. He's with MSNBC and NBC. Like, you know, he's got a wife and kids. They don't make this distinction, which they shouldn't anyway. They should treat everyone like normal human beings. But they don't even make this distinction for mainstream press. They don't make this distinction for press at all. It's really fucked up. But I hope you guys understand why someone like myself, when I say like, I don't feel safe around cops ever, you understand why. And not because like this is a protest environment, but under every single circumstance, they bring that same energy and that same intensity to every single conversation, every single altercation. Because if you look at these policing manuals, I've done ride-alongs for criminal justice class when I was in college, and like I had to write on this specifically. Like you have to have a position of authority. Yeah, what's up, man? Keep up the good work. Thank you. Nice to meet you. You have to have a position of authority because you're constantly dealing with people that you have to command. And I think, especially when met with like tremendous insecurity, lack of education, lack of proper training or the wrong kind of training, and then a culture of no accountability whatsoever, it creates this powder keg where every single time a fucking public servant is meeting the public, it is a horrifying altercation for the taxpayer. I genuinely don't understand why more right-wingers don't see it that way and don't freak the fuck out over it. I feel like there was a tradition of the right in this country of also despising cops. That's completely gone away at this point. What about like actual crimes being committed right now? Well, the cops are too busy committing the crimes. Because like low-key, if I didn't move fast enough and that dude shot me, that's a crime. Like he is not legally under... You're talking shit from the chopper. He's that's funny. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Like legally, he's not supposed to do that. That's insane. You know what I mean? You're a person, right? You're not like a robot, even though they do behave like fucking bots. I don't know what the choppers say. But yeah. Punk, in a nation where the flag shields fists instead of the vulnerable, justice and injustice begin to wear the same uniform. Damn, that was poetic. But yeah. the helicopter guy's getting this fun. He's making good use out of that. Yeah, thank God. Otherwise, we would be unsafe. Yeah, it's super low. They've been flying super low the whole time. I do find it ironic that Jacob was just giving the cops grace and then they immediately showed us what grace actually earns us. Yeah. Sick. First responders. Anyway. Curfew is in 45 minutes. They're doing donuts in the sky, productive. Yeah. Apparently there was a shooting at the No Kings protest in Salt Lake City. We're investigating a shooting possibly associated with the demonstration near 200 South State Street 10 minutes ago. That's in Utah. Be safe out there, chatters. Yeah, there's a reason everybody loves EMS. Exactly. There's no fuck the fire department. That's not a song. There's no fuck the EMS. What's up, man? They arrested a Proud Boy with a gun at the Nashville protest. That's the other thing, like, that I never understand, bro. Like protesters come out here, cops are fucking assholes. But then to like lick the boots so hard that you want to volunteer as a cop, like you're not even getting the health care, the pension plan, you're not getting the benefits, and you don't even have the shield of lack of accountability from wearing the fucking badge when you behave like that. So it really doesn't make any sense. Like I feel like I'm not the same organism as a person like that does that. Like, it genuinely does not make sense. They apprehended a guy with a gun at the protest in El Paso. We had a huge turnout in 104 degrees weather. Hell yeah. Let me see. Let me check the battery real quick. I'm gonna go behind you.
Yep. You got it?
Thank you. Anyway. Can you go to the RC Street? There's a great Turkish coffee place called The Box, like 10 minutes walk from where you are right now. No. Is that a fucking Israel flag? No, dude. There's no Israel flags here. Trust. Like, I'm shocked. Like, I get why people wave the American flag, but the Israel flag is like extra bootleg. Like, you are licking the boots super hard at that point. You're fucking deep-throating it, you're inhaling it. You've made the boot a part of your entire life, or your identity. I think at this point we're at 9 hours. I'm probably gonna end it here because it's getting late, and There's not much movement here. We're completely shut out, and I'm tired and I'm hungry, and we got a long day tomorrow. I'll check out if there's any protests happening tomorrow as well, and potentially go to them. I'm very proud of you guys for going out and protesting all day today. Yeah, thanks to Kevin. Thank you, Tony. Kevin on camera. And the Biker Broadcasting Service is brought to you. Brought to you by the viewers. And for you, the viewers. Peace, everybody.